Well, salutations everybody. How are you doing on this fantastic Saturday evening? The Craic is going 90, all is going good, and I'm on again to continue on and start the pre-season and ultimately, hopefully, start the league of the third season with Manchester United at the moment. This has been an interesting day in the day of football. We've seen West Ham continue to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight and make relegation possibilities, more spicy and interesting. 2 points off of Nottingham Forest, 5 points off of Leeds United, with a game in hand for both, to be fair. But as I turned around to Sir Benakagi and said it ain't over till the fat lady sings, and they've given themselves a chance with a 3-1 win over Sunderland. You have to feel a bit sorry for Sunderland, who have started to malaise themselves back down at 10th after a fantastic start of the season. City getting an easy win over Wolves, Fulham getting a 2-1 win over Brighton, Tottenham Hotspurs tightening the noose around Thomas Frank's neck even more than it was previously, much to that poor man's chagrin. And some Liverpool fans are going to be losing their gee bags at the fact that Bournemouth picked up a 95th minute winner after being 2-0 up to come back and get the victory over Liverpool. But shall we see if I can stand great today? Shall we see if all maintains good and then Craic maintains greatness in the third season, defending Champions League winners, fourth in the league, which means we don't have a Community Shield appearance, so we actually have a Premier League game followed by the Europa Super Cup versus Porto, but we'll see how that ends up going. Senior Duck, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin'? How is your day treating you? I hope it's going good. I hope it's going grand. I hope it's going delicious, my friend. Please let me know how your weekend has been going, and let me know if it's all good, grand, and sound. Tonight, too, also, on my own personal viewpoint, we have the UFC and Saturday Night Main Event, so we'll see what ends up happening there. I might give Saturday Night Main Event a bit of a watch if I'm still going live and am up and capable and ready and wanting to watch it later on today. But for now, we have our training camp here. We're going in incredibly weak just to see how a couple of these players end up playing with themselves, to see how our youth end up doing in the pre-season game versus a team that have no real firepower to them. And we hope that we end up doing something. Nico Paz, after our record signing of him finally starting, to Cat there, Gibson, our good old friend there that has been doing well. Godot is back and will end up being played with Ricketts. And I only noticed that Ebenezer Zaxon can play as a right back, so we might end up playing him there just to keep things around. And we have Mazraoui for another year. Whether or not we keep Mazraoui or sell him, we'll see, but we've extended the contract. Saba there, Hardy, who is our young goalkeeper that'll hopefully become something good in the future. And the signing that we ended up bringing in there recently, Nathan Salmons. And obviously we have Francisco up front, who is mixed bag, but we'll see how things end up going, and hopefully it'll all be grand. But we'll start things off as we mean to go on and immediately go into the game with Nathan Decat, a future captain, hopefully taking the armband tonight. It's good to hear that you're good, Senior Duck. I'm doing fine. Got my 11,000 steps in today. Got the car realigned. Got a good experience in there, talking around with some friends and the whole lot. Had myself a nice peppermint tea in the morning to mix things up in my Saturday morning escapades. But this evening now, I'll continue on with this. Hope that things continue well and see if this third season can end up having the same level of grandeur as the end of last season. Maybe we'll go and do more. We will end up being more careful in the likes of the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup. We won't go too weak in them this time to make sure that we don't get kicked out at the start of each individual competition, but we'll see what ends up happening. Almost completed the Cook Island preseason, all 18 weeks of it, and pressing space for like 26 hours on and off. Well, the joys of that. I'm kind of surprised, considering what it is, and you don't really have anything to do in the meantime, that you didn't just go on holiday for your 18 weeks in your duck, or were you in the experimentations of making some signings or stuff like that? The game now has 141k lady players in the game. Well, who would be the best one at the moment, and why are they in the English league? Or do you have it set up in order to do it? Yeah, we had, in order to sign Nathan Salmons, we ended up having to do this friendly with Bromley. I'm actually a bit surprised we're doing it in Bromley. I figured it would make them more money to do it in Old Trafford, but hey, I'm not going to complain. We'll see how this game ends up going. Now, also, before I forget, we won't be doing a full match of Bromley. We'll do key highlights and see how things end up going. Hopefully, even with this practically under 21s team, we perform fairly good. We might need to change that corner tactic, because as we've seen against Arsenal, we don't really do anything with the short corner tactic. It was good in FM24, which was the reason why I continued it on. But we'll see what ends up happening. We need to check a couple of these players as well, because I don't actually know Ricketts' height. Saba up there. Oh, good work there. We don't. His height is 182. He looks tiny in terms of his actual model, but 182 centimeters is 5'9". Like, I know that's the Sandro Martinez level, but still, like, considering we had a player that was 5'5" playing at right back at one particular point in time, it's funny to see Ricketts there at 5'9". Godou to Saxon. But how has your Saturday been treating you, Senior Duck? Have you gotten up to anything exciting or interesting in your escapades for the day? Oh, what a shot. Wow. Smith doing a good old save there, to be fair. It's interesting. This is the first time we've gone up versus such a defensive-orientated formation. It's really unusual to see people doing practically an 8-back. But we'll see how we end up doing. Gibson with a rocket shot as well. I mean, we're giving them pressure, which, to be honest, we should be, considering where Bromley are. Like, Bromley are a League 2 side. So, like, it makes sense. Pass to Saxon. Saxon not able to do anything great with it. Godot to Gibson. Gibson to Ricketts. At least we're playing good, and the familiarity is increasing with this tactic. And then the Cat ends up scoring a beautiful goal there. He's starting to come into his groove, Nathan the Cat. I'm actually really enjoying the fact that we signed him. Although it's funny that he's number 8 in this game, because obviously that's Bruno's number. And we'll see whether or not we end up keeping him later on. But for now, all seems to be going well. Good possession, what you'd expect that in a preseason game. We are going to do a full swath of changes at halftime. So we'll see what ends up happening there. Bring on some of the actual main event players so that they're fit for the Chelsea game, because we need to make sure that we're actually sharp for that game. Because interesting that that Chelsea's our first game. Nimrod, I do like custom databases indeed. I haven't used many in this particular save. I did, in my own personal time, end up doing a 07 save on my own personal computer, not on this streaming computer, but on my laptop that I end up bringing every now and again. So I ended up doing an 07 save that I ended up getting. I can't remember where I got it because it wasn't off of Mad Scientist. But I do like custom databases. It would be more Senior Duck, who's here as well, that ends up going by the custom databases. But what about yourself, Nimrod? What type of databases do you end up doing, my friend? Do you like to hear about mine? It's the craziest, hardest, most conceptual league in FM history. I'm always willing to hear about crazy nonsense, Nimrod. So let us know what your custom league is. And is it male? Is it female? Have you orientated it in a particular league? Is it a cross between leagues? Let me know about it. I'm always up for the conversation. Always up for the crack. Oh, Frederico almost got a second goal there. I will let you finish the game. Oh, no, go on ahead. This is a friendly. So what's happening here is literally just seeing whether or not a couple of these youths are doing particularly well. So I'll just be gawking on it to see how we end up doing. So give away your full description, and we'll see how it ends up coming true. We're just doing pre-season at the moment, seeing if we can get a couple of signings and seeing how things are. But we're pretty much set up. Our main difference, if at all, that we will end up getting is a goalkeeper. But Lemens is doing a good job for us. So we might keep him and give him another season. I made a custom database based on the myth of Heracles. Okay, interesting. So, considering it's the myth of Heracles, are you going off of the official? By the way, this is me being a cantankerous tit. But are you going off of the legitimate action of Heracles, where he was given the 10 trials, but unfortunately had to do 13 because the king that gave him 3 trials was a stubborn, cheating bastard, and turned around to 3 of the trials and said that they don't count because he got help? I love that fact that Heracles was only meant to have 10 trials, but done 13 because he got help on 3 of the trials. Oh, sorry. Was that because of the B word? My apologies. I do have a tendency to be a bit flowery in my terminology. If it's a problem, let me know. But yeah, continue on, Nimrod. Let me know about it. Yeah, I love Heracles. Heracles or Hercules, depending on how you go about it. Disney have changed the pronunciation of that name because I think in Greek mythology, Hercules is Heracles, and there's another mythology that he's in. That's okay, yeah. For now, I'll end up giving you VIP in order to do it, and then I'll remove it from you later on. To be fair. So go on. You can send it through for now. But yeah, Heracles. I don't know which mythology he ends up being known as Hercules. It's interesting though. So we're doing well on this particular one. Okay, so. The 12 labours of Hercules, slaying the Nemean lion, which was fine. The 9-headed Hydra, that's fine. Getting the Syrian hide, that's one of the ones that he got help for, which is the reason why he needed to do another one. The Amirian boar, which he ended up doing. Cleaning out the Agrian stables in a single day. He also ended up getting help with that one, which is one of the reasons why it wasn't counted. Capturing the Cretan bull, which he ended up doing, and it was immediately released because the king ended up being scared of it. Stealing the mares of Demeses. Obtaining the belt of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazon. She actually gave it to him. Obtaining the cattle of the three-headed giant Greton. I believe the giant let him get away with that. Stealing 3 golden apples from Herpes. He didn't steal them, she gave them to him. And capturing and bringing back Cerberus. He captured Cerberus off of Hades. He went down to Hades, asked Hades could he borrow Cerberus. Cerberus turned around and said yes. Hades and Cerberus turned around and said yes. Cerberus immediately went up into the world. The king tried to capture him, and Cerberus roared at the king and he went away. You've taken charge of the Spanish club Heracles de Alicante. Your mission to follow the footsteps of the mythical Heracles himself, overcome the epic ladies between you and the epic glory. You will rise to the match legend or succumb to the rats. A training camp league and special preconditions. You'll face strong clubs. 12 labours. Unique competition representing each of them. Conquer it there. The clubs will be hand-picked by the labours. 1 training camp, 12 games, type pre-season, international league, 4 teams, 12 teams by league. 1-way game, 3 games, 11 games. December to January. Okay, interesting. Warriors League, Heracles, Spartans, Tyrians. Okay, interesting. Then you end up having Slaying the Nemean Lion, which is Villa, Chelsea, Leverkusen. Why Dundee United? I mean, it's an interesting choice to put in there, but what does Dundee United have to do with that one? I suppose maybe they're the strongest. Well, no, because you have Rangers there as well, so they're not the strongest in Wales. Interesting. Okay, I've clicked that one already. Down here and click this one. Then Slaying the Nine-Headed Beast, Porto, Cannes, Wrexham, Leighton. You know, it's interesting. All of them have dragons in them. Okay, that makes sense. I never actually realized Wrexham had dragons in their I didn't know it was dragons that were in Wrexham's logo. I never actually realized that. Capturing the Syrian Hide, Stevenage, which is a deer. Okay, so all of them are deers there. Okay, that makes sense. With the Villa one, I understand it now. I just didn't realize that that it's because of the lion itself that's in the logo. So that makes sense. Then you have the boar, which is interesting. Yeah. West Ham. I suppose ham in the name, so that's a boar. Why, if you don't mind me asking, where does the boar come for Fulham and Nottingham Forest? Well, Forest for Fulham, or Forest for Nottingham, so that makes sense. I suppose the owl is a recreation for the boar. Yeah, well, they've gone for a couple of them there, but it is a hard one to end up getting. I suppose the only ones really were Sedan and Centre that end up having that. Yeah, that's what I was guessing. I was guessing it was the ham. Then the Ogmian Stables, which is horses. And of course, I'm surprised there isn't any US MLS teams there for the horses, if I'm honest, Nimrod. It's the type of thing that I'm sure the MLS teams would end up adding into their logo to be, device down and, above themselves. The Cretan Bull, Red Bull Salzburg, Red Bull New York, and RB Leipzig. I'm sorry, that's cheating. That's cheating. You put Red Bull there twice because of the Red Bull logo in there. That's cheating. I don't blame you, but that's cheating. Then the Mayor of Dynamis, which is another set of horses. Interesting. And then a couple of Saudi Arabian clubs, Le Mans, Newcastle United, which, to be fair, are seahorses, but that's fine as well. Slaying the Birds, Benfica, Tottenham Hotspurs, Nice, Lazio, Al Hilal, Swansea City. Yeah, Swansea, Inter Miami, Liverpool United. That's one probably is the hardest at the moment. The Belt of Enfita, Queen of the Amazons. I suppose the crowns end up helping for that one. Madrid, yeah. I'd almost be a dry shade and put Madrid A, B, and C there. But Charlotte FC is a good choice as well. I'm always a bit surprised that Charlotte FC haven't gone out of their way to get Charlotte from WWE to do more publicity for them. Cattle the Three-Headed Great, a Battle of the Cattle of the Three-Headed Giant Gritton. Interesting. Sunderland, Schalke. Yeah, they're more interesting variants because there isn't any really properly based on giants, but an interesting idea to end up going down there. Then you go with the Golden Apple, yes. And it's a shame there isn't actually many symbols with apples. But I suppose some of the ones you picked there, Ajax, Sparta Prague, Sofia, they would be more of the history of the actual teams themselves that ends up working with your help there. And bringing back Cerberus, all dogs. So Lille, Stade Rennes, Hellas Venora, Huddersfield. Interesting. Wolverhampton Wanderers would have to be one of the choices. To be honest, I really like the idea of that. I think those mini tournaments are set up phenomenally well, my friend, and they have a good set to them. A lot of work to end up doing that. Yeah, that's what I thought a VIP would do for now. But yeah, it looks really, really interesting, to be honest, and a good idea. New York teams, i.e. Big Apple, yeah, that type of stuff. But yeah, and a way to end up learning history as well when it ends up coming down to it. Heracles is one of the more interesting variants of the gods when it comes down to Greek mythology, because he's actually an asshole for the most part, but in general, incredibly fascinating when it comes down to it. And like, because of Disney is showcased as one of the strongest of the gods, when in actuality Heracles isn't actually that strong, which is even funnier when you think about it. No, not Aid in Heaven. We'll give it to Ilya. Ilya. There we go. Then we go Dogu, Stellar, Menu, Victor, Bruno, Mbuemu, and Jesko. Did I not put Evan Ferguson on it? Interesting. Okay. Interesting that. I thought I had Evan Ferguson on it. But hey. But yeah, research and the whole lot end up going into it. It still takes a fair amount of effort to end up doing it. So it's still a fascinating thing to do. And the way you have those links set up is very interesting as well, Nimrod. Like, it's a very good idea, to be fair. So yeah, it's a nice way to end up setting it up. The Tower of Icarus, I know phenomenally little about the myth behind the Tower of Icarus. So unfortunately, I couldn't end up giving you any indication on that one. The Heracles one is just interesting because I always thought it was 13 trials, not 12. But like, I know that that originally it was meant to be 10, and he just got screwed on the extra ones, which is the reason why he has more trials than he's meant to end up having. So like, Hercules is just a very, very, very interesting history point. Custom database that took me over a year to find how to make. Nothing to do with history, only the name. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, but it's just Icarus is one of those. Like, I know Icarus is the idea of the man that flew too close to the sun. I can never remember who Icarus's father is in that myth. Because I think his father's something like Dalates or something like that, isn't it? Son of the master craftsman Dalatus. Yeah, who's the architect of the Labyrinth of Craic, which Heracles got lost in on the way to one of his trials as well, which is funny. I prefer the Herculeans from One Piece. I mean, to be fair, Heracles in One Piece is more of a gag character than anything else, isn't he? Like, there's tons and tons and tons of versions of Heracles done in anime and the whole lot. Tons of them. Like, I know in Record of Ragnarok, he's a ginger that ends up having loads of tattoos down the side of him as well. In Fate's Day Night, he appears in multiple versions. In fact, in Fate's Day Night Fake that's happening at the moment, Achilles, which is a fallen version of Hercules, is appearing at the moment in Archer, which, if you can, give that a bit of a watch, because that's awesome. I am a particular fan of the Hercules we end up getting out of Disney. I really like the Disney version of Hercules, if I'm honest. And I genuinely think that's the reason why most of the modern versions of Hercules have ginger hair, because of that version. Like Hercules is really, really interesting in Hades 2, because he's wearing the Nimbian lion. He's wearing the lion when you end up meeting him in Hades 2, which is, a nice little touch. And I know an awful lot of places end up doing that as well, where he ends up wearing the lion, But yeah, it's just very, very interesting. But yeah, one who trains Usopp during the time skip. Yes, I forgot that it was him that trained Usopp. Yeah, interesting. So it's a Super League with eight divisions in Gibraltar, with best teams from Europe in division. The two go up, two go down. Others still work in Europe. Every division is composed of 16 teams. Interesting. Okay, and you have a nice selection of different variants in between them. I tried to balance out each country. Now this would be tricky because each division is 8 rounds Swiss format that feeds one single table in each year. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. I've never done database management in FM, so I'm not 100% sure how hard or how easy it is to do that type of work. It's just really intriguing to hear people trying to do it. So now, if your full concentration to Swit format example, round 1 of Division 1 would end up having the phases go up against each other. The winners would end up facing off. So week 2 would be 1 win, 1 loss versus the 0 win, 1 loss. Then the winners end up facing off against each other. So wait, the phase 3A, 2 wins will go up against the people with 0 losses, or with 2 wins and 0 losses. So you'd have. Oh, yeah, so you'd have all the people that win. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. It's complicated, the round example that ends up working. So you basically end up having the team that's top of the table have won all 4 of their games. Second would be the team that ends up having the loss of that particular format. Then the team underneath that would have 2 wins and 1 loss. So yeah, it's an interesting format. Overly, like the thing with that is, it's good for when you're doing it and good for setting it up like that. I don't know how well that would work IRL, because it's a wee bit complicated for the common person to end up understanding it. But it's an interesting idea. You want points, you need to win against the best. Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those formats where you need to win everything. Now, I do think that the Champions League done well not to crank up the format too much, because you don't want it to be too complicated. But that's a statistician's bloody wet dream, that link you're just after sending there, Nimrod. Liverpool, round 1, 12 points. Round 2, 11, 8, 8, 4, 4, 3, 3. Positions. Oh, no, that's the positions they were in, not the points. So in round 1, they were 12th, then 11th, then 8th, and then consistently ended up increasing up. Okay, interesting. So Liverpool ended up coming up fairly well on themselves. But it's interesting that the 2 teams that just battered out with each other were Man City and Real Madrid in your particular save, I must admit. After that, everything is a fluctuating flow. But interesting, that. Look at the live table, points by round. Yeah. Live table, points by round. Okay, so Liverpool had 2 points in round 1. Oh, so they actually won one of the rounds. Interesting. So they won round 7. But still, considering, so Real Madrid would have won this whole thing if they didn't do bad in the last round. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Again, statistician's wet dream. Wouldn't like. I prefer my football to be a wee bit more simple than that, and just sports in general to be a wee bit more simple than that. But if you can end up doing good graphical representations of how it ends up working, it's phenomenal how it ends up working. Like, you need a good graphics engineer to ensure that it looks right. And everything ends up becoming beautiful by it. Okay, so we're getting our new assistant manager for under 18s. Wolves inquire if he's available to negotiate a Godwill Cuny. I mean, at this point, yes, I'll sell him. I mean, it's pittance. It's pittance what we're fighting over, but I'll go and try and get 600. Yeah. Like, that's pittance, but still. Ooh. Sawadi. I don't think so. He's 18. He has the potential to grow. I ended up spending 10 million on him. One good loan deal will probably give Sawadi a good out availability, although I'm shocked he wasn't on the first team. Did I have him out on loan? I don't think. No, I didn't. So weird. So no. Blue can go away. We're not even entertaining that. Not the stats, because it's pretty easy. No. I understand that. Stats-wise, it's understandable. I was more on about the fact of the connective tissue of allowing things to connect to. In wrestling terms, which is where my main focus ends up coming down, Nimrod, because I'm a massive wrestling fan. In wrestling terms, the Brawl for All had this particular issue where they made a tournament, told everyone about the tournament, and then didn't do the graphical capabilities of it correctly. So at one particular point in time, things just completely crapped the bed. TNA is another example of where that ended up going particularly bad. They had done a tournament of 16. They ended up doing a tournament where what they'd done was they had, I know you wouldn't be wrestling, but just to describe where I'm on about on how things can be counterproductive. TNA had done a tournament where they had 16 people do a reverse battle royale, which is one of the stupidest ideas possible. The first people to get into the ring qualify for the tournament. So 16 people need to get into the ring. 8 of them get into the ring. Then those 8 people qualify for the tournament. Then in the order that you're knocked out is where you're slotted in the tournament, which is fine. So if you get knocked out 8th, you're 8th, 7th, 1st, blah, 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 blah. There was no buys or anything like that. But then the tits didn't end up doing the actual graphical point of view to point that 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5. And as things continue to go on, it was so messy that at one particular point in time, 4 went up against 1 because they didn't tell us how that ended up happening. So that's where I say it's a statistician and graphical engineer's wet dream, because you can end up having fun with that if you're able to sort it out correctly, you know? I work in esports, CSGO, since 10 years ago. Happy out for that. This is the tournament system in major cups in Counter-Strike. Interesting. Then you'd know more than I do about the graphical point of views and how, if the graphics aren't set up correctly, they can cause an awful lot of stickiness. I've never watched, unfortunately, a CSGO tournament. Yeah, like that there, it's done nice. Obviously, you want it to be a bit more fluid. But it's not bad that way, you know. Still having situations there where just green means you've qualified, yellow means you're in the playoffs, and red is just you're not doing anything, is sound to end up working. But that's what I mean through the graphical point of view, if you get me. I mean, the system works on that scene. Yeah. But then again, once you do a system enough times, people will end up knowing it anyway. Like the Champions League system, there's still people now, even though it's a simple system, that in football don't understand how the Champions League works. And like a prime example, would he play? I mean, I'll send him to Chelsea if he plays. And I'll send you that offer. They'll probably come back and say no. Otherwise, I don't particularly care. Gonna get a drink. Craic's giving me verbal vertigo. Yeah, well, the joys of Craic having just a nonsensical diarrhea of the mouth and constipation of the brain is a typical thing. Because they didn't present it. Yeah, but the new system is cool, but it kind of still bad. Well, teething issues end up happening on all of this type of crap, unfortunately. Okay. Oh, Real Madrid trying to get Jeremy Frimpong. Interesting. I had enough of playing against sooty teams. What do you mean by sooty teams, if you don't mind me asking, Nimrod? Like, when you say you've worked in esports, you're hardly like a player for it, are you? Sorry, but PSG versus Nice isn't fun. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, just go. I said the system works in esports. Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying you worked in esports. My apologies. My apologies on that one. Oh, you tit. Oh, you were so good. Why didn't you? Oh, god damn it. I guess in that case, we're as well keep Darren Fletcher. Fletcher isn't actually that good, but we'll keep him for one more year, which means we're not actually renewing his contract. We're just going to let his contract continue on. And we'll try and get Van de Berg or someone that's somewhat better next season, because there isn't any good managers out there for the under-23s at the moment. You could try, or for the under-18s, you could try and poke an actual manager, but it's really unlikely to get them. The first versus last isn't fun to do in FM. Yeah, typically, I agree. And when Bayern plays against last isn't fun. Yeah, so I made a database where each game matters, and if you win, you play against the best. I'm a Portuguese guy and love Benfica. How do you find, as a Benfican yourself, fan, how do you find Jose Mourinho being your manager at the moment? Is he doing a good enough job? Are you happy with what he's doing for you? Oh, you don't like him? Interesting. I'm actually kind of surprised. And my league isn't competitive anymore. I don't. But here's a really sad truth. And correct me if you think I'm wrong on this one. And I could very much be wrong. So please do correct me if you think I'm wrong. I don't think, unfortunately, there's any league in the world at the moment that's competitive. I think all of the leagues are unfortunately a bit heavy stacked. Am I missing anyone? I don't think I am. Where's Coop? Where is Coop? Like, well, he's on international duty, so he won't be back in time for the actual training camp. Fair enough. Oscar Cardoza Pog. Is that a player in this senior duck, or is that Oscar Cardoza for Strikers FC? He actually is in this game, although it's Cadenza in this amateur contract, which means if he's actually any good, we could sign him. But yeah, look at the gap even from 3rd to 4th in the Portuguese league. Let me have a look. Serie A, La Liga, Bundesliga. Okay, go away for a second. Benfica. Here we go. So in your particular case, your league has Porto at 52, Sporting at 48, Benfica at 42, and Gil at 31. Yeah, so Porto and Sporting are still in the domination stage of it. Yeah, I can understand that. So you're not wrong on that. It is quite big. Correction. Swiss and Belgium leagues have cool systems. Even Scotland, the system is the problem. You can't change the teams. You can improve the system. Belgium teams became better in Europe thanks to the new system. 11 points, and it's like that every year. Yes, but the Belgium teams are improving, but they're not improving fast enough or good enough. Unfortunately, the only way they improve is by convincing the locals to A, go to more matches, which means you have to lower the price of the matches, and B, make it more attractable to end up watching. And in leagues such as the Portuguese League, one of the principal factors that needs to be done is the need to get streaming services. And the streaming services will help people watch it more, and that'll increase the money that ends up getting in. Yes, but I'm a Benfica fan, and I would prefer to see 4 games against Porto than 1 game against the last. Yeah, but then that destroys that destroys any chance of anyone coming in after the fact as well, you know. So it's interesting, but it's annoying and it's hard at the same point in time. So I understand the difficulties of it. Trust me, I understand. Is it asking me again for this? Why is it asking me again? I literally posted everyone that's in it. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Weird. Okay. But yeah. I understand it. It's just hard to develop and improve. Ooh, who did they buy? Okay. Good. Alex Jimenez is joining us. 22 years of age. He'll be a replacement for Mazraoui eventually, so that's not too bad. I need to finish my database in order to publish, but awesome talk. Pleasure to have you, Senior Nimrod. Please feel free to come in anytime you want to and chat again. The offer's always there. Give us a follow and join the Discord if you want to, in order to know whenever I go live, and we can talk whenever you want to, my friend. It's a pleasure to end up talking and see how things are going. So make sure that it ends up going true. And I hope we can talk again in the future. Blood Bomb, my friend. What's a crack a lacking? It's a pleasure to have you in. Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going spicy, my friend? I hope life is treating you well. How is your Saturday evening going? We are about to get into our 3rd season there. We're just after signing Alex Jimenez to the team there from Milan, and we'll see what ends up happening. I don't like specifically saying where I am because I don't want to dox myself, but I'll give you a hint. The area of Ireland I am from is in North Connacht and is commonly referred to as the piss pot of Ireland. And if you're from Ireland, you might know where that is. It definitely narrows it down, considering there's only 5 or 6, depending on how you look at Connacht, counties there. But it gives you an idea where I am. But still, for them to sign Nambrani for 80 million quid is interesting. A 21-year-old centre defensive midfielder, 77 million euro. I'm guessing that's a release clause. He's an okay player, but we'll see whether or not he ends up becoming as good as he can do. But we'll see how it ends up happening. But I'm guessing. I'm not technically born in Ireland, but was raised in England since I was 3 weeks old. Oh, so you were born. I'm guessing you meant you were born in Ireland but have been raised in England since. Is that it, Blood? Or am I getting that mixed up? That maybe... but, hey, at the end of the day, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, okay, happy out. So what region... by the way, again, do not dox yourself. It's something you do have to be incredibly careful about, and turn around and say too much information or anything like that if you feel free to do so. Everyone must be careful of their social presence. It's something everyone needs to end up taking into consideration when talking. But what region of England are you from yourself, my friend? England is the place I need to go to more. Liverpool have signed 21-year-old Jeremy Jacquet. How did I miss him? How did I miss him? He is a very good player. Was born in the west of Ireland and raised in the northwest of England. Happy out. I mean, in terms of England, Northwest can end up putting through an incredible range of areas, but happy out to that. Most of the people that I know from the Northwest at least have you know, are more astute and aware of themselves. They're not as pompous as some of the people. Like I know a number of people from London or the regions of South England that are a bit too come say arrogant. But you know yourself. But pleasure to end up hearing it. Oh yeah, but like again, everywhere is kind of like that. In Ireland, Ireland have the same viewpoints as well. Like every person that's not from Dublin thinks Dubliners are tits. Northern Ireland and South Ireland will always have, and the Republic of Ireland will always have a bit of you know, bumpiness with each other, which is always going to be interesting. People from Kerry believe themselves to be the best sports athletes in the entirety of Ireland, typically because they typically are. But you know, there's always elements of that. Like I could imagine both technically being, you know, Western areas there. People from Liverpool and people from Manchester are always picking at each other's heels. So stupid crap like that ends up happening all the time as well. I'm sure you know yourself. But it's funny when it ends up happening. But how is your Saturday treating you, my friend? I hope it's been a good day. I hope all is going well for you at the moment, my friend. Interesting. Good. My team won, so I'm happy. Nice to end up hearing. Which team do you end up supporting, my friend? I hope it's going well. Blackpool. Oh, nice. It's been a long time since Blackpool have been in the Premier League. So what division are they in now? Blackpool are League One, isn't it? Or am I incorrect on that one? Let me check them up. Blackpool. Or are they in the Championship? I always liked Blackpool's logo more than anything else. League One, yes. And where are ye? Blackpool. Where are ye? 17th. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Hey, you have to start somewhere and raise yourself back up and hope that it ends up coming good. So hopefully it ends up working out for you, my friend. We'll give him a squad number. Alex Jimenez. Give you 23. Nico Paz. We'll give you 18. There we go. For now, that'll end up doing. We had Steve Bruce, so that's enough said. I don't actually think Steve Bruce is that bad of a manager, if I'm honest. I think Brucey... the big problem with Brucey is he's a bit too defensively orientated in a game where you can't be aggressive. Like, I think that's the problem with that formation. It's the same reason why Jose Mourinho doesn't really work now, or Sam Allardyce doesn't work now. Their brand of football is a fine brand of football, but you need to be able to give a wee bit of a bump, a wee bit of a tackle into it. And I think the game is a wee bit too soft at the moment for them to end up working the way that you want to. Now, give your reply to that. I will literally only be a minute. I just have to sort one thing out, so I'll be right back. So just bear with me, my friends. It is there. So I'll be right back. But say your statement and I'll be back in 1 minute. Katie, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you didn't want to be here, but it's a pleasure to have you, my friend. It's a pleasure to be back. How is life treating you, my friend? It's a pleasure to have you back in. I hope it's going good. How is your Saturday treating you? I missed you yesterday. We ended up winning against Arsenal to become the champions of Europe. We got fourth in the league, and we're starting off now with my preambled horse manure of long pre-seasons, as we end up knowing. I'm doing fantastic. All the better for having you, my friend. But actually, it's been a good day. Got my steps in, got the car realigned, ended up having a nice peppermint tea to start off the day. So something new, you know. I'm getting to that point in my life where a peppermint tea is exciting, which tells you everything about my life, really. We only trained twice a week under Bruce because he couldn't be arsed. Okay. That is astonishing, if true. More that the club would let him away with that than anything else. Not to state that you're stating anything wrong about that, Blood. Obviously, you'd know. You're the fan of the club and would be watching and hearing what's going on. But that's astonishing that the club would actually let him away with that, if I'm honest. So genuinely, that's kind of surprising to me that he's able to get away with that. Okay, good. I'm okay, to be honest. How about you? What would you have in a toasty? Ooh. Okay, in a toasty. I'm quite a simple man, but yes, for me, the nicest I've ever had was a mixture of a crap ton of meats. So I had a chicken pulled pork with stuffing. It was chicken pulled pork, turkey, stuffing, and two different types of cheese. And the place that ended up giving it gave you a nice, consistent gravy made out of the broth that they made the turkey out of. And that was bloody gorgeous. But because I'm lazy, personally, probably just ham and cheese. You lowered the amount of the monthly fee. Go on, so. What about yourself, though? I will be having a few next week. How come? Are you heading somewhere that would end up putting it out for you? What would be the reason for it? Where are these clubs, by the way? League One. League One. League Two. League Two. And I know nothing about the Australian League. So probably no, and no. No. And as for this one, I will say yes to that. So give Duarte at 19 a go there. And as for Harry Amos, he's been sent off. Anyway. The one annoyance about putting in that new thing for the automatic check-in is bots will end up getting some publicity. Really? Okay, that'll accept. Back from making my cuppa. Not too bad. What type of cuppa was it, Duck? Just a regular cup of tea? Did you go for some herbal tea? Did you add anything nice into it? Or was it just a regular cup of tea? Bought a new toasty machine, plus had not had a toasty in 7 years. Fair enough. What about yourself? Do you have the triangle toaster or a kind of more kind of grill toaster? How did that end up working? But yeah, no, I'm sorry to hear that Brucey isn't doing the right stuff with Blackpool, Blood. So do you Do you think Ross Evett will bring you success? The new manager, Ross Evett. Do you think he'll actually be able to bring you up the table and potentially, eventually, hopefully, get you up into the championship again? Because it would be nice to see it for you if you were able to end up getting it. Mainly because I adore the logo of Blackpool. I think it's one of the nicest logos of any club. Well, isn't that his name? Ian Ross Evett? Yeah. Isn't that your manager's name at the moment? In Toaster, I use toaster bags are nice. Toaster will turn them into triangles. Yes, I love triangle toasters. Triangle toasters, that extra crunch they give to the toast and the whole lot is unbelievable and adds an extraness to it that's unbelievable. I adore them. The only problem with triangle toasters is they are a ham and a half to clean. They are the biggest pain in the arse to clean. But I love them. I love triangle toasters. Keeping them clean without destroying the element is a task and a half. Oh, it should be coming true. Let me see. Thanks for letting me know. And I'm listening in my ear and didn't even notice that. What's going on? Okay. Okay, so that fixes that. Why is the NVIDIA broadcast not working? I literally had it in my ear and didn't notice that I wasn't listening. Thank you so much, Caleb. You are a gent and a scholar. Genuinely, thank you so much. I'm so sorry for that. I've been talking for bloody 1 hour with no volume. So thank you so much, my friend. How did I not notice that? Just my standard weak milky tea with 2 sugars. Holy cow, Katie actually did something bar turning up. Katie typically does. That's the reason why she's a moderator. Katie, like yourself, it's always a good bit of crack. Yeah, I wish he developed a wee bit more because I would buy him. With potential in the whole lot, he seems to be worth it. Is he worth the 41 million, Duck? Probably not worth 41 million, so no, ignore him. We do need Young, Tavachi, Ryan, Smith. Former Blackpool player, and we're playing well, just too many injuries right now. That is the heavy problem when injuries end up casting a shadow over everything that a club ends up doing, isn't it, Blood? Hopefully you might be able to get a couple of nice loans in that'll help you get a wee bit better, and we'll see how that ends up going. One's in making cheese toasty, cheese ham toasty, cheese and onion toasty, barbecue chicken slices with cheese toasty. Yes, but again, then comes the problem of cleaning the goddamn thing. It's awfully annoying to make sure that it isn't actually, that you don't end up screwing or hurting the element whenever you're doing anything on it. That's the worry. But yes, they make some of the nicest sandwiches in the goddamn world. Only because I want to see United spend poorly. You're a dick. You're just a dick. Okay, there was a deal there that I seen, and it's not giving me any idea on who it was. I wish the news site was a wee bit better. Nothing of use there. Costanza, interesting. Next time, corned beef toasty. Oh, I don't know how to feel about attempting to do baked beans on a toasty. Especially with how that ends up working. How would that end up working? That'd be incredibly messy. I've never tried baked beans on a triangle toasty now. I've done like cooking the beans and then in the oven creating French toast and putting that on top with the beans. Then I've cooked them separately. I've never tried cooking them together. Corned beef used to be a delicacy of mine when I was young, but I don't know. I don't like it as much since I've been older. Maybe it's the quality of the corned beef that's in Ireland, but I don't know. I couldn't eat that much hot food at once before they cold, but fair play. I don't think she's eating them all at the same time, Duck. But funny that. Okay, so he wants to know why you were circulating his name for a loan move. I just thought he needed it. I don't think that's best use of my abilities. I could assist the squad. Okay. Well. Well, you won't be getting much game time, Rasmus, but fair enough, I suppose. Yeah, same as what I was thinking, Katie. You're just feeling like he needs one of these.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
I'm a marathon eater, not a sprint eater, but alas, am a fat arse nonetheless. I am a fat arse as well, and depending on the day, I can be both. Unfortunately, depending on the day, I can be both. I can be both a marathon eater and a bloody sprint eater. If I devour something, it's just gone completely. Luca is an interesting prospect. He hasn't developed as much as he could do, but like he looks like he could be good. But we have a lot of it's working, Duck. The channel point selection should be there. Everything should be back up and working the way that it was before. So if you wanted to, you can do it. I'm going to regret this very much, am I? Telling you that it's actually working. It's just taking him a while to find the bloody thing, considering I have so many channel points. Imagine Manchester United team putting in effort and winning. I know, it's shocking, isn't it, Katie? But to be fair, we did win against City. Now, City haven't been at all good lately. City have been atrocious in the last wee while, which is interesting. So we'll see what ends up happening with City. But, huh? Oh, okay. Transfer offers. Huh? I'm confused. Anyway, I'll worry about that later on. That confused me. Million, my friend. What's a crack-a-lackin' with you? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going delicious? I hope the crack is going mighty, my friend. How is life going? Is your weekend going good, my friend? Let me know how the crack is going. But yes, my Manchester United is different to many other Manchester Uniteds, Senior Katie, because we actually managed to end up getting a victory of sorts, winning the Champions League last game, and we'll see how things end up continuing from there now when we actually potentially eventually get into the actual league, and we can win the Super Cup as well, which would be even more fabulous for us as well in the near future. Now I'm considering a kid because it's locked up SpongeBob memes. I mean, to be fair, there's a TikTok channel that I end up following that's unbelievable. It puts SpongeBob memes into the middle of movies, and it's incredibly fun. I'm going very well, thank you. FC26 is slowly taking away my soul. It's all good. So when you say FC 26 million, just to clarify, because you might actually mean FC, I'm guessing you mean EA Sports FC, which, if that's the case, hey, there are worse things you could end up losing your soul over, and there's lots of interesting stuff happening, especially with Enter and all that. Yeah. So happy out. I'm guessing you're playing clubs, or are you doing all offline stuff, or how's that end up going for you? Maybe a shock, but I do like this streamer. What was the holy cow for? Holy cow. Okay, replying to Duck. Holy cow. Did I miss one of Duck's comments? Oh, yes. Katie showed up and done something. Well, thank you so much. I think this is the first time you've admitted that you've liked me in a while. Katie, I think you finally made me feel like this. Game. There we go. Hey, I lasted longer than I expected. Normally, I'm premature. Hey! My weekend's going grand. Not too bad, considering it has been an interesting weekend. Sir Bene Kage, the pessimist that he is, can be proven a wee bit happy as West Ham got a nice victory over Sunderland. I feel sorry for Sunderland, but a nice victory for West Ham. Wolves ended up getting their arse handed to them by Manchester City. Tottenham Hotspurs drew again, and everyone enjoys that. And Liverpool ended up losing to Bournemouth, which means Jonathan Morley and Paddy Bucko will end up having rage fits later on today, which will be very funny when I watch it for the 2 minutes that ends up having for that content. And all of the Liverpool fans that want Slot out at the moment. But what about yourself? City was 2-0. Was 2-0. Semenyo scored his first goal, and Omar Marmoush ended up scoring as well. I have my soul back in October. It's fine. Well, until the next game ends up coming. Now, it depends, 2 million, because keep in mind, in between then as well, Netflix is releasing the actual new FIFA. So saying FIFA for EA Sports won't work anymore because they're releasing an actual FIFA game. So we'll see what ends up happening there. It'll be very, very interesting when that ends up happening. But time will end up telling how that ends up going. Really? Okay, well, we have to shortlist you. Yes, so weirdly enough, and I do not know why Netflix got the deal, but Netflix Gaming ended up getting the deal for the FIFA game. So it's Netflix Gaming that's doing. They've created a brand new studio, and it's that studio that's doing the new FIFA game. So we'll see how that ends up going. It's meant to come out this year, but time will end up telling how that ends up going. It may not come out this year, but hopefully it does. It will be a nice addition to see how things end up going. So time will end up telling how things end up going, and we'll see how that ends up happening. Yeah, Marmoush. I like Omar Marmoush. He's nowhere near as good as some of the other players that Manchester City have had in the past, but I like Omar Marmoush. Have you seen the new teaser trailer for like the whole Masters of the Universe thing? I have seen it, and personally, it doesn't look that good. I don't want to be a kineticky fucking arsehole either. Like, to each their own and the whole lot. I don't want to be an arsehole about that type of movie, but it doesn't look good. It looks like standard slop to me, much to my chagrin. But we'll see what ends up happening with it, and hopefully it ends up being an actually good movie, because it would be nice. Really? Huh. Add you to the thing. What about yourself, Katie, when you've seen it? I mean, it looks like it could be fun. I do find it funny that they didn't let Jared Leto say a goddamn line. I find that very, very funny because I think they know that they might have overstepped their bounds a bit casting Jared Leto as Skeletor. I think it's astonishingly bad casting, by the way. I don't know why they went that way. It's an astonishingly bad casting, especially considering Mark Hamill is available and Mark Hamill done Skeletor in the most recent animated version. So hey, to each their own. Jared Leto has fans somewhere in Hollywood. I just haven't a bloody clue where they are or how he's gotten them. But to each their own, I suppose. I get you. You're not one of the fans been waiting 40 years. Well, like, to be fair, in terms of Master of the Universe, there has been a lot of Master of the Universe content. Animated wise, but in terms of a live action version, yeah, since the cartoon almost 30 years ago, there hasn't been a proper Masters of the Universe, that I'll admit. So yeah, no, I understand that, Katie. But it's interesting, and it's not a bad old thing to end up having. Masters of the Universe is a good brand if they do it right. I am concerned, I'll admit, by the fact that it's called Masters of the Universe and not He-Man, because the last few times they have done that, they have punked the crap out of He-Man. I don't suspect that's going to happen this time. I suspect He-Man's going to actually be properly represented, and it's not going to be just a complete crap show of making He-Man out to be a complete and utter wimp. Now, I know that, and I can't remember the actual character's name, I know that He-Man's alter ego is a wimp. So, like, there is lays and balances with the way that you have to do this, but we'll see how it ends up going. Genuinely, I think United have a good chance of getting something out of this game. Not because Arsenal are weak, because Arsenal are in no way weak. What? Huh. Maybe I don't want him if he's just competent on other factors. Like, is there a reason to just get an elite coach? For possessions? Well, no, he doesn't want to join anyway, so... Oh, well, she doesn't want to join, sorry, I didn't even realize that was a woman. We'll think about it later on. But yes, the United game, I think United have a chance of getting something out of it. Not because Arsenal are in any ways weak. It's because United are interesting when it comes down to certain elements of how they end up playing. And that's annoying. United are very, very, very good against high block teams, and I've been saying this for a while, that United against high block teams are one of the most dangerous teams in all of Europe. So we'll see what ends up happening when we... What? Really? Really? Okay, I'll ignore that for now. But yeah, I think United could get something out of it, so we'll see. Henman peaked on the money supermarket ads, and I'll die on the hill. We'll hear nothing else debated over. Shut down Ducky Facts. Your Lord Savior has... Ducky! Senior Duck, are you okay? Are you okay, or has your over 11 days of listening to me finally cracked you? Because where did that come from? Interesting. Had you tabbed for over an hour but forgot to post in here? I did. Well, not too bad, Senior Benny. It's a pleasure to have you in. How is the crack treating you? By the way, I don't mean to say that Oh no, that's total watch time. He's been watching me for far more than that, Katie. But his total watch time is over 11 days. Interesting. Huh. But how do you feel about the fact that I was right and said that the fat lady needs to sing before West Ham are relegated, my friend? A 3-1 win over Sunderland is a good result for you. Oh, but we counted it up. It's close to 11 because the watch thing wasn't working for a while. So he has about 2 days increased on that. Now, I wonder if Benny is just pissed off immediately after putting that comment in and isn't here to actually comment on me being a smart arse. But Jeremy Doku has left and is at Bayern. How much did they buy him for, by the way? How? How? What? It's a shame I can't buy City players being at United at the moment, but how did they get him for 12 million quid? That's... I don't know. I'm speechless on that one. That's insane. Insane. That's bonkers to me. Gillingham, they're League One, right? Yeah, okay, good. MK Doms are where? League One as well. Yeah, okay, fine. Port Vale. God, that's a horrible logo. That is an atrocious logo. Okay, anyway. That genuinely, that Port Vale logo is bloody disgusting. BF, to be frank, Benny's streaming right now. Oh, okay, that makes sense. No bother whatsoever. Hippio, thank you so much for the follow. What's a crack-a-lackin' with you, my friend? I hope it's all going good, grand and delicious. How is your Saturday treating you? By the way, lurking is 100% understandable. Do not feel like you have to, thank you, Benny, you're a gent. You don't have to comment. By the way, if you can, give Benakage a follow. Fantastic streamer in of himself. Football manager.
On the opposite side of the road.
That's funny. I have to change that. It's funny. I have to change that.
Fuck.
Fuck. I have to put in an exception for that. That's very, very funny.
Really? This time I'm an oncoming.
Give Benny a follow. Genuinely a gent and a scholar, American streamer, fantastic friend to the chat and the whole lot. The best of crack whenever you can end up talking to him. Do give him a follow if you can do. I'm doing grand, my friend. It's been a good old day. The crack is going 90. A good couple of people in here having talks with us. West Ham have signed Jack Grealish for free. Interesting. Nice signing for them. How much is he on? 90k. That's not too bad. I was just curious what his actual salary would be. I was trying to scout him beforehand to see whether or not it was worth picking him up. I didn't actually think it was at 31, but still not a bad signing for them. Wataru Endo, has he signed with anyone? No, he's still a free agent. Like those stats wise, you'd almost be considered getting Wataru Endo for one season just to keep him on, but we really don't need him. We already have Emmanuel Ugarte. So yeah. But how is life treating you, my friend? Are you much of an FM player yourself, football in general, or are you just here to experience the crack? And again, feel free to not talk at all and just enjoy things in the background. Lurking is 100% appreciated on the stream. White. Benjamin White from Arsenal. Interesting. I'd be shocked if Arsenal turned around and said no to that. I'm informed that they're declining to make an offer for him. Okay, fair enough. Weird. Barrow and Macclesfield. Well, we'll just go with Barrow because I'm not putting him down into the Enterprise League. Fringe player. Like, absolutely not. Go on, do that. Yeah, big fan just got into streaming recently. Well, happy out, my friend. How have you been finding doing the streaming? It's lovely to get into if you have the gumption and the capability of doing so. I recommend everyone end up doing it at least once. Just remember, one of the best things to end up doing when it comes down to streaming is to always continue talking and just trying to end up having the best time with whoever you're with. But I'm glad to hear it. What type of save are you doing in your particular save, if you don't mind me asking? Are you doing anything exciting with it at the moment? Or are you like me and just doing something simple as opposed to like this? Bloody words, Craic. Yeah, I should have signed him. He was a free agent. It would have been a free 10 million later on. It's hard to know with some of these players whether or not it's worth getting them. Basically been talking to myself for the past few weeks, which is normally how I play it, to be frank, doing a Pentagon save. Not too bad, not too bad. And who is the team that you're playing as for your Pentagon save, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, so we have friendly here, then the training camp finishes. Altram, PSV, Celestri. I am going to do one more friendly. I know I don't need to, but I am going to do one more friendly, and I'm going to do it. We have one on the 24th. I'm going to do it here on the 27th, and I want a game versus one of the big teams. Yeah, let's do a game versus Barcelona. If they accept it. Hiroshima currently in Japan, 6 seasons in, still can't beat the Saudi team for my first one. Interesting. No bother, Katie, as has always been the case. I just love whenever you end up coming in, and it's a pleasure to talk to you. Do let me know when you end up going so I can give you the usual goodbye, because I am quite a smart arse, because why not? But I genuinely, just so you know, it's always a pleasure to have you in here. I love having the crack and having the conversation with you. So yeah, no bother whatsoever. Last game. No, not last game. Yeah. Player's not progressing as that. No, denied. Fair enough, I understand. Then I suppose all I can say to you, Katie, is this.
Off is a direction you can fuck.
Obviously I joke, but still. Ooh. So Coventry player has been taken over to Saudi at 20. Oh, he's 26. I thought it said he was 21. Former under 21. So that's the case there. That makes sense. I missed the word former because it's Craic can't read, apparently. But hey, we're getting close to our next friendly game, and we'll see what ends up happening there. Hopefully, we end up having another good display. We're going to play youth in it first and see how things end up going there. And all will end up being grand. Have you anything exciting planned for the weekend yourselves, my friends? Also, how are you finding it with Hiroshima? Correct me if I'm wrong, and that maybe someone in the chat will end up knowing this. Hiroshima is the Japanese club that Ange Postecoglou ended up managing for a while, because I know he managed in Australia, and then moved to a Japanese club, winning the league over there before he ended up coming to Celtic. No, sorry, it was Yokohama F Marinos that he ended up managing. Interesting. Yeah, because he ended up winning. Oh my God, I didn't know they were owned by the City Group. Oh, that's interesting. Also, Ange Postecoglou played for a City Group team. Huh. It's a shame he peaked, because funnily enough, if he had stayed with them, there's a chance that Ange Postecoglou might have, at one particular point in time, went to City. He could have been a City choice. Having a hot and spicy double chicken burger tomorrow, not double. Oh, okay. Hey, so long as it's what you end up enjoying and want, that's all that matters, my friend. So we're going to go with... We're going to put Lemens there, and we're going to start with Hardy. Alex Jimenez is actually who we're going to start with. Actually, it's not. We're going to start with Saxon, and we'll put on Jimenez at halftime. Euro is one of our main defenders, so we will be playing Euro, but not just yet. So let's swap out Lacey and put Delict there, and then swap Delict with... Actually, screw it, Euro. Kwambwala will be who we keep on, but we need Ilya as well. So I think, as much as I do want to give Ricketts more time as a 16-year-old, I do think we're not going to use Ricketts yet. So we put Ilya there and put Ilya on at halftime as well, and actually go with Willie Kwambwala to give them some time. I was thinking about another double chicken burger. It wasn't hot and spicy. It's not something I've had much experience with, chicken burgers. Most of my experience with chicken burgers hasn't actually been that nice. So I hope it comes out nice for you, my friend. You need, like, I've gone for like fillet burgers, chicken fillet burgers, but the actual chicken burger that's kind of condensed into a kind of patty the same way that looks like that and sometimes looks processed. I haven't had many nice versions of that, unfortunately. Okay, so Cooley we want to give a go. Adrian Heaven, not really. So we'll swap Adrian Heaven there, and Nathan the Cats anyway will be our starter. Stellar will end up getting time, but Ricardo there for Stellar, and I want, if I can, to give... Where is he? Oh, go on. We'll bring Stellar back in a second because he popped up. Yeah. Oh, he's injured. Okay, fair enough. That's why. Fair enough. He's injured. So in that particular case, Ricardo for Paz, even though Paz won't be playing there. So then Festus, Burge there. And instead of Burge, we'll go with Bruno. And instead of Bruno, we'll go with Gibson. What I will have, hot and spicy chicken burger with Turkish garlic sauce. That's interesting. What's different about Turkish garlic sauce, if you don't mind me asking? Like, what's in it? Wadi is who we put there. No, it isn't. Okay, so who is it that we normally put there? Because it's not Wadi. So we have Cooley that we put in the middle. Oh, it's Edwards that we normally put down there, isn't it? He must have played already. Okay, fair enough. Then in that particular case, we will go with Wadi there. And we'll go with Cooley in the middle. And Camarada up front. Well, no, we actually won't go with Camarada up front if he's available, which I don't actually think he is he? No, he doesn't appear to be. Fair enough. How did I not include him? Okay, weird. Then we go swap you and put Sesko there. And then Simon's swap you and put Mbuemu there, but start with Camarada. This is the team we're going to play against Birmingham Linian. Turkish style, they call it. Interesting. I haven't had it in terms of that garlic sauce, so it's something I might end up trying in the future. We'll see. Unfortunately, it's something I've never tried, my friend, so I don't know anything about it. So who knows? Maybe in the future I might end up giving that a go. Find somewhere that makes it and try and give that a go. Euro as the captain. Interesting that they want to give it to Euro. I don't think I'm actually able to change who the base captain is, am I? I'd like it to be the cat if I can, but hey, I have no problem with it being Euro. Anyway, in we go now and see how we end up doing in this next preseason game. Now, hopefully, we end up having a good experience now, and it continues to go on. That's interesting. Supposedly, there's a quote after coming out from Chris Pratt saying that he's made a pitch to Marvel for a future movie with... okay, before I end up continuing on that, Katie, my friend, thank you so much for coming in. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Enjoy your sandwiches with your brand new sandwich maker, making me jealous. If you can put a picture in just to make me even more jealous in the Discord, but don't feel too worried about it. But until the next time, my friend, just remember... especially for you, considering how lovely we are to each other. Just remember, I am Stupid Sexy Craic. Schlongaful. Make sure your weekend is fantastic. Make sure your crack is 90. And as always, Pogba home, my friend. Yeah, give me selection headaches and then try and make people actually happy to end up coming in. I know this isn't primarily what you're meant to do with friendlies, put all the youth out and see whether or not they do anything, but I kind of want to see, and in America we're getting big stadiums, the whole lot here, so this will be interesting as well. Some of these players could be future players if we continue on with the save, although I'm surprised how empty it is, considering it's United. Maybe the US was a bad place to go to for the tour. Catch you soon. Might be back tonight, but I don't know. No bother, Duck. Again, thank you so much for coming in. I'll do the same thing for you. Remember, I'm Stupid Sexy Craic, Schlongafol, and as always, Pogba home, my friend. And hopefully, if you do end up coming back in, the crack will be 90. If not, enjoy yourself, and I'll chat you the next time I'm live, my friend. Have a fantastic night. So, in terms of how we're doing at the moment, the team seems to be working well under this back four formation, more so than our three at the back, which we can swap to if we need to. It's far more aggressive and we can end up getting goals out of it where we need to. But consistency is key. We drew an awful lot of games last season, not being able to get the goals that we wanted. So having a formation that plays through people and still being able to score is good for us. So this formation seems to be doing the work for us. Having the youth able to do this type of play as well. I know this is a much like beneath us team, like a USA team in the MLS. Although, to be fair, they're in an okay run of form. Atalanta lost their last game versus Atalanta, but are playing okay against us. Interesting that the MLS teams would actually even accept friendlies when the league is going on. I kind of wish Benny was here so I could ask him about the way that the MLS ends up working and whether or not this is realistic to fact that the MLS teams would accept friendlies during the actual season itself. And again, another bonkersly defensive team. Maybe the MLS just plays defensively. Ooh. Saxon is hopefully going to be taking that position up there, but a couple of dodgy, for lack of a better word, elements to how he's doing, like crossing. Like if Saxon is able to do that and get good, then he'd be fantastic as a fullback, more of a wing back than a fullback. Do the crosses in for the likes of Gibson to just end up ricocheting it in. Gibson, another player that, it's the cat in this case. The cat, a player that is just hopefully next generational for us, because he's been playing fantastic, scoring goals as much as we can whenever we've ended up having him. So we want to see them continue to play well. It is one of the problems I have when it comes down to these type of saves, especially with the big clubs. I hoard an awful lot of young players and eventually have to either put them out on loan consistently or sell them. Like, some of these players are very, very good and hopefully will end up becoming good in the future. Like, the Cat will probably end up being a permanent resident of the team, hopefully soon enough. If we don't end up selling Bruno, though, there'll be a swap between him, Bruno, and him with Bruno going down there, Manu as well. Paz will end up taking the main attacking midfield position as well. So we'll see what ends up happening with a lot of them. Dogu now. We're running through them, but you'd expect that with the quality difference that's in the MLS. Still, you know, you'd want an awful lot more to what would end up happening. Good. Saxon to Willie. Dogu. DeCat. Gibson. Saxon. We need to be a bit more aggressive. Like, it's funny because this is an aggressive tactic, so it's funny how much we end up passing back. I know it's not really a counter-attacking play, like it's a clean slate formation. So the idea is to just play it through them, not really do counters, but it does tend to be more countering than anything. Even though, like, we do have the instructions set for counter-attack and the whole lot, so like it does make sense. But you know, it's just funny. Now, in the second half, considering the opposition that we're against, we have a 2-0 victory. I might put on just the main team and try it differently outside of the counter-attacking play, do a more possession formation, try and take it to them and upend them instead of doing the counter-attacking football. Now, the counter-attacking has worked phenomenally well. Like, we won the Champions League playing this way. So, like, if it works, which is the good thing, you know? I kind of feel sorry for Francisco. He just, even though he is developing, he's not where we want him. Who got injured? Oh, Saxon. Okay, well, Jimenez is getting his debut chance to see how he ends up doing. Yeah, now change absolutely everyone, obviously except for Jimenez. Give Lamens to get some game time in. Then we'll go with Delict and Ilya. Dogu. Wait a minute, did we not have Saba? Yeah, Saba then down there as our replacement for them. In the midfield, it will be Angelo Stellar there all the time, with the Cat being the main swapping place. Manu will probably typically be playing there, but for now, Bruno is the okay option to be there beside him. So this is probably our best midfield pairing, even though I don't like Bruno in the midfield. But that is our best midfield pairing with, no, not there, with Paz in the middle, with Ahmad on the end. Although it's nice that Paz can play there. Mbuemu on this side. And up front would normally probably be Evan Ferguson. Oh, Obi is there. Oh, if I knew that, I would have started Obi. Sorry, you're not getting game time on this game, Obi. You'll get game time in the next game over Francesco. And Sesko up front because Ferguson is injured at the moment. So that's our main team. So I'll give them 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes playing like this. And then we'll change the formation a bit from counter-attacking to see how we end up playing there. So at 65 minutes, we're going to change the formation up. Not the players, but the formation itself. Mbuemu now holding himself up. Saba not able to get the run through properly, much to my chagrin, and probably his as well. Like, I like Saba. Saba should be a good player for us in the future. And ooh, Jimenez, right position, good old whack it. Delgado, Stellar, Jimenez now. Can Jimenez? Nice pass to Ahmad. Bad work for Ahmad, though. Ahmad should do significantly better with that. Considering we only got Jimenez for about 15 million, it's not a bad signing. Now, I do have to worry a bit about registration. We might be in a case where we have some players that we just aren't able to register because of the oldness of the squad. Hopefully we don't, and we aren't too worried about that, but it could be an issue for us. But we'll see how things end up going. Okay, so we're here now. Okay, so they haven't really done anything in this time. We've had a couple of good chances, but not properly implemented, not properly getting much out of it, which is fine. So if we change things up, make it more dynamic, encourages longer passes with an attempt to get the ball up front quickly, and then attempt to hold the shape. Players to adapt a more considerate, patient approach, keeping the ball, retaining formation, then building the attack. Then go wider. We'll try that. Continue to go out the flanks. Play from the back. Short goals distribution or build-up strategy will be play through the press. That's what that is, isn't it? Yeah, play through the press. Express your freedom, pass into shape, change this to work the ball into the box and remove that, and then do more low crosses to land into people's feet and distribute quickly, just to see what ends up happening with this formation. I don't suspect this will make us much more aggressive, but it would be useful and interesting if it did. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no. UFC 334 fight cancelled just hours before the event. Which fight? The image is Paddy the Baddy. Las Vegas. Oh no, Michael Johnson versus Alexander Hernandez has been cancelled. God, you arseholes. The Sun are arseholes because they put the image of Paddy the Baddy Pumplet and Jais up front, which is obviously kind of the main event for that show. But that isn't cancelled. It's a different fight that's cancelled. So we got a goal off of this immediately. The play is doing well. Nico Paz. Now again, this opposition, we'll see. We'll try this again versus Barcelona and see if we get anything out of them as well. But Sesko having a goal out of this is good, especially considering we had 20 minutes of almost nothing out of them. And we're getting something out of them now with this play. So just before we finish again, I want to end up looking at my instructions again just to make sure that I can try it again versus Barca and see how it plays. And maybe I'm wrong, because although we're trying to play into them, we do seem to be struggling with their defense. So maybe I'm wrong on this. Yeah, it could have just been a fluke. Corner again. Could have just been a fluke that ended up getting the goal almost immediately after the change. Oh my God, what a goal by Jimenez. If Jimenez can do that, Mazraoui done a few of them. If Jimenez can start doing that, that'll be beautiful for us. Okay, saved for now. Come to this, and we might try this later on. Snipping tool. Come here and do that. Cool. So we have ourselves set up capable for that later on if we want to try it. Although this is the profiling of these type of games going a bit cattywampus. It's the same thing with EAFC as well. If you're playing the player mode, which is a crap mode, by the way, I do not recommend it, but if you're playing the player mode and as a striker, you score in the first half, you don't get barely any points. But if you end up scoring in the last dying embers of the game, it'll almost pop up to 10%. By the way, what passing work from everyone. Like beautiful, beautiful quick passes. But again, the opposition were against. But again, we'll see what ends up happening when we end up getting our actual big game. Now, we've completely destroyed their wings. The fact that all of their wings have had bad performances is probably a showcase that done more than we think. Now, I want to give Obi a go in the next game as well. So we want to try and rush through this. We don't really have many signings we want to make. Ethan Ranieri out for 6 weeks. That's unfortunate for them. Well, we'll see. Bayern Leverkusen are after signing Gomez. I'm guessing that's Rodrigo Gomez from Wolves, who at one particular point in time we were looking into. He doesn't seem to have improved as much as we wanted him to. Yeah, Rodrigo Gomez from Wolves. Yeah. 40 million quid is a nice price for him. So not too bad. 4 of the goals were scored from a position close to the penalty spot, which is nice. We were impressively restrictive to no goals there. Yeah, figured that'd be the case. And Hamas has sent out just to give him a comment that the loan will be fine. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't give me the option to track him more often. I do need to track my loans more often, because there was a couple of loans that were bad the last time, and that wasn't good enough. We need to make sure that our loans are actually doing something. Ooh, Kim Min-jae from Bayern Munich to Inter Milan. Even at 30 years of age, that's a fairly good signing for them, if I'm honest. Brighton are going for Ricardo Pepi. Ooh, Chelsea goalkeeper, world-class goalkeeper. That's probably one of the top transfers in the women's division at the moment. Chelsea signing from City. I think I'd have to check it. I know it used to be the case that Chelsea were the top team in the Women's League. The WSL past winners. Chelsea, Arsenal, Chelsea. Yeah, so Chelsea are still one of the top teams in the league. Like, crikey. Still, the United team are up there. Still have Matt Letizia. Maya Letizia is one of the only ones that I knew that they had. But, like, interesting. God, her stats. Wow, okay. Cup's doing okay in the Golden Cup. Nice to see. Why is it? I changed it so that it wasn't fringe. I'm not putting him on loan if he's a fringe player. Not a chance in hell. I'm not doing that for anyone. I don't care who it is. Where are Stoke? Championship 21st. I don't really have a problem with Cups going out. He's 19, so we can potentially use him. Who's Mark Guehi with now? 82 million quid Al Hilal. Yeah, it would be that's the problem there. You wouldn't get him because of that. That salary is bloody bonkers. Now Jeremy too. Oh, maybe he's not as good as I thought he was. I thought he was better than that now, if I'm honest. Tommy Conway for Brighton. They bought him this summer as well, so that's interesting. David Alaba, Mickey van de Ven. 100 million for Mickey van de Ven. Really? He would technically be our best defender, which isn't that surprising, I suppose. Although it is a wee bit, because like Ilya is very, very good. Bastiani being the best wouldn't be that surprising either. Coach Molera, possession, tactical. I mean, just to end up having it there. I don't actually know how many positions we have up for a go, but it's astonishing that some of these people would even apply for the job with their stats. Astonishing that they'd even consider applying for the job. In terms of Miguel, the only reason I'm doing it is because he's good at possession. Because we need at least a bit of that. Yeah, go on. Ooh, okay. Okay. Players considering asking for an improved contract. Well, you say a squad status. You don't really have a squad status, my friend. Although I will give you a new contract. Well, no, I won't because you have a trigger. So we'll wait 1 year. The registration we do need to do. So we'll look at the registration now. So squad registration. Champions League we'll do later, but for now we're at this. Okay, so look at our ability tags. Nico needs to be in it. Lenny. Oh, he's old enough now we actually need to add him to it. So Lenny and Manu. Rasmus does need to be in it, but do we want him in it? We'll see. If we have space, we'll add Rasmus. Nathan doesn't need to be added to it. Dennis does, unfortunately, so it might be time to sell Dennis. We'll add him for now. I mean, luckily enough, we have place for Rasmus, so we'll add him. We'll add him. Now, Dennis, we might actually have to sell. He's not good enough, and he's been deteriorating since we bought him. We got him for cheap. Like 14.5 million. We should be able to get an okay amount from him. He's played 4 games, but that's because he's been injured quite an awful lot of time when we've been in our cup competitions. And Hardy will probably be taking the position instead of him. So we'll probably have to sell Dennis this season, if not next season, which is slightly unfortunate for him. He just hasn't developed the way that we wanted to. But we'll see what ends up happening. Ooh.
I'm 30.
McKins, thank you so much for the
I like
the raid. It's a pleasure to have you in, my friend. How did the stream end up going? Just for yourselves, I'm CraicAttack from CraicAttackCentral. I am a variety streamer who plays the likes of Football Manager, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Blasphemous. I done a wee bit of Clear Obscure Expedition 33, but it's a pleasure to have you in, my friend. I hope the crack is treating you beautifully. I hope FM treated you beautifully as well. How did the save end up going for you? British content. Oh, you're a Twitch affiliate as well as myself. Congratulations to end up having Swindon Town aficionado. Is that the team that you were playing, my friend? And by the way, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so, or feel free to talk away, my friend. It's a pleasure to end up having you in, and anyone that ended up joining in as well. We're a place that's friendly. You can end up having a conversation. You can end up talking with us, or stay in the background and just enjoy the crack. We're currently in our 3rd season of Manchester United, doing pre-season stuff at the moment. I started this off during the buggy period of the beta and have continued with it for the time being and just enjoying it. Yeah, I need to pipe off. Some of the guys might stay with you. No bother whatsoever. Thank you so much for the raid again, my friend. I'll try and return the favor in the future if needs muster. I can do and come to one of your streams. So thank you so much for the raid. Genuinely a pleasure to have you. And Bex, thank you so much for the lovely recountment of my intro. Do you end up playing FM yourself? And again, if you feel like you don't want to comment, feel free not to. But do you play much of it yourself, my friend? Swansea is a nice team to end up going with. Obviously, Swansea are Championship at the moment, aren't they? Or are they League One? I forget with Swansea. Swansea City... Wales 16th in the Championship IRL. So depending on how long McKins has been in it, they're probably Champions League, or not Champions League, Premier League at this point. But hey, nice team to end up going with. Good bit of crack to end up having them. And yeah, pleasure to end up hearing it. So Spurs had him. Interesting. So a player swapped there. So let's look at the news for a second because I want to look at that. News sites. Blue have gotten him. Villarreal chase Servat Mansvik, who was with Spurs, and he's now been signed to Leipzig. So that's interesting that he went there. Spurs for one season and making a €6 million profit off of him, getting one assist off him, isn't actually a bad result for Spurs. He's always been an interesting player. In one of my previous FM saves, he's actually managed to go to Real Madrid, like propped himself up to that one. He went to PSG and then from PSG to Real Madrid. But yeah, interesting to end up seeing. Harry Howell would be an interesting one. At 19 years of age, he's developing okay. The worry would be that he wouldn't develop much more than where he's at the moment. That release clause is far too much. We have a lot of young talent, so we'd be getting him to send him out on loan to hopefully develop. So we'll leave him for now and see. He could be an option in the future as an English international to continue on with our English progression. But for now, we'll continue where we are. Middlesbrough's an okay option for Lacey. Lacey's probably in the final year of where he can actually develop. If he doesn't develop much more, we might actually have to sell him. Or we could keep him and use him on that left-hand side, on that right-hand side. No, we're probably better sending him out on loan and seeing how that ends up going. So do that. Stoke again trying for cups. It'll be a similar style from us. It'll be another championship one. We'd need to be able to remove them. Where did Stoke finish last year? Stoke. Team report. Club history. They were low-ish. Stephen Kenny, though, the Irish manager. I don't think I'm going to send cups out to Stoke. I'll try and pump this up more and do the unpaid. If they do this for the unpaid, then I'll send them off. If not, then we'll see. Twart's been sent out, so that's good. Hannibal is leaving over to Hellas Verona, not too bad. And Craic, who is an interesting player. Craic sometimes has the potential to grow into a phenomenal player, to be honest. So, you know, those are the type of things where you like to end up seeing what's happened. We're only 3 seasons in, so not as much activity has happened as you'd expect, although we got lucky in a couple of places. We have signed, in the last couple of seasons, a few interesting individuals. Borough were League 1, right? League 2. Go on. Stoke tried it again. They offered me less. Go away, Stoke. The cheek to come back and offer me less. But yeah, in the we've signed a couple of youths as well, but main squad wise, we have signed Dennis. So look, ability was we've signed Dennis Siemens as a backup goalkeeper who hasn't developed as much as we've wanted. We signed obviously Kops there. Julian Deville as a backup option as well. Joanne Godot as a backup option. We this season have signed Alex Jimenez, Nathan DeCat, Francisco Camara, Ilya Zambrani, and Angelo Stellar. And this season we signed Nico Paz. 100 million for Paz, but considering the stats that are in him for a 22-year-old, already diminishing because of course he bloody is. I need to figure out why that's happening so often with my players. But because of his progression the whole lot, we had to go for him. So that's the player we currently have at the moment, the players we currently have. So it's going well, thankfully. Yes, so we're in pre-season at the moment, so we're chancing things out with a load of youth teams and seeing how that is going. We're doing the English... or not the English, we're doing a United States tour at the moment, so the teams we're facing off against aren't particularly good, but at the end of the day, something is better than nothing when it comes down to some of these bits. Juventus ball playing centre-back, which is interesting considering the women's team already had barn busters of strength in their centre-back position. I need to do a women's save at some particular point in time. I haven't done it yet. I've very little experience with lower down the division teams or things like that. Wants to play for a stronger squad. Well, you're not actually good enough to bother, but we do actually have a position available. And your wage-wise isn't exactly that bad. There's not a chance in hell Palace will accept it, but we're going to be cheeky. Considering he's angry, we're going to be cheeky and just put in a €50 million bid. There's not a chance they accept it. In fact, they're going to get incredibly annoyed about it. But be cheeky and put it in anyway. See if it unsettles him. Ooh. A friend of the chat is just after going live there, has come in here a few times and has been a genuine genuine excellence whenever he's come in chatting to us. So I don't know how often they've been streaming the last wee while, but do, if you can, for me, potentially give them a follow or a look. Oh, they're speaking an entirely different language at the moment, so no, I leave it for now. But Linus is live at the moment. Anyways, why are... But Colin Little is... I believe Andreas Lanini is better than Little, so judging ability is this, and this. Is Little better? I didn't actually check that. Little is very good, good. Yes, so we will end up sacking Little for him. So go to Little, and will he do a mutual termination for us? Agrees to it. 35k, cool. And then Lalini's after coming in, give him that recommended signing, and then we go. Because we're trying to improve the bottom if we can, as well as everything else. O'Brien, 30 million quid. Interesting. But they actually signed Ben White. That's an interesting signing for them. Obi, you are the most unlucky person in the goddamn world. You're genuinely the most unlucky person in the goddamn world. Because you were going to end up playing in this game. That's unbelievable, Obi. Oh, that's hilarious. Unlucky, but hilarious. Okay. So the under-21 manager, we don't have one at the moment, and he's a fairly good manager. Matty, my friend, what is a crack-a-lackin'? It is a pleasure to have you in, my friend. I hope it's all going good, grand, and delicious. Is the crack going 90 for you? Yeah. And have you been watching any of the football this evening? Are you happy with the Liverpool loss? Are you happy with the Spurs draw? Do you think Thomas Frank makes it out of the weekend still the Tottenham Hotspur's manager? Do you think Arnold Slot makes it out? I don't think there's any chance of Slot being sacked, but Thomas Frank, there's possibilities. I think they'd be foolish, by the way, personally, to sack Thomas Frank. I think they're playing good football. I think he's going to do a good job in Europe. But to be frank, their position in the league is enough to be suspect and warrant the discussions about it. Considering they are 14th and 28 points, especially after that, and Burnley being 19th isn't a good draw, but we'll see. Yeah. You just jinxed me. I've been playing Way of the Hunter for the past week and two and haven't been attacked. After you said something, I've been attacked 3 different times. Well, I suppose I am greatness. And I suppose your reaction was something akin to this.
What happened?
Or this. But hey, you know, the joys of it ended up happening. But with all that being said, how has the Way of the Hunter attack been going for you? Have you gotten any good prey Has it been going scrum-diddly-umptious for you? Have you been enjoying yourself whilst you've been at it? Let us know how all has been treating you, my friend. Sign for 10 million. Okay. Cool, but not for that price. And besides the fact, well, yeah, well, I would take Hector Fort, not for 130 million, and we just signed Alex Jimenez, so we don't particularly need him. I would love him, but the amount of money you'd need to spend on him is bonkers. I mean, we could be cheeky. We can be cheeky and do that. There's not a chance in hell Barcelona say yes. But we can be cheeky and do that and see if it works. Hoffenheim is interesting. Play an interesting style to us. They're in the Bundesliga. It would be good experience for him. I'm actually half tempted to let him go. I want him to be an important player, and he can be recalled. This is one of the ones I want knowledge of with how he's doing. So I want to compile the match report on this one because I really like cups. What? Are they not? Yeah, we fixed this. Premier League, you. Yeah. Unavailable due to loan. Oh, injury. So Victor there because he was injured. Yeah, then confirm that. So we're at 24. Interesting. Okay. I could have sworn I had done that already, but fine. Has top potential. Tiernan McNinnon. Okay. I'm happy with the Liverpool loss. I haven't watched any of the games today, though. I've been enjoying this game. Been a lot of fun. Happy out to hear it. Yeah, the Liverpool loss is an interesting situation. I haven't heard any of the extras when it comes down to the Liverpool. I haven't heard what crap Arne Slot has been saying about it. Do you know if he has complained about yeah, we have him down in the under 21s, don't we? Have you heard if he's complained about whether or not they were playing a low block again? Because that's typically the crap that he ends up complaining about when he whinges about the fact that he hasn't been performing good. He's probably complaining the grass was green. I mean, he's not that bad in his complaints, but I do understand it. Nah, I haven't heard anything. Fair enough. Now, unfortunate for Saxon that Saxon is injured because Saxon's been performing okay for us. Now, we do actually need to... He's injured, so we can't actually fix it. We do actually need to change some stuff with Saxon. But, considering Saxon is injured, we can give Festus a go, I suppose. I hate that this has been happening. Why have they all just souring in terms of their potential? It's so annoying. Okay, come back out of this again for a second. And go to the squad. And look for Festus. Festus. There. So, training... Why am I not able to change this? Maybe it's because he's not in the senior squad, is it? Yes, because he wasn't in the senior squad. That's atrocious. Fine, change him to fullback and change the intensity to double because he needs to. He's not training well enough. Individual change on that. Cool. So we'll change Festus to that for now. We need to do the same with Saxon, even though he is injured at the moment. So we move him up to the main squad as well. Change his training to our fullback instead of defense, because he'll be able to do both, but we'll change him to that and we'll see. Yeah, how are you feeling about tomorrow, if you don't mind me asking, Matty? Do you think we're going to do well versus Arsenal tomorrow? I am cautiously optimistic about tomorrow. I think we'll do better than we expect, if I'm honest. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. How is Euro not match sharp at all? How? That's astonishing to me. How is he not at all match fit? Some of this I understand. Manu hasn't been getting that much time, so I understand it. But, like, how is he not at all? Julian DeVille, that makes sense. Marcus Rashford on instead of you. Festus on there. We're doing half minutes in order to give people, you know, some sharpness. But, like, still, some of these should be significantly sharper than they are. I feel like I always do. Inconsistency will be our downfall. That's the unfortunate problem. You're not wrong on that. It is inconsistency for the most part that causes us the main of our issues. But I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. I think we'll do better than we might think, based on how we've been doing the last wee while. So we'll see how things end up going. I think we're going to give, because we want, like, we still have time to get everyone sharp, but we want, Sesko's not bad in terms of his sharpness. I think we're fine with the way this is at the moment. And we go with this. And we try this for now. Yeah, so we go with this and we see. So another friendly game here. Yeah, I thought he was out of the team. No, we didn't move him. Okay, fine. Then in that case, we will put you in instead of him. Cool. And we'll go with that. Yeah, only good thing is we always seem to do well against top teams, but forget how to play simple football against lower teams. I don't think it's as simple as that, Maddie. I think United, for years, have had a problem versus a low block. Teams that invite us in. We are very much a counter in the basis of it. And to be fair, I think that's the reason why Amron was trying to change the system so much. When you look at how we were playing, we've always been a counter-attacking team. Even under Fergie, we were a counter-attacking team. And the problem with being a counter-attacking team is you need to invite the attack into you. Against the lower down the division teams, the lesser teams, they are very much the same as us, counter-attacking. So they invite you in. What Fergie was good at was going in and actually inviting them up to you. So if you didn't come up, we overpowered you and took the goals. What has happened over the last couple of years is we will go in for the attack and then they'll just come and hit us down there because our midfield isn't strong enough and our defense wasn't strong enough. I think that's what Amron was trying to kick out of us, to be more, like, still be a counter-attacking team, but be more controlled when we need to be, which was both good and bad. But I think that's the reason why we're so bad versus teams. I actually think there's a good chance we'll win versus Arsenal and lose against Fulham. I think there's a good chance that might happen. Now, we'll see with Arsenal too, what Arsenal shows up. Because depending on the Arsenal that shows up, it'll be a significantly different team. A significantly different game. I think Arsenal's gears have started to shift again. Which, to be fair, the club and the team have needed. I think Arsenal have been in second gear for a lot of the last month and a half. Now, with that being said, Arsenal being in second gear, most of the rest of the league have been in bloody third or not, or have been in first or not even in gear. Like City haven't been in gear at all. City have been atrocious the last wee while, just in pretty much everything they're doing. But then again, City aren't as good of a team as they used to be. Semenyo scored his first goal too today, which, to be honest, I'm quite happy. I like Semenyo as a player, so as much as I don't like City, I like to see that Semenyo is doing something and getting opportunities and seems to be playing to the level that he's able to go for. So we'll see how that continues to go. Hopefully Semenyo continues to do well with City. But in our particular case, the one thing to remember, and it was daft of Ruben to do this anyway, is Bruno has to be in the 10. I think the player that gets screwed out of that is Cunha. Unfortunately, I think Cunha is the player that's going to end up getting the drop, which is the reason why I didn't want to sign both Cunha and Mbeumo. But we'll see what ends up happening. The big question is, do you change any of our squad going into the game versus Arsenal? And I suppose the only difference I would make would be put Dogu back into the left back position and put Mbeumo over to the left wing and play Sesko instead of going Dogu as the left wing and Dogu up front, because I think Mbeumo is firing on cylinders, but I also think that Sesko needs to be given the proper chances and that Sesko is good enough to do it. Now, we'll see what ends up happening. They probably won't. I'm of the opinion that Belinder isn't that bad of a keeper. He was just unlucky with the way that things ended up going and had a couple of unfortunate events. Being thrown into the deep end after Adrian Onana's atrocious displays doesn't help him. But Lemens has been doing a good job for us so far. So we'll see what ends up happening with Lemens. I wouldn't be taking off Lemens for anything anyway. Now, I do love that Craic is being his cards to the chest as to where Patrick is playing, because he turned around and says, I think Pat can do both. It was immense last week in his work rate. The way that he played his position was a consistent threat on goal, but I think his general play was something that we're really happy with. So we'll see whether or not he goes back into that left back position. Genuinely, I'm of the opinion that that is what we should do. Drop Luke Shaw and play Dogu at left back, but I don't mind him playing as a winger either. I just think Sesko is going to be playing up front. You can't have spent 75 million quid on a striker and not play the fucking striker. Even if you are a brand new manager, you can't have done that. And I think Mbeumo is a good swapping rotation to end up going in there. Or maybe they just drop Mbeumo and put Sesko on instead, but I don't see that happening. So, there's interesting elements that are going to come into play in the next wee while for that Arsenal game. But it should be a good watch. And as I said, I don't know yet whether or not I'm going to be able to go live for that game tomorrow. Hopefully, I am. But we'll see how things end up going, and that'll be how things end up telling you as to whether or not I'm able to go live. It will probably just be for the game, doing more FM if I am going live for it. But just keep an eye out in case you have any interest in watching it with me, and we'll see how things end up going. No, he is a terrible goalkeeper. Onana is also terrible. Going from De Gea to Onana and Belinder was the worst decision the club ever made. Now, let's be fair. Belinder was always a secondary goalkeeper. And although I liked Sergio, what was his name? Sergio Romero. Wasn't it Sergio Romero? Yeah, Sergio Romero. Sergio Romero, the Argentinian goalkeeper, was a fantastic second choice goalkeeper. To be fair, when we got rid of him, he was 34. So, as a goalkeeper, you could end up keeping him. But having an underneath goalkeeper that can rival the person that you're bringing in is an okay option. I prefer my secondary goalkeeper myself to be younger and the potential to take the position than an older one. Now, I know it works having an older one. That's why we had bloody Tom Heaton there for so while. And you don't keep both Sergio Romero and Tom Heaton. And Tom Heaton was working as a goalkeeping coach at the time. So getting rid of Romero kind of made sense. So I don't mind the Belinder signing, and Belinder looked like he could be good. And I don't actually think, I don't think Belinder is a world goalkeeper or anything like that. I think he's a competent, if not good, secondary goalkeeper. I think he's been unlucky with the way that he's been thrown in and the way that he's had to face the United hit. But to be fair with Onana as well, for Ten Hag did need a goalkeeper that was good with playing with his feet. The sad truth of De Gea is De Gea was, is, and will always be a long ball goalkeeper. Nothing wrong with that. And I would not have released De Gea. I would have kept De Gea for at least another year or two. It was more important for us to get midfielders. It was more important for us to get strikers than it was to get a goalkeeper. But a goalkeeper was something we needed because we weren't going to play out of the back. The problem with Onana, despite the fact that he just made shambolic mistakes and has been ever since United shot his confidence and he hasn't gotten it back since. The problem with Onana is with Ten Hag and the new system that we ended up playing. We played that system for about 3 months and then Ten Hag just went back to what we were doing with De Gea, and he's no De Gea. So in De Gea, one of the things that an awful lot of people don't recognize when it comes down to De Gea is De Gea was one of the most challenged goalkeepers in the Premier League. Okay? He was one of the most challenged goalkeepers in the Premier League. De Gea was consistently challenged. In fact, in terms of the top 6 positions, he was challenged almost double, if not triple, that of his next closest competitor. So he was challenged double, if not triple, that of Alisson, double, if not triple, that of Edison, double, if not triple, that of Vicario, double, if not triple, that of Robert Sanchez. And that skewed things against him an awful lot more than it should have, which is a problem that United have had for years. That's the thing. When we bought Onana, we were meant to play out of the back. As you were saying, we just didn't do it, which was daft, and I don't understand why we didn't. We basically just reverted almost immediately. Within 6 weeks to 3 months, we reverted back to what Ten Hag was doing with De Gea, which made it an infinitesimally stupid signing. That's the sad thing about it. And then he just lost all of his confidence. And that's the big thing with United and big thing with players nowadays. They're so weak-willed that they'll lose their intensity and lose their confidence insanely quick. Now, social media doesn't help with that. That is a monstrous problem when it comes down to United, and a monstrous problem when it happens with a lot of clubs. I think that's slightly the reason why Mbappe and Vinny Jr. aren't performing as well as they are. The light on Real Madrid isn't near as big as the light that's on United. Not to say that Real Madrid aren't a bigger team than United. They are at the moment in terms of the global popularity and their success, but they're not as under the viewable light as we are in terms of world news. They are in terms of Spanish media. The Spanish media consistently ends up talking about them in Barcelona, but I think you know what I mean. I feel a wee bit sorry for Onana. I think Onana is I'm not saying he's a good keeper. He's not one I would have signed. I think Onana is significantly better than the United fans say that he is. But it also doesn't help that because you're challenged so much more as a United goalkeeper, you have to be significantly better than what you think. Like, David De Gea was something else. Like, as was said on Arsenal TV, David De Gea could save the goddamn Titanic. That was the problem. And how Ten Hag and the club, never even mind Ten Hag, how the club didn't recognize that is a bit bonkers. Besides which, you don't release the Golden Glove winner like that. Whatever about anything else, I understand you need a new goalkeeper for playing out the back and all that, but you don't release the Golden Glove winner. You just don't do that. That is shooting yourself in the foot. But it's even more funny that nobody else in the Premier League decided to go and get him. I am genuinely of the opinion that if the season we released David De Gea, Chelsea had the gumption and the wherewithal not to be a bunch of tits and go in and actually sign David De Gea, Chelsea would have won the league. I think David De Gea would have made that much of a difference to Chelsea, if I'm honest. But hey, that could be copium. Onana, technically, if you put his technicals into an FM game, it would be below 0. I mean, to each their own. I mean, I can't complain. I sold him for 55 million quid, and I don't have a fucking clue how I did that. But yeah, he's gone for me. I had him on loan with a mandatory buy option last season, and it was 55 million quid. And I don't have a fucking clue how I managed to do that. And he only played something like 15 games for the team that he played for. I'll search it up after this game, actually, just to show you. But I'm happy that I did it. But at the end of the day, we'll see what ends up happening. As I've been saying for the last year and a half, and maybe this is on Ruben Amorim and his play style, we are a significantly better team than the way we've been playing. A significantly better team than the way we've been playing. And I think if Ruben Amorim's system eventually clicked, we would have been one of the top teams in Europe. I still think we can be one of the top teams in Europe. I think the players that we have are much better than the way they've been playing. But we'll see what ends up happening. Offensively and defensively. Defensively, I think we're fairly solid at the moment. De Ligt, when he's fit, is one of the best defenders in the world. I'm sorry. I honestly have thought that since he was 21. I think he's a future captain. Whenever we sell, it'll be interesting to see how they do it. Whenever we sell Bruno Fernandes, which one of the two becomes the captain? Because it's between De Ligt and Lisandro Martinez. I mean, you probably give it to Lisandro Martinez, even though I'd probably give it to De Ligt myself. But we'll see what ends up happening. Time will tell. Ooh, are they giving the penalty? If they're giving a penalty, I want Nico Paz to score it. Yes, Nico Paz. Let's see if you can get your first goal. I know it's a friendly, but still. His goalkeeping technique is atrocious. Not having good technique as a goalkeeper shows the example is Onana. If you don't have good technique, then you'll get punished. De Gea had really good technique as a goalkeeper. It's no coincidence he was one of the top at one. He was one of the top at one point. Yes. I mean, I obviously I can't comment too much on it. I know the likes of Ben Foster and other goalkeepers have commented on the fact that the basics of Onana are fundamentally off from what you'd typically end up seeing being grown up as a goalkeeper. He does stuff that a rudimentary small GB32FM, thank you so much for the follow. Genuinely, you're a gent and a scholar. I figured you had followed beforehand. But thank you so much for the follow. Pleasure to have you in, my friend. How's the crack treating you, my friend, as well? And again, feel free to just lurk. You don't have to comment, but if you want to comment, you can do. They had commented that basics-wise, if he was in underage football, academy football, he'd get bollocked out of the head for what was happening. But then they watched clips of him in Inter Milan, and although he was breaking courtesy of what a typical goalkeeper would end up doing, it worked for him due to the lankiness and the tall player that could happen because he could get into positions that otherwise wouldn't work. They had said that maybe it was because of the speed of the Premier League that he wasn't able to adapt good enough, and as a result of which his basics made him look an awful lot worse than what ended up coming down. I can't comment on that, but hey, we'll see what ends up happening. GB, thank you so much for the raid. Generally, you're a gent and a scholar. How is life treating you, my friend? I hope it's going good. I hope it's going grand. I hope it's going delicious. How has life been treating you? For those of you that are coming in with him, I'm CraicAttack here from CraicAttackCentral. You can just call me Craic. I'm a variety streamer that plays Football Manager, Shin Megami Tensei, Clear Obscure Expedition 33, Blasphemous, and a plethora of other things. Peak as well with a number of people when it ends up coming true. Please feel free to talk and have the crack, and or just lurk, or whatever ends up floating your boat. As for yourself, GB, feel free to raid and run if you need to, but that sound. Okay, that bot is the best thing I have ever seen. Frosty Tools is fantastic. It does have a timer on it, and you can pay something like €9 a month for it to give you a artificial intelligence version. It looks at your streams and gives you a version of it. Feel free to do it. This free version works fantastically and normally has a cooldown of about 9 minutes for when it comes true. But I use Frosty Tools and then scene.gg for the clip. If you want to abscond and borrow and steal either of them, my friend GB, feel free to do so. And as I was saying, if you need to run, do run. If you want to stay and chat, please feel free to chat. The conversation is willing to flow. I'm willing to give my horrible opinions to absolutely everyone. I've used clip shoutouts before, but that was ages ago. Feel free, I understand that too. We used to have one here as well. Senior Benekage ended up linking me one that was absolutely fantastic for it. That was pop-up. No, what was it? That was, I think I might have a deleted sense. Yeah, I have a deleted sense. We had an amazing version that ended up working for us, but it's gone since, yeah. You're managing Manchester United's already bad enough. Yes, to be fair, but I'm a Manchester United fan, and we started this off during the beta, and during the trials and tribulations that was that awful period of time, we decided to stick with it, and we've seen how things have done. We were 2 seasons in. This is our 3rd season. We're in pre-season now. In that period of time, we've managed to stay up. We have managed to win the Champions League and see how things are going. A new reading here was a terrible idea. Yes, it was a terrible idea, but to be fair, every time a terrible idea can spawn fruit into something great. Sure, don't you know, a terrible idea can go from a slap in the face to feeling like this. Willie B, my friend, thank you so much for the follow. What's a crack-a-lackin' with you? I hope it's going good. Yes! Batista's team song, and in fact, I'm going to add that immediately. I'm going to skip the queue, and I'm going to end up walking that in. In my opinion, one of the best team songs WWE has ever ended up doing. Sylvia are a absolutely fantastic band, and the fact is, ever since they've given that song to Batista has shown up at some of their events, and they give him a shout out and the whole lot. So epic for them, epic to see the whole way that it ends up going through. Would you be a WWE fan yourself, or is it just that you know that song, GB? And Willie, for yourself, feel free to just stay in the background. Also, for anyone that has come through with GB and you're interested in my content and want to end up doing, it's pinned, and there's also exclamation mark Discord. You can join the Discord and see whenever I end up going live. I also go on my socials and the whole lot, but feel free to come through anytime you want to. The crack is always 90 and we're always up for a conversation. But yeah, no. But to be fair, GB, in returning back to the idea of it being a terrible idea to raid in here because I'm a Manchester United fan, just keep this in mind. During my FM24 save, I had done a rags to riches from unemployed to greatness, and started off, in fact, the story is here. I started off with HSV, stumbled into Palace, got relegated, stayed in the championship for 2 seasons, got back up, and then moved to Liverpool, where I won the goddamn quadruple with one of Manchester United's biggest rivals. So it's one of those cases of I don't mind experimenting and delivering out in more cases than one. So yeah, there is that at least. Oh God. Yes, anyway, back to Adrian Onana and his lack of ability, or ability therefore. They were saying that that's what's ended up happening with him, that it's because of his lack of basics that caused the majority of the issues that occurred in the Premier League. And that could be the case. And again, it's one of those cases of, I'm not going to say that he was a good, like a great goalkeeper, but I don't think he's as bad as some people say that he is. Now, again, I'll happily contest that he shouldn't be a Premier League goalkeeper. I genuinely don't think he should be a Premier League goalkeeper. But he performed good in Inter Milan, and if he got confidence again, I think he'd be good in one of the other leagues again if it worked out for him. So we'll see what ends up happening with him. Hopefully something good will come out of it for him, and hopefully Fiorentina start playing fucking Maguire. Because, like, Fiorentina haven't played him yet. And, like, it's only 5 games for them to pay the 7.5 million. But he hasn't played yet. Still, they have a year. So, hopefully they play him those 5 games. I don't know how he's a professional goalkeeper from what I've seen of him. Look, again, all I'll end up saying is that you don't get to a Champions League final with an atrocious goalkeeper. It doesn't happen. You need to have some capabilities to get to a Champions League final. Maybe that was the teams around him, and maybe that year with Inter Milan flattered the living crap out of him. All of that could be 100% true. All I think is that he's not as bad as people end up saying, and that there is a player there, but his confidence was shot. Anthony is another one. Anthony's very left-footed when we ended up getting him. We killed his confidence, and he played well when he went over to Sevilla. Scott McTominay, we killed his confidence as well. He's a good player, not a great player. It didn't help that we were playing Scott McTominay in the wrong position. Same way as we played Paul Pogba in the wrong position. But, like, you know, there's a reason why in an awful lot of cases Manchester United players play better when they leave Manchester United. They just can't deal with the pressure that comes through for playing for a club like Manchester United, and specifically Manchester United, because of the level of sight that is on them. Is the reason, in my opinion, is the reason why it hurts them. It hits them so hard, you know. But again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm giving him too much. Maybe I'm giving him too much levity. Maybe I'm giving him too much rope. Maybe I'm completely wrong on everything I'm saying. I very well could be. I very, very, very well could be. Just my thought process. It's just what I think. Actually, performance analyst, maybe we'll look and see, because we might end up seeing a better performer analyst that has elite in their status. So let's have a look. Yeah, we need to be recruiting top players as well as players who are strong mentally. I don't know. We haven't been doing good in that regard. I both agree and disagree with that statement. I am of the opinion, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, I am of the opinion that since Ineos have come in, one of the things they have actually managed to do somewhat competently is the recruitment. Matthias de Ligt, to me, is a fantastic signing. Mazraoui is a great signing for the price of money we ended up getting him. Lenny Yoro mightn't become the next best thing, but Real Madrid were looking after him, and I think he will do. Adrian Heaven is a great poke. Patrick Dogu looks like he'd be a player that ends up coming true. Don't know about Benjamin Sesko. Cunha is the right mentality. Brian Mbeumo is the right mentality. and we'll see where it ends up going from there. I think recruitment-wise, we've been doing well the last 2 to 3 years. With that being said, we spent an awful lot of money on those players, and we'll see what ends up happening. I don't think the recruitment is as bad as people end up stating, specifically in the Ineos point of view. But we'll see what ends up happening. I also think that... interesting. Maybe you don't want them. Maybe if one is worse, you don't want it. I also think we seem, time will tell, but we seem to be doing better. We seem to be doing better with our Craic, use your words, with our medical teams, and we seem to be doing better. We're getting recruitment on that, but time will tell. At the end of the day, it's too early, really, to judge that completely. So we'll see what ends up happening. I'm still hopeful, and the hope is what kills you, isn't it? The hope is what kills you. So you know yourself. There's no way he joins, yeah. He's 50. We want someone younger if we can. 35, Man City. There's no way he joins for Man City, even though it'd be awesome if he would. Yeah. Although I'm shocked that the rivalry is going through bloody staff. I'm shocked the game even put that in, that the rivalry can go through staff. Bayern Leverkusen is only good on the judging player ability. Let's add judging player ability as one of the options. Tactics, judging player ability there. Come back here. Very good, very good. Man City, and then you. So the one that we just tried to sign, I think, yes. So you'll be enough, and then we might come back and look at it later on. But for now, that's enough for us. Yeah. But what do you think, Matty? Am I wrong? Am I right? Am I smoking the copium? Also, if you're gone, 100% sound, or if you're just listening, that's fine as well. But who do you support yourself, GB? If you don't mind me asking. Considering you're being a bit flippant about my support of Manchester United, I would assume it's one of the other clubs. So my guess, especially with the design of your logo and the whole of which, to be honest, is an epic logo, but the pink would make me think maybe Liverpool. Or maybe I've just deeply insulted you there. Ooh, okay. So Martin Max, outstanding attacking. So let's look at all of our guys here and see. Outstanding for fitness, good for goalkeeping, good for fitness, good for fitness, average, good, competent. Okay, so sorry, Lorenzo, my boy. You are the one getting the mutual termination block. Even though that fitness probably should end up being done as well, but, you know, screw it. Get Max in and ask for a recommendation. I know he's 58 and will probably retire soon enough, but we'll see. I think you are right. Sorry, I was playing with the hunt. Only time will tell, though. I think Sesko just needs more time, and I think there's a player in him. That's what I'm worried about, and that's what I'm saying about Sesko and the team format and how you end up doing it. Because if the option is you drop Sesko and play Mbeumo as the striker, I think that could be concerning. But time will tell. As you're saying there, time will tell, and we'll see what ends up happening. Ryan can piss off or just leave. He's not good enough to get registered. In fact, yeah, bring them up, because we just want to get rid of them. if we can. Pino there. Martinez ruled out. Newcastle's new season has been ruled out for 4 weeks. Interesting. Mount's out as well. We have had no luck at trying to sell him, unfortunately. But yeah, time will tell on all of this type of stuff. But it's interesting the way that it ends up working. Voxy, thank you so much for the follow. You're a gent and a scholar. It's a pleasure to have you in. Enter as well. Pleasure to have you in. Fellow Manchester United fan like myself and an unfortunate EAFC aficionado. Part of, what is it now, 3 teams at the moment? Your personal save that's going on, and your Spanish ATB that's going at the moment. Pleasure to have you in, my friend. How is life treating you? How are you set for tomorrow? Please give Enter a follow if you can. For those of you that have come with Enter, I'm Craic Attack, also known as Craic, here from CraicAttackCentral. I am a Football Manager streamer, well, a variety streamer that does Football Manager, Shin Megami Tensei, Clear Obscure Expedition 3, and a multitude of other things. Peak, so please end up coming in. We did meet 300 followers, and then immediately it ended up going down to 299, but thank you so much. We finally hit 300. It only took the month of January to get there. I am absolutely ecstatic about it. Thank you all so much for the follows. We've gotten 10 followers in 2 days, so it's an amazing that the last 2 days have gone so well. Thank you all so much. Can he be our SFL gaffer? Core, he seems unreal. I would happily be the gaffer. I will stand at the sides and say, come on, you maggots, go and hit the goal. United Strand, that hair is blocking your eyes. Make sure you get the goal. He's the Edge Pit mascot. Well, don't you look, like, with arms like these, with intensity like that, with beauty and an arse that can go for days. You know, I'm happy to be the motivational speaker. Once the arm is fully fit too, I do plan on doing what Enter ends up doing and adding in the sub counter, where I'm going to end up adding push-ups to the stream when that ends up coming in. It's just not solid enough yet for it. I can do about 20 push-ups and then the arm is too tired, so I need it to be stronger for that to end up doing. Get him in the call. I'll actually score goals, Andy. In the future, we'll have to get him in. Have to get me in and end up doing it. I've been in the call a few times, Shamsy. So interesting that, but we'll see what ends up happening. I won't copyright claim. Don't worry. Don't worry, Enter. Just so long as when I get tired, you do a few of them for me. But how was the stream tonight anyway, my friend? Were you doing an ATB? Was it just generalized FIFA fun? Well, I suppose we have to get used to calling it EA now that Netflix is releasing FIFA. But was it just general fun? What were you up to tonight, my friend? I hope the crack was 90. I hope it all went fabulous the way that it went. Considering you haven't been in my stream for the last wee while, just so you know for myself in terms of this save, I am going into the 3rd season now. About to see how this 3rd season ends up going. We are the champions of Europe after winning the Champions League. So we'll see how things end up going on and if we can do a successful defense of the Champions League that PSG failed to succeed for the 3rd time. But we shall see. Not too bad. You're doing an SFL at the moment, are you? Or is that like which SFL are? Because you have multiple Discords as well. You have your elite Discord, you have your regular Discord, and the whole lot. Are you doing words crack? Are you doing games at the moment, my friend? I hope the crack is treating you well, anyways. Okay, so Steele is the fitness coach, so we want to end up getting him. Good. And Diasco was the defending coach. Good. So we want to get him. Good. Improve ourselves up. We have made a couple of good signings when it comes down to it. Nico Paz has just joined us this season. We still have Bruno, so like we have interesting swaps when it ends up coming down to it. But Nico Paz ended up joining us. We ended up getting Alex Jimenez in as a potential right back option. So what's going on? Don't worry, I'll have my IRL revenge for your UCL victory. Now, Senior Duck, why would you want revenge for my victory? My victory has been glorious. Also, what changes do we make to any of the shirts? Or do we even make some changes? Let's look and see if anyone needs a change. Ilya's there. Festus is there. Decat is... No. Julian is there. Sesko is there. I think Mount, you have lost your time with the 7. We haven't sold you yet, but you're not playing enough. And I know we just gave Paz the 18. And by the way, this is hilarious that people might have bought the shirt, considering we gave it to him, but we're going to give Paz the 7. And I didn't actually mean to confirm it because I wanted to change Ferguson to 10. But screw it. Go on. We'll change him next season. Oh, Craic, you're a tit. But hey man, West Ham fan here, currently in genuine disbelief that we're 2 games in a row. If I'm pronouncing this wrong, please let me know. In Dawi, there's another person in our community that's a West Ham fan known as Benakage, a streamer who's currently streaming at the moment. Do give him a follow if you can. Do American streamer, fantastic individual. This buck here. He's another West Ham fan, just for yourself and anyone else that wants to go in and give him a gawk. I was saying it. You're too good of a team to be where you are at the moment. You have the potential to do great and have been unlucky. Nuno will end up getting that team in. The striking options that you've put in seem to be connecting up grand. The big problem with West Ham at the moment is, will Leeds drop down? Because I don't think Nottingham Forest will. So you need Leeds to fill up. I know there's only 2 points between yourself and Nottingham Forest, but they have a game in hand, and I'm of the opinion that Nottingham Forest will go to Brentford tomorrow and get a win. So I think that's going to end up being 5. But we'll see what ends up happening. I don't think Forest are going to have that bad run. I think you need Leeds to have the bad run of form. And sadly, I don't want Leeds to have that bad form, because I want 2 of the championship sides to stay up just for the league, not to do anything with West Ham. I don't give a crap about West Ham going down. But we'll see what ends up happening. I think you have the chance to end up coming back into this. Things seem to be going right for you. Nuno has finally started to click. Now, the unfortunate problem is your next game. Your next game is the unfortunate problem, because after Chelsea, all of that goodwill could end up going down. Do you think so? Why? Why do you think Deitch isn't a good fit for Nottingham? Because I think the way that he's been playing with for Nottingham has been good. I think they've been unlucky. Like, I thought they could have and probably should have won against Arsenal. I think the FA Cup is a mixed bag anyway, and Wrexham, to be honest, just came into that with piss and vinegar. And like, when they faced off against Yi, I thought they were the better player by miles, unfortunately. And like, Aston Villa, you never know what's the deal with Aston Villa. And everyone is counting out Everton, but Everton aren't a bad team this year. Maybe I'm wrong. I like Deitch, so there is a bit of me wanting Deitch to do well. But I think Deitch is going to. I think if he's given time, I think Deitch will do great things with Forest if he's given time and given players. Deitch hasn't signed anyone yet for them, so again, we'll see. We'll see. This could be a case of my copium coming into play and me wanting something that's just not going to end up happening. But again, we'll see. We'll see. Unfortunately, I think they desperately need wins, and his philosophy is defend first. So think it will lead to draws. You're not entirely wrong on that. He is a bit too defensively orientated, but I also think it's one of those situations of Forest are a bit unlucky in that their actual squad, when it comes down to attackers, hasn't been running on all elements. Chris Wood is injured at the moment, and he has been their main goal source. Callum Hudson-Odoi just isn't clicking where he normally should be. Jesus is out as well, and like the less said about Awani, the better. At 28 years of age, he should be better. I think they're not going to do it. I think Forest should go and sign a striker in this transfer window. They're not going to do it because there isn't that many strikers on the actual market at the moment. But I think if they signed a striker, that's all they need. Don't worry, I'm just a mischievous jackass, dry, shy gremlin. Well, we've known that for years, Duck. That defend first is bad philosophy when you really need wins. It's not the best proposal. I kind of agree with you. My other problem with the defend first mentality is it doesn't work in the modern game because and I was saying this earlier on when it came down to talking about different teams. I think that defend first mentality doesn't work because of how light the game is as well. I think the game is significantly too soft for that type of defend first mentality as well. Unfortunately, you can't be even a bounce, a shoulder barge into a player can end up getting them knocked off, and the game is significantly too light for that as a result of it. And I actually think it's a problem. I am of the opinion that defenders are significantly worse and strikers are significantly worse than they were in the last couple of years, but still, you need more firepower, you need more aggressiveness, you need more bounce in the game, in my opinion. I know safety is an element that needs to be taken into consideration, but that's my viewpoint. Do you actually disagree, Duck, or are you just being cantankerous? Because it's a fair point if you do. Obviously, I've never played football at any premium level to give proper accounts on what I think, so I could be wrong. Oh, you mean about the about them being on the attack? I mean, you're not wrong on that. You only need, it's 35, I believe. 35 is the number that you want. The problem with Forest is they're on 22. If Forest were to draw all of their games, so let me check this out now. Forest are calculator. Forest are 22 points in 22 games. There's 38 games, so that means there's 16 games left. If they were to get 16 more points, to be fair, it works for them. So if they were to draw every single one of their games, they do stay up, to be fair. To be fair. If they were to draw every single one of their games, so like if they were to draw every single one of their games, they end up doing that. Now, that's not going to end up happening, but it's just the thing about it. Being aggressive is troublesome in the modern game because it's often seen as dangerous play, maybe. It's a lot to do with that. It's more to do with the fact that they're worried about it triplicating down into the kids game and the whole lot. I'm going to head out and watch the UFC. Sorry, I was only in for a short time, but have a great stream. No bother, my friend. Enjoy the UFC. I will be keeping an eye on the UFC, and if I'm still alive, watching Saturday night's main event, so we'll see how things end up going with that. Did you hear, by the way, Maddie, have they announced a replacement match for the match that got cancelled there an hour ago? Because God, what one was it? Not the main event, but one of the other ones, Alexander something. The fight got cancelled. Let me check it here because it was up on the Sun. Michael Johnson versus Alexander Hernandez has been cancelled. It's one of the bigger fights. The light heavyweight bout just cancelled. No proper excuse as to why, unfortunately, but we'll see. But yeah, indeed, when it comes down to the actual game, my opinion is the reason why it's being showcased as being too aggressive is to stop it in the kids' game, to stop it in the under divisions, which is an okay point. And to stop the likes of a Roy Keane on Alfie Haaland situation where Roy Keane just literally cracks the fucking leg of a player. But, you know, crap happens too. I'll start this match as soon as the advertisement is finished. I'm just after noticing that the ads are on there. Curious, what are your views on VAR? Because initially I was for it, but now it seems like VAR is there to interfere when it isn't needed. So it's interesting, and we'll see what ends up. Again, I'll wait the 5 seconds in case an ad ends up coming through for you. But I don't think VAR in of itself is a bad idea. And here's the thing when it comes down to VAR that we don't know about. 90% of all VAR decisions are never mentioned to us because they happen automatically. It's the big ones that's the problem. And I think there should be a limit of 2 minutes to make a VAR decision. Okay? Should be a limit of 2 minutes to make a VAR decision. If the VAR officials cannot make a decision within 2 minutes, it goes to the referee's decision, and the VAR representatives are fined for not getting the decision within the 2 minutes. As a result of it, I think that's the way you do it. Makes the VAR officials have levity on the decisions they need to do, and it moves the game on. 2 minutes is too long. Checking an offside for 5 minutes is far too long. Even 2 minutes is too long, but it gives a fairness to it. Otherwise, you go with the referee's decision, and if you're wrong, you're wrong. The other 99% of the time where we don't hear about it and a VAR is literally in the ear of the referee and it goes through, fine, nothing wrong with that. But you shouldn't be taking, like, even 30 seconds is too long. But again, you need a bit of levity, a bit of time. I think 2 minutes is the pressure that ends up going. We'll hear an awful lot more about VAR this week in particular, because this weekend, both Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher have been doing VAR duties. I don't know what games they did, but this weekend, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher done a couple of games, so they'll be able to give more process into how the VAR decision making ends up working, and we'll see whether or not they screwed up any elements. But in general, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it needs to be queued up. I think, ironically, Qatar done it the best. And we've seen in the World Cup it work pretty well, pretty quick, pretty effectively. We'll see what ends up happening, and maybe more needs to be done in the technology for it to work. I don't think the changes that have been done to the rules help it either. The new offside rule makes it a deplorable pain in the arse for VAR, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. There's been a few fights that have been cancelled. Yeah, it's one of the prelims. All the fights right now are prelims until like 9 p.m. Then the main card fight starts. The main event should be around midnight. Not too bad. So yeah, we'll be talking around 4 o'clock for the main fight. That's the case. I just know, I don't know those prelim fights. I don't know if any of them were big, Matty. I just knew that there was the case that some of that was coming true. But yeah. That's my opinion. It's tricky because how do we define what is a referee mistake? It comes down to opinion a lot of time. But that's where I feel it's fine. VAR is meant to be there to help the referee come to the right decision. And if the referee makes the wrong decision, VAR comes in and tries to officiate the game to make it better. That's what VAR is meant to be. But the referee is the integral point of this conversation. It's the referee's point that stands. In rugby, the referee is mic'd up, and what the referee says goes. Even if the VAR commission turns around and says the referee is wrong, the referee can tell them to shut the fuck up, and you go with the referee's decision. The referees need to stand with more gumption, power, and feel stronger and the whole lot. So, that's it. No, Maddie. There's one word in the English language that will offend me. You're never going to use it in this chat. Other than that, you will not piss me off. And if you do piss me off, I will let you know. You're allowed to be an ass here. That's how civil discourse is allowed to happen, and conversation points are allowed to end up coming true. And I genuinely didn't know. So we're just talking about it. So if I think you're being a wee bit too much of an ass, I'll point it out. Otherwise, do not worry about it, my friend. Talk as free as you want to. I will call you on when you're overstepping a bounds or when you're going too bad. Feel free to end up going down it. Like that. Just be Max Verstappen. I love that. I love that so much. Oh God, that's funny as hell. I need to put those breaks in so it doesn't actually do it for them. I'll do that after this so that the actual bloody bots don't get check-ins. But yeah, that's the thing about it. I think just my opinion is the referees need to be more boom boom and go down. It's not. It doesn't happen anymore because the burlarps don't get saved to the YouTube. So I don't make any money on YouTube anyway. No one's fucking watching my YouTube live streams. But thankfully, it doesn't end up having any issues. And Twitch hasn't whinged about it in a while. So we'll see how that ends up going. No bother, my friend. Feel free to pop in at any point in time if I'm still live and just have a conversation about how the games are going. But enjoy the show, Maddie. Again, keep an eye on whether or not I'm streaming for the United game tomorrow. I might be. We'll see how things end up going. Just remember for yourself, I have been stupid, sexy Craic. The Craic has been 90. Make sure your weekend is fine if we don't end up talking. Shlán go fóill, and as always, my friend, Pog Mahon. Adios, amigos. But yeah, indeed. That's my viewpoint on it. I think they just need to have a bit more gumption about themselves and stand up a wee bit more. And I think that's the main issue that's coming through at the moment. The referees just aren't standing with enough intensity for it. And I think that's one of the main problems that people have as well. They feel like the referees are being overshadowed by VAR. They feel like VAR is becoming the referee instead of the referee using VAR. And that's a perspective of how VAR ends up coming through and how we know of it. It must be the referee's decision. VAR is a tool to help the referee, not a tool to hinder the game. That's my viewpoint. What it's done is make their jobs much more difficult. Ironically, indeed, it hasn't. Ironically, it's the opposite. It's just that 5 to 10% where it makes the referees look like tits. That it's the problem. Because most of the time, VAR will have told the referee what the right decision is and the referee will go for it straight away. The big problem is the referees don't come out and talk. I think if they're adding in halftime talks with managers and they're adding in full-time talks with managers, they need to add in full-time talks with referees and get the referee's opinion on the game and let the referee stand on their own 2 feet and let the referee stand with the decision that they've made, and you tell the people why you've done what you've done. And I think that would help infinitesimally on making the referees appear to have strength and character again. I think that would help amazingly for the game. Or maybe I'm wrong. I think one of the big problems when it comes down to refereeing at the moment is the average person just thinks they're feeble assholes who bend the knee 100% to VAR and aren't willing to stand up. I think it would help quite significantly to hear a referee turn around to VAR and say, nah, I'm going with my decision. But that's the other thing as well. If, as I said, 2 minutes is the menu. If they haven't come back to the referee in 2 minutes, the referee goes, okay, you've gone by, you end up getting your punishment. Let the clubs file an injunction against the VAR officials. I'm going with my decision. This is the right one for now, and go that way. I think that's how it should be done. Myself. But yeah. Oh, PSV have Sergi and Dest. Interesting. I've always liked Dest. It's a shame he's not a particularly good player in FM. I've liked him as a player. I've purchased him in a couple of my saves. Other than that, I have no idea who any of these... Oh, PSV got Richarlison! Richarlison went out for free. And I could have ended up getting him. And I would have just gotten him for the 1 year to sell him, but that tends to pick you in the arse when you do it. So if there's no chance of using them, and to be honest, I was afraid I had too many people over the limits for the Premier League and definitely would for the Champions League to register them. So that's one of the reasons I didn't bother. I am curious, and I'll see here when we end up going in how much he's actually worth. They have a Van Nistelrooy. Huh. I wonder if it's Ruud Van Nistelrooy's son. Because I know Van Persie's son is in this game, Shaquille, and Shaquille's actually not a bad player. I actually will check Shaquille after this to see how he is. But let's have a look, first of all. Richarlison's transfer value, does it tell me? No. So we'll have to check after this game to see what Richarlison's transfer value is. They have Van Brommel. Interesting. Okay. We will check him, and then we'll check the under kid as well. Premier League referees are people with no conviction. They fall back on VAR. That's my opinion, Doc. And even if they aren't wimps, they don't project themselves with any element of authority. That's why I love listening to rugby referees, because rugby referees go into players, and it feels like if the player isn't careful, the rugby referee's just going to knock them with a wallop and knock them on their arse, which is epic and makes it feel awesome, and the authority shines through everything they do. Is this FM26 genuinely is actually any different from previous FMs? So yes, this is FM26. This match engine is different to the ones that are done before. All of this UI stuff is different to it. The game has been built on a brand new engine. The main bit of the difference that it is for the engine is the match bit of it. Most of everything else is almost identical to 24. Now, I'll go into this so you can end up seeing it. One of the main changes that is done to the game is this particular angle. This angle that we're seeing here wasn't in 24. You could mod in this angle, and people could happily end up doing, but this angle wasn't in there. Even though the players look, not great, these are better models than what we've seen before, and the actual fluid play from where they connect to is better than in FM24. I play the game quite fast, both for the chat and both for me, in order to keep things up. So you don't see as much of the feet work and the touching work that ends up going into what ends up happening here. But that ends up being a thing. The stuff that's there before, like the tactical, this was in the old game before, and this is probably how you see FM26 or 24. But you have stuff like dynamic sidelines, the vertical strolling, the aerial, the behind the goal, the 2D classic. You can do all of this stuff. The main change is this engine. Like you can see, there's assistant referee up there. It's not that it's camera work. To those that haven't been paying too much attention to it, it doesn't look that different. This match engine is a good bit different. To 24. But the graphics aren't enough for someone who isn't a fan of this game, like, for years, to make it feel new. This feels like 24 with a different coat of paint, and in my opinion, a worse coat of paint. This is like going from a car that's gloss to a car that's matted. It's the same car, but just different shine. And there's certain elements of this UI that are big problems. When the game initially came out, it ran like crap. It's running much better now. One of the big problems is it still has the golden rule of 3. And then one of the absolute biggest changes that's been done to it in D is this. Tactically, you now have an in and out of possession tactical formation. So you can change how everything works in and out of possession with much more control over how every single element of it works. An awful lot of it is eye candy, because you can just go into the character and all of this stuff that was in 24 is still permissible now. But because of that, you can view it an awful lot more, and it seems an awful lot more into it. This bit here is the main change of FM26 compared to FM24, and what makes the game completely different. It's still a very fun game. I still recommend it. If you have 24, I would stick with 24 and go with mods. Go to the Mad Scientist and get a couple of mods of them. Go on to FM Scout and find some of them. I still have the skin. I think this is here. Yeah, go and get that for FM24. It makes FM24 better than this game, in my opinion. But to each their own. Freeman, myself, what's a crack-a-lackin'? It's a pleasure to have you in. I am Irish. Indeed, I am from the Republic of Ireland in Connacht. I'm not going to tell you specifically where I am because I don't want to dox myself, but for Irish people who know, I'm in the location that is the piss pot of Ireland. If you know where that is, you know where it is. Congratulations to yourself. Please feel free to follow and join in for any of the streams that you want to end up doing. Ask away, talk away. Pleasure to talk and see how things end up going in and see how things are. Indeed, I recommend the game. Now, I don't recommend the game at 40 quid. I am of the opinion that you wait and try and get it on sale if you can. With that being said, it's great fun. You will end up getting engrossed in it as people end up doing, and you'll make as much fun as you end up getting out of it. Simply because of the lies that Sports Interactive doing, I don't recommend buying this game at full price. But it's a good game. I can't argue that it's bad at the moment, and it's running significantly better than it was. Because of the way it's running now, I do recommend the game. Of course, I know it's not the same, but do you like Northern Ireland football too or no? I don't pay much attention to Irish football in general, my friend. And I must admit, I haven't looked at the Northern Ireland League at all. With that being said, I am aware of the fact that Northern Ireland as a international league are doing significantly better than the Republic of Ireland. Do Northern Ireland have their own league, by the way? Or am I just smoking complete copium? Or is Northern Ireland part of the Airtricity League? Northern Ireland football. I should know the answer to that question. Yes, Northern Ireland Football League. They do have one. No, they have their own. Yeah, no, unfortunately, I don't pay attention to that. I am understanding of the fact that Northern Ireland have currently a better football team than the Republic of Ireland. It helps to have some players like Conor Bradley there, who I think is an actual genuinely good player. And Michael O'Neill is an okay manager. I won't call him great, but he's an okay manager. I like Northern Ireland. I think it'll be good to see how things go. Unfortunately, I know very little about your actual league. Though I don't have a PC, so I'll have to buy it on console, and that's usually watered down. From what I have heard, the console version of this game isn't bad indeed. And you can tell an awful lot of this game has been changed to be console-fied. Like here. Okay, so maybe it'll work now. Give me a second. It mightn't work for me. So yeah, here. You can see the console ends up coming up. You can go into the tactics. You can point over everything that's being done here. You can go in and move in order to do whatever you need to do. It is designed, in theory, to work with a controller. I'm not sure how nice that is to use, but it is designed to work with a controller. I think that's the reason. I think that's the reason why they went into the engine, to make it easier for that. I would be shocked if the console version isn't almost identical to this, if I'm honest with you. So give it a go and come back and let me know. Give us a follow so that you know when I'm live again. I think you followed there. So and go into the Discord and come on whenever I'm on. Let me know how it goes. Oh, you're a Sunderland fan. You must hate the day. You must hate today that. Oh no, you're on about the player, Paddy McNair. Yeah. Who do you support yourself, Freeman? If you don't mind me asking. Paddy McNair is actually a fairly good player. I think he's playing for. He's in the MLS at the moment, isn't he? Or am I wrong on that? God, he must be in his 30s at this point. Oh, you're right. I haven't heard of them. Ardonians FC, 8th in the Scottish Championship, and you lost today to Ross County. Fuck that. That's unfortunate. You lost to the team below you. 2 games in hand. Oh, that's annoying. You lost to the team with 2 games in hand that are 1 point away from you. Eey. That's annoying there. Unfortunately, I am a United fan, which is one of the reasons why I'm playing at them. I done this as the beta. I wasn't intending on saving with this save, but it is what I'm at. So I'm enjoying it for the time being. And we'll see how we do tomorrow versus Arsenal. We had an original club, luck for them, won the Scottish Cup back in the day. It's beautiful when that ends up happening, when you end up having legacy and the whole lot of it ends up going through. It's kind of funny when people end up talking about the likes of Newcastle, who are supposedly a big club, but I think have only ever won 5 trophies, you know? So like, yeah. I know there is Aberdeen. Is Aberdeen the only Scottish club that has won the Champions League. I know it wasn't the Champions League when they won it, because they won it with Fergie, didn't they? Or was that the Europa League? Because there isn't many Scottish teams that have won Europe, have there? Weren't OG club involved in some record-smashing Scottish games? Interesting. Just want to say, Craic, I was brought onto your stream by Enter, but I love your energy, man. Well, pleasure to have you in, my friend, and please feel free to come in anytime you want to. Enter's fantastic, anyway. Andy's a gas bit of crack. We have done a number of saves together with each other, online saves on this and the whole lot, and I've been in the chat a couple of times playing EAFC. It's just unfortunate I'm a bit crap the AFC, but we'll see what ends up happening in the future. So keep an eye out. I'll be in his chat, and I'll be sometimes playing the game as well with him. So, we'll see how the crack ends up going. Funny you say that. The man that lifted us the cup in 1924 went on to Newcastle to win them the title last time they did it. Happy out to that. Hey, the coincidences are a wonderful thing, Free. Celtic won the Champions League. Okay, fair enough. Am I right or am I wrong that Aberdeen won it? Or was it just the league that Aberdeen won with Fergie? I think Fergie won it with them, right? Or am I wrong on that? Fergie's pre-United won a cup, Winners' Cup. Okay, fair enough. 15-0. What a goal record. Also, first team for pen taken. Okay. I've known Andy since I was 13, and I'm rubbish at clubs. Hey, the joys of it. The joys of it. And also, allow me to say, I'm sorry that you've known him since you were 13. But one of the rules of this chat, and unfortunately, it helps in this case as well, is I don't pay for your therapy bills. Senior Duck has been here watching me for over 9 days, technically 11 because the watch time didn't work for a bit, and he's been told multiple times I don't pay for his therapy bills. But don't worry, I'm sure he's getting one soon enough. Aberdeen won a Winners' Cup. Rangers did too, yeah. Rangers are an interesting club, especially considering to get back into the top flight after going bankrupt and going 5 tiers down. It's a showcase of the fan support you end up having and the whole lot, the way that it works. The original RD played in Europe, but the new one haven't. I've never seen it. Hey, anything can happen, and I know the Scottish League are working hard to try and get more money into it. I know they're working on a streaming deal. There was talks of them potentially doing something like the Bundesliga did with the Insider and That's Football with Mark Goldbridge, where they potentially get streaming done on YouTube to get extra advertising revenue brought in that way. I don't know if that would work for Scottish football, but it would be interesting if it did, and then that trickled down. I was saying earlier on, I think that's something that some of the lower leagues should end up doing, trying to get more streaming deals to get people in, and obviously do work to end up getting people into the actual stadiums as well. Not an easy thing to end up doing, but it is something you should end up trying to do as much as you can. He's a good he's a good guy deep down. Yeah, no, but I like Andy. I like Andy. That's why we chat and have the good bit of crack in D. Or Enter, I should call him Enter. I should call him the name that he goes by online. That's the reason why we end up talking the whole lot. And that's why I'm glad that he ended up giving us the raid. He was mentioning that he was going to do it a while and get me to 300. So he's going to be chuffed that we actually got to the 300 followers, because I've been stuck trying to get to 300 for about 2.5 months. So it's handy that it ended up working and got it today. Let's hope that things go higher and greater from here on. Thank you, Freeman, for being 301, my friend. It's a pleasure to have you in, my friend, and an absolute genuine warms the cockles of my cold dead heart. But yeah, to be frank, Aberdeen won the European Super Cup. Okay, yeah. Which, I mean, you only get into the European Super Cup if you win a European thing of some description, right? Or am I wrong on that? But yeah. Funny, if Rangers didn't die, then my club wouldn't be called Eredivisie Ordinaires right now. Due to dying, we had to change our name. Rangers never got Med too, which made us say, wow, we got our old name back. It was amazing. Wait, why is that the case? So why could you not use your old name? If Rangers were able to use their old name, why weren't you allowed to use your old name? Because that's weird. I follow Liston Distillery on Facebook, That's a random fact, but to be fair, it's always nice to follow distilleries in case they end up giving away free crap. I've never actually been to a distillery, and it's something I need to do in the future. Like, I've never been to the Arthur Brewery in Dublin, and it's something I have to do in the future as well. By the way, I know a listed distillery or football club in Ireland. I'm just being a smart arse. Go on, Shaggers here, another. Shagger. What a name. Well, Rangers are a big club, so they let them get away with it. Rangers and Celtic get away with everything. Yeah. Although it's funny, too, because people have been making notes about this for a while, and it's interesting whether or not it's true. If Rangers and Celtic, as has been rumoured for a while, joined the actual English Premier League structure the same way as Wales ends up doing with Wrexham, if the Scottish League joined the English League and combined it to one league, where would Rangers and Celtic end up being? I'm of the opinion, and maybe this is too harsh, I'm of the opinion they'd be championship level. Yeah, but the Barca and Real Madrid thing was the Super League, and we don't really want the Super League. Well, buddy, the Real Madrid owner wants that. But yeah, I'd happily let them go. Well, the sad thing is, if you did, your league all but dies, Freeman. That's the sad thing about it. As annoying as that is, if they did join, your league all but dies, which is a really, really sad indictment. But it is the situation of what would end up happening. Okay, fine. I thought I had that cancelled. The go straight out. If Celtic and Rangers joined the Premier League, they would be better than West Ham. Do you think so? Do you think so? Indeed, I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. I don't think West Ham are as bad as the start of this season has indicated. But again, could be wrong. They would be up near the top eventually, mate. The old firm has a huge backing with Prem money that explode. That's true. That's true. The Premier League money that would come in would end up being a thing. Now, the other thing is, I don't think the Premier League would let them away with the crap that the Greens, what's the name? The Green Army and the Rangers Club have been doing. I don't think that crap will be allowed with. I think they get so many fines put on their arse for the way their fans have been performing with each other that would be an issue in of itself. But you're probably not wrong with the extra money they get with the sponsorships that they end up getting. You're probably not wrong on that. They probably would explode. Yeah, but I suppose they would on the sponsorship side of things. Like, just being one of the main... Like, United are still that kind of way where we're the eighth most financially solvable club in the world at the moment, and we're not in Europe, which is kind of funny. But yeah, it would definitely end up making a difference. Although it's funny too when you end up thinking about it, because like sometimes the fan base and the whole lot doesn't matter. Isn't there a club in League One that has a 35,000 seat stadium? I think it's Stoke have a 35,000 seat stadium, which means they can fill themselves up and end up getting good publicity in the whole lot. I know they're not as big fan wise as Celtic, but sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes it just ends up hurting you more. Yeah, it would just take time, yeah. If they get stuck in the championship and parachute payments stop you, screwed. Well, I don't agree with the parachute payments. I agree with it for the first season. I don't agree with it getting 3 years of parachute payments. Although here's an interesting question for you. And I doubt anyone knows the answer to this. I'll actually ask it after the advertisements. I should start reintroducing the advertisement screen, if I'm honest. Yeah, this thing. I should start introducing this again. Just you know, put a wee bit of a difference in between things while the advertisements are going on. I should introduce this again. I thought you signed him. I thought that was official, Indy. I thought you signed it, Traore. Fabrizio was on about it. You've done an interesting deal because you sent someone the other way. AC Milan and Mike. So Mike McGannon's after signing with AC Milan. Interesting. That La Liga there. Harvey Elliott has travelled with Aston Villa. He's hasn't travelled as he's part of the team squad for Sunday. Fair enough. Closing in on a deal for Norwich, 2009 guy there. There. Zandy, Ether Manerio arrives, scores and leaves. There. I'm almost positive I seen that deal was done. The Ahmad Traore deal. I know that there's someone swapping the other way. That's there. Yeah. And West Ham reached verbal agreement to sign Adama Traore. Guardo Rodriguez will leave to join Valencia. Is that a good move? Is getting rid of Guardo Rodriguez to bring in Adama Traore a good move? It's not officially done. He still has to do the medical, but it's almost done. Like the deal is done in principle. Like it'll be done by next weekend, if all goes well. So it should be done. Is basically the point. But getting rid of Guardo Rodriguez, I don't know if that's the right move. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But I like Traore. He's powerful. Traore will bounce the living crap out of the people around him. And in the midfield, you can get away with that. I like Traore. I think it's an okay signing. But we'll see. Plus, you think current two Scottish could attend Premier League money? Yes, I think they could. But we'll see. One of the big things when it comes down to them is the money that they make off of the Spanish league is about that you make in the championship. So you make almost the same amount of money. But we'll see. Knowing who runs them. That could be the other thing. The people that run them are a bit frugal. So we'll see what ends up happening there. So you're not wrong on that, Doug. But yeah, so it's not 100% done yet, indeed. But it should be done by next week. Are you for it or against it, Adama Traore? I think it could be good. It's just the losing Guardo Rodriguez that I'm not sure about. I'm not a big fan of Guardo Rodriguez, but he's consistent. Is my viewpoint when it comes down to him. So I don't know. I know he wasn't playing today. But we'll see. Squad. Where is he? Guardo Rodriguez. Yes, the 31-year-old. Like I know he's 31 in the whole lot, but we'll see. I don't know much about you. Who do you support? You'll think less of me. I'm a Norwich fan. I mean, one of my team's players have gone to Norwich. No, there's a reason I'm playing them. Like Senior Enter. I'm a United fan. I have to live with the squalor and the wonder that is being a Manchester United fan. I didn't even notice we scored. I need to see who's done that goal. I'm a Manchester United fan, so I have the joys of the pain that has been Manchester United, and it's been talking points on this stream for a while as to why I don't think we're actually as bad as people say we are, and elements such as that. So I have the wonderful joy of being that. I'm a Manchester United fan. I've been saying it for about a year, and maybe it's Ruben Amorim because he was trying to change the play style and the whole lot. I don't think we're near as bad as we were playing. Even under Ten Hag, we weren't as bad as we were playing. I do think one of the stupidest things that Amorim ever did was put Rasmus out on loan because we needed the extra striking support. But still, what can you do? But hey, it was nice to end up getting a win. I think Craic will be a revelation. I don't. Counter-attacking football is United's way of play. And we are one of under Ten Hag, and under Eric Ten Hag, and under Ruben Amorim we were as well. You could see it every time we played. We were bonkersly threatening against high block teams. Under Eric Ten Hag, defensively, we were inept. That was because Eric Ten Hag signed Adrian Onana. In Eric Ten Hag's 10 season, if he had remained with David De Gea, it would be an entirely different conversation of how things went. In fact, I doubt he would have gotten sacked if he'd stayed with David De Gea, but that's an entirely different conversation. United's biggest problem for years has been their defence. They've sorted their defence out for the most part. I love Matthias de Ligt, and if himself, when he comes back, and Lisandro Martinez can stay fit with Lenny Yoro and Aidan Heaven as two backups, I think we'll do phenomenally well. I think Patrick Dogu will do a great job at left back or winger whenever he's down there, and we're doing well with the attacking front. Our big problem is low blocks. I was saying it earlier on. We want to invite people to us. We want to invite people to us, and against lower down the divisional teams who do blocks and wait for you to come down, who park the bus and wait for you to come down, we're shite against that. I think there's a distinct chance we outplay Arsenal, because we almost did it at the start of the season, and Arsenal are just set pieces, and we'll see how we do defensively against set pieces. So it'll be interesting to see how things end up going. I am optimistic about Manchester United, but I've been optimistic about Manchester United for a long bloody time, so we'll see what ends up happening. We have much better players than have been playing the way that they've been going, so we'll see what ends up happening. It's just my viewpoint on how it happens. I think Ruben Amorim is a genius whose tactics just don't work in the Premier League. I don't think the tactics were a problem. I genuinely don't think the tactics were a problem. Ruben Amorim's biggest problem in that tactic, and the reason he got sacked, and everyone said it the minute he did it, Ruben Amorim's biggest problem with that was Bruno in the midfield. Ruben Amorim was a case of being really unlucky in multiple formats. Ruben Amorim, if we knew we were signing Ruben Amorim when we sacked Eric Ten Hag, and the rumour was that we knew that before we signed the extension for Eric Ten Hag, but I don't believe that. But the rumour was that we knew we were getting him. We shouldn't have sold Scott McTominay, because the way we play now, or the way we played under Ruben Amorim, that was perfect for Scott McTominay. It's also why Mount plays so well in the goddamn thing, because Mount, that's perfect for Mount. But Bruno isn't a midfielder. He's a 10, and that's why he's played so well with Michael Carrick's change in the system. We should have went and gotten a midfielder instead of either, whichever one, it decides which one you go for, instead of either Brian Mbeumo or Matthias Cunha. We should have gotten a midfielder. Moving Bruno back is one of the reasons why we played so bad. Amorim didn't get sacked because of his tactics. His tactics were working, and you could see that we were improving. There's a reason why we were 5th before he got sacked. Now, the Premier League is really congested at the moment, so we could have easily just have been 14th. But that ended up happening for him, and the fact that he didn't shut his mouth. Amorim would have been there till the end of the season if he just didn't say anything in that press conference about signings. But hey, we'll see what ends up happening. In my opinion, the manager you go for now is Julian Nagelsmann, but we'll see what ends up happening. Do I think Ruben Amorim will land on his feet? Actually, no, I don't. I think Ruben Amorim will be out of work for at least a year, if not 2. I don't think he's going to land on his feet, mainly because of the way the English media ended up projecting him and the kind of badness he has in the background of how it ended up going. He's young, so he has a chance to end up coming back, but we'll see what ends up happening to him. I think in 2-3 years, Amorim will probably be a championship manager, which is unfortunate for him. Was stubborn, and that's not a good thing to be at United. Was he, though? Because everyone and their mother was on about the fact that his system didn't work, okay? Everyone and his mother was on about the fact that his system didn't work. But defensively, we were great. And you could see against Brighton, under the 2 games that Darren Fletcher did, defensively we fell apart. So it worked for him. And the back 4 worked once. The big thing with him was everyone just ended up dying on the hill of Kobe Mainoo. And the Bruno decision just ended up putting unnecessary pressure on him. So, it didn't help there. I don't actually think he was that stubborn at all. I think he ended up showing change in his tactical formation and the whole lot. He just got really unlucky that Lisandro Martinez got injured. And that injury alone was an injury that almost killed him. But hey, we'll see. Again, there's no point talking about the past. Minu, my friend, what's a crack-a-lackin' with you? Is it all going grand? Is it all going good? Is it all going grand? Is it all going delicious? How do you feel about your chances of Arsenal walloping Manchester United tomorrow? Well, they have Paul Weiner. I didn't even notice they had Paul Weiner. Okay, interesting. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening with him. I don't have that much of a problem with Ruben Amorim. I do think towards the end, he ran into the problem that an awful lot of Manchester United managers end up running into and just couldn't shut the fuck up. All right, good. Watching the WWE and UFC and yours truly. Also 3-1 Arsenal. Do you think so? I think it's going to be a 1-goal bonanza. I think Arsenal... It depends on who... Here's the question for you. And I'll give my opinion. And I think this changes how the game goes. Who's Arsenal's striker? Is it Gabriel Jesus or is it Victor Gyökeres? And I think depending on who the striker is, changes the result. And I'll tell you my answer after you tell me what you think. I think Amorim is a fantastic manager, personally. I think he would have proven to be. I don't like the lies that are being put out about Ruben Amorim more than anything else. Like the fact that people are saying that he never went to a youth game is astonishing, considering there's fucking images of him at Carrington during youth games. Like that type of crap is like deplorable. But, at the end of the day, the fact that United signed him, knowing the way that he plays, means they needed to go. Fans want Gyökeres, but I reckon we'll go. Or fans want Jesus, but I reckon we'll go Gyökeres. I think, and correct me if you think I'm wrong. I think if you go with Gyökeres, you lose. I think if you go with Gyökeres, you lose. If you go with Jesus, you win. Because I think with the way we're playing at the moment, I don't think Gyökeres will get past Lisandro Martinez. I think he plays too deep and he's not quick enough to do the counter-attacking play that you need to end up doing. I think if you play Gabriel Jesus, he'll run through the back, specifically around Luke Shaw, and you'll score 1 goal from open play and 1 goal from set pieces. I think if you play Gyökeres, you'll be too deep. Saka won't be able to get by Euro, and we'll contain you enough that the game will end as a draw, or we'll win with a bounce. Is he injured, or is it just that he had a knock? Because that's my viewpoint on it. I think he win with Gabriel Jesus. I think he lose with Gyökeres, and that's my opinion on it. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's just how I see it. I see it being potentially a 2-1 finish if Gyökeres plays, or a 1-0 finish to us, or you win if you play with Jesus. I just don't think you're winning if you're winning if Gyökeres is playing. I think you're only scoring with a set piece, but we'll see. Now we won't lose. Jesus is the form striker, but he won't drop VG. Havertz hasn't slight setback with his knee issue. Fair enough. We'll see how things end up going. It's just the way that I look at it, and again, obviously different manager, different thing in the whole lot. We played very well against you in the opening game of the season, and I think we're one of the most dangerous counter-attacking teams in Europe, myself. But we'll see. We won with 2 of them last year. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Anything can happen. That's the way about it. But I also, and maybe I'm wrong on this, I also don't think you're playing, and this is just funny in general, I also don't think you're playing as good this season as you did last season. I don't think there's any club in the Premier League playing as good this season as the best teams last season. But hey, we'll also see. You're playing a lot better now than you were about a month ago, which is unfortunate. But hey, time will tell, and we'll see how it goes. I think, honestly, that Amrin didn't have the personality to get on with the Manchester United board and shouldn't be a thing, but it is. Maybe. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you get sacked the minute you complain about your boss. And him complaining about Jason Wilcox not signing anyone immediately got him sacked. Based on the behind-the-scenes thing, he was getting on well with Chris Favell and Omar Barada and Jim Radcliffe. But Jason Wilcox is above him, and he managed to end up pissing off his boss. You manage to piss off the technical director, you get sacked. It's just how it works. Do I think Jason Wilcox should be in that position? That's an entirely different conversation. But I think that's why he got sacked. I think it's because he pissed off his technical director. But hey, you also, when you have a 33% win rate, you need to be a bit more with your words. I like Madueke. I think he spent too much money on Madueke. But we'll see. But I wouldn't rule out Saka and playing over Saka. I think Saka's been very bad this season. But we'll see. That link has already been denied. But I mean this. If we sign Gareth Southgate as the manager, I'm pausing my fandom for Manchester United until he's sacked. And that's an until. I think he'll get sacked faster than fucking David Moyes did. Nah, Madueke was worth every penny, and don't disagree about Saka. He's been poor. 60 minutes, like, again, retroactively, he's been worth the money you've spent on him. But 68 million quid on a striker, well, I mean, on a midfielder, he's more of a midfielder than a striker, but 68 million quid on someone that had scored 15 or 20 goals for Chelsea in 92 appearances is a lot of money. I can't say anything because Benjamin Sesko was bought for 75 million with a worse record. I think that's actually worse money, but also because I thought Rasmus Højlund was going to end up starting to do shit. Because he had 87 appearances with 39 goals. I know he's an up-and-up striker, but still. But we'll see. I kind of want Miles. I want the Lord himself, Miles Lewis-Skelly, to end up playing on left-back, although he won't. It'll be Calafiori. So the big thing with Zidane is Zidane would be good, indeed, but he has turned around and said he won't join a club if he doesn't know the language 100%. And he said he doesn't know English fluidly, and he's had trouble learning English fluidly. And on top of that, would Zidane be okay with this group of players? I think if Zidane is going anywhere, he's going to Real Madrid. And even with that, I actually don't think so. I think Zidane is going to France. I think Zidane is going to be the French manager. Whether or not he becomes French manager before the World Cup is another question. But I think Zidane is becoming the French manager. Yeah, I don't think he'd be bad at left back. Højlund was unlucky at Manchester United. I think he would never really work for him. I think... Yes, but I think Højlund was unlucky because he was given the graveyard shift and no one passed him the fucking ball. Like, I genuinely think, and I'll die on this hill, I genuinely think Rasmus Højlund had a problem with Marcus Rashford and Alejandro Garnacho. Because I watched back in those games, Alejandro Garnacho outright refused to pass Rasmus Højlund the ball. And you could see during the pre-season with when Cunha ended up coming in that Rasmus Højlund seemed to have the chance. He got bonkersly unlucky in the US not to score two very good goals. I think with Brian Mbeumo and Cunha and Ahmad actually passing the fucking ball to him, if Højlund had stayed, Højlund would have racked up goals. I think he'd definitely be on 10 goals at least, which isn't saying much for halfway through the season, but I think he'd definitely be on 10 goals at least at the moment. Now, with that being said, bloody Sesko's only on 5. but Sesko's also been injured. But we'll see what ends up happening. That's just my viewpoint. I think loading him out was a mistake. And the fact that he's almost guaranteed to get sold for the 40 million quid before the end of this transfer window is, again, an annoyance. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, they wanted to score but not pass the ball. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't even think it was more about them wanting to score. I just think they had a problem with him. Like they were arseholes anyway when it came down to it, wanting to score on their own back. But I don't even think it had anything to do with that. Championship 10 Ipswich. Garnacho is a Ronaldo attribute player without the footballing ability or brain. I've said this before. I think he has the ability. I just think he could get brushed over with a gust of wind. I think that's the unfortunate thing with Garnacho. He's just too frail. He needed to bulk up. He needed to bloody talk to Romelu Lukaku and figure out how the fuck to bulk himself up. Not as big as Romelu Lukaku. Nobody needed to be as big as Romelu Lukaku, especially when he was with United. But he needed to bulk up. Definitely needed to bulk up. And that's one of the problems that ended up happening with Garnacho. And it's still a problem with him at Chelsea. He's a good player at Chelsea. He scored 2 goals there against Arsenal. Minu, you'd be able to tell me more. You probably watched that game. I'm sure Garnacho looked like a threat, Jordan, and looked like a genuinely good player. It's just a gust of wind would blow the fucker over, which is one of my other concerns about Arsenal. You're a rather light team, which is surprising. I expected you to be a lot more physically intensive. Maybe to be fair, it's not a bad thing to be a more, absent, lightish team when it comes down to playing. But I think that's a potential interesting note for ye. Fact he signed for Chelsea says it all for me. I don't. As I said before, and I'll say again, Chelsea are a goalkeeper and a striker away from winning the league. They're a goalkeeper and a striker away from winning the league. I thought João Pedro would be enough for him, but they also haven't been playing João Pedro as a striker. For some reason, they've been playing him on the goddamn left. João Pedro looked like he had the capability of doing it. Chelsea's big problem is Robert Sanchez and Flip Jorgensen. Neither of the two of them are good enough. I think João Pedro is the real deal, and if played as a striker, could be enough for them to do it. I still think they should have went and got Victor Osimhen. I think if they had Victor Osimhen, they win the league. But the fact that they didn't go in and get Mike McGannon, or still aren't trying, considering he hasn't signed that extension with AC Milan yet, aren't getting Mike McGannon or someone like him, is daft. Hey, Craic, we West Ham are about to buy Adama Traore. Seems to me that that's short-sighted. We need to buy for the future and Adama. Well, he's 28, isn't he? Adama Traore. 29. He's 29. Maybe. I think Adama Traore will be good because he'll bounce people around and be able to get the balls into your new strikers. I think it's not a bad signing for the money you're paying for him and the whole lot. I think it's something like 20 million. I searched it up there when I was looking. Let me check again. Oh no, it didn't say. Like I think it's a good signing. At 29 years of age, it's not a bad signing. You get a good 2-3 years out of him. For ye at the moment, you just need people that can set you up. You do need to let me know which season 2 you're on about, Duck, because there's a lot of anime and series that are out at the moment that are on their second season. By the way, guys, do bear with me. It'll be less than 10 seconds. Well, not 10 seconds. It'll be less than 30 seconds. I'll be right back. my friend. What's a crack-a-lackin'? Oh my God, it's a pleasure to have you back in. Please, my friends, after a year, Chippy has finally gone back to streaming. A good old school friend of the chat. A good crack to end up talking with. Genuinely fine to end up talking to. Has the unfortunate distinction of playing Detroit 2 Human. But give them a follow, give them a showcase. Fantastic individual, gas bit of crack. Do have the fun with them. Oh, you're on about FM. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah. I mean, how long did it end up taking you? Something like 14 hours to load it up there, with your 141,000 women. Almost matched my wins for all last season. Yeah. I feel like he's a bodybuilder who can kick the ball. Maybe. All I will end up saying about Adama Traore, and let me actually see him. When he was at Wolves, Adama Traore to me was exceptional. And his time at Fulham went fairly well. He's not much of a goal scorer, but he is good at setting up the play. It'll be interesting to see what ends up happening with him. But time will tell as to whether or not he'll be good for you. I think even if you only keep him for a year, it's nice to have the options. And one of the things you need is a bit of solidity up front, in my opinion. So I don't know. I think it's a good signing. Whether or not it'll end up being great, time will tell. But I think it's a good signing. Also, we have a Barcelona game now, so we are going full power again. Okay, so, Alex Jimenez, but we will start with Mazraoui. Ahmad, Mazraoui, Nico Paz, Bruno, Angelo Stellar, Euro, Zelani. Interesting that it's putting you there, but no, we're going to replace Shawade with Dogu. Goddard there, Cups there, Victor Rook is still injured. I prefer not to have someone with an injury on the bench, so we'll put Julian Deville there instead of Victor Rushk, even though I love Victor Rushk. And Adrian Heaven is there, Rukat Ugate, Simons, yes. Benjamin Sesko there, but we have Evan Ferguson, who is fit but not ready, so we'll start with Sesko instead and see how that goes. But again, we'll see what ends up happening. I think Adama has gotten quicker in the last wee while as well, which is useful. He's not just the ball of meat that he was before. I think he's gotten a good bit quicker. So we'll see whether or not that will end up helping for you as well. I don't think it's the worst signing in the world, but time will end up telling, I suppose, how things end up going. In the Super Cup, we managed to end up getting Porto. So it shouldn't be that bad of a game. Hopefully it ends up going good, the match versus Porto. I believe it should do. Why is WWE not live yet? I was going to say. Okay, fine. I'll come back to it at 1 o'clock. They should be live with Saturday Night Main Event. Anyway. You're a Manchester United fan. It should be 4-4-2. Well, to be fair, this is the formation we were using. We were using this formation for quite a while, and we sometimes swap over to it when we need goals and end up going there. Ladies, gentlemen, and every other Technicolor rainbow in between, please, for the love of all that is good, please, 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 give the mighty Digital Owen a follow. I'll wait until the ad ends up finishing, and we'll continue on from there. So let's just wait for that to end up going, and then I'll do the shout-out. So we'll end up seeing how that goes. But yes, this is the formation we were doing. We've swapped to this because it's more defensively orientated and it works better for us. And we'll swap to this one when we need to. We're going to experiment a bit with this formation versus Barcelona and see how we end up doing, to see if we can end up getting better options out of it before we face Chelsea in the first game of the season. But we're just going to wait until this ends up finishing. So the ads have now finished, and now it is time for me to end up doing this. Please, if you can, give Senior Digital Own a follow, a gent, a scholar, a fantastic streamer who has made every moment I have been in their chat wonderful. Currently doing a plethora of saves in of himself. He's doing Clear Obscure Expedition 33, a fantastic stream. Please end up watching it while he is doing it. And he's doing a load of different... oh,
now he's stunned. Oh, now I feel bad.
Doing loads of different collabs and all that. Well, we tried to do a collab a bit as well, and that failed miraculously. But we'll see what ends up happening.
Those are fighting words, right? He wants to throw down.
Indeed,
nice.
You are a gent and a scholar for the gifted. Thank you so much for that. You did not have to do that. Please, I am so touched in order to get the gifted sub off of you. And Pat, when he ends up coming in, I'll have to let him know about it. Digital, I'm like George Washington. I cannot tell a lie. It's just one of those cases of I have to tell the truth and give it out as much as I can do. But anyway, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. A gent, a scholar, and a person. We might actually get that mystery stream, and then I need to decide what the hell I'm going to do for that. To be honest, I could give you the wonder of what we're going to do, and Senior Duck has a fantastic of idea what that stream is probably going to be, because Senior Duck has a 30-second clip of the 20 minutes that I was in it, but it's going to be a stream particularly yellow. That's the stream, Senior Duck. It's going to be a stream that's particularly yellow. Well, no bother, my friend. I will forget that, so I'm going to continue to call you ND, but it's a pleasure to end up talking to you. Yes, Owen. Oh, so mysterious. But yes, we're in now for a wee bit more fun. Our first actual proper big game, Manchester United versus the mighty Barcelona, who aren't actually licensed, which is the reason why they have this graphic up there. Later on, now that the game is in a far more stable condition, I'm going to look into adding in some of the stadium packs that people have been working on and the icon packs, so we can give them back their actual icon. But that's something we're going to end up doing in the future. By the way, Owen, if you are willing to talk, and feel free to lurk if you want to as well, my friend. What's the next few plans for your streams as well? Is it now that I think you're done with Lord of the Fallen, right? What's your Monday streams going to end up being now that you're done with that? Or do you still have another couple of saves to do with that? Because I know you were on something like 92 or 93% on that game the last time I ended up seeing it. Which I was very interested to see how that was going. I finished Lords of the Fallen. Yes, 4 playthroughs got the 10%, the 100%. Happy out. Because I know at one point, with the person you were doing the collab with, there was the talks that it could be 7 playthroughs to get the whole lot of it. So happy out that you were able to condense it into the 4. And then just wait to see the fun of having to get the full parrying of Clear Obscure Expedition 33. I might come back to you in a year's time and you're still doing 100% of that game. By the way, never played this game if you're for your achievement hunting. This game only has 30 achievements, but some of the achievements are bonkersly annoying to get. Oh, I mean, you could cheat. You could cheat to get an awful lot of these achievements, but at the same point in time, some of these are annoying as hell to get. E3 is going well in Act 3. Not too bad. So I'm going to give you a bit of a warning for E3 because if they haven't done it, I know I'm not going to end up spoiling anything for you, but bit of a warning. Act 3 is significantly more loose in that you can finish the game immediately by going to the final zone and not check any of the extra crap. So sadly, you've hit the point in the game where everything is avoid the plot like the plague. So you're going to the crack school of playing a game, avoid the plot like the plague. I could, but I managed to condense it, but it made them way more difficult. Hey, at least you enjoyed it while you were at it. I did EAFC 24, and those were difficult. That is an entirely different kettle of fish. And considering the amount of those online saves, I'm shocked that was going to be the case. I don't know if you know about this too. EA obviously is the old FIFA games, but FIFA is coming out with their own games now as well, and they're being made by Netflix Games, an independent studio that's working with Netflix Games. This will be their first game, technically, but we'll see how that ends up going. Yeah. First game there, it'll be working with Netflix Games, should be streamable and the whole lot. Netflix Games is an interesting kettle of fish because obviously they've been loaning out games and the whole lot. You can play Red Dead Redemption 2 on it. If you want to experience hell 100% Star Ocean 4K, you absolute asshole. I know that 100%. I think that 100% is what? It's something like... The average time to do that 100% is something like 250 hours. I think it's something like 250 hours just to do it. Approximately 5 weeks to complete it is what was said. 188 hours is the suspected time on it. Almost 4 to 5 weeks. Like it is a... I've heard about that 100%. And the new FIFA game will be interesting. Yeah, it'll be more interesting to see how they go about it, because there's a rumor that they're going more arcadey about it, which will be interesting because I don't know if they can go the Pro Evo route and still be successful. They'll eat e-soccer, of course, but it'll be interesting to see how they do it. I'm also shocked that Barcelona have actually went strong on this game. I'm happy because I wanted them to, but I'm actually shocked they went strong on this game. But hey, I'm editing, so it'll be a little lurky, but I saw you were live, so I wanted to say hi properly. Oh wait, I didn't answer your question. No bother, my friend, and congratulations for doing the editing. I wish I was getting better at editing, but do as much as you can, my friend. Lurking is 100% respected and owned here, so please feel free to lurk away and come in if you want to discuss or anything like that. It's 100% sound. I'm doing a more cozy game now for a change of pace. Lego Horizons on Monday. Oh, the game you were doing the collab on the Wednesday with your friend. Yes, to be fair, it looks good. It looks like a good bit of crack. And the Lego games have been doing fantastic, especially considering where that franchise was less than 13 years ago. Can't decide between Code Vein 2 or something like Ghost of Yote. So we don't know about about Code Vein 2 yet. They've made an awful lot of changes to that game in comparison to Code Vein 1. It won't be a bad 100%, but Code Vein 2, it's meant to be taking inspiration off of Stellar Blade. So if that makes you excited to go on to it, then potentially do. But it's a completely new world, completely new characters. There'll be the stereotypical boss fight versus a character or two from Code Vein 1. But it's going to be almost negligible to say that Code Vein 2 is a sequel to Code Vein 1, because it's almost going to be an entirely different game. I would probably myself recommend doing Yote first. But again, your own choice, my friend. Anime Dark. Well, that's what Code Vein 1 was. And I actually really enjoyed Code Vein 1. Now, I cheated my ass off because I used the partners up the wazoo, because that game is hard enough when you end up getting to it. But I really enjoyed Code Vein 1. I enjoyed 100%ing Stellar Blade, so it doesn't stifle any excitement. But I hear you. Diff feel tonight. Yeah. I need to buy Stellar Blade. Actually, that could be something I end up using that credit for. I need to buy Stellar Blade and stream it at some point in time, because I'm definitely not wanting to see those magnificent jugs, those wonderful melons, those glorious gadonkadonks. But yes, the assets. Yeah, but you know they definitely help. That's one of the reasons why I played Expedition 33. Legitimately, when I played Expedition 33 and we got to the Gustav swimsuit outfit, I stood in amazement. By the way, I stood in amazement for about, and Duck can contest this, I stood in amazement for about 5 to 10 minutes at the wonders of that package. Verso's doesn't look near as good as Gustav's. They just packed that trunk with a whole lot of ammunition. Mononoko's remained in his budgie smuggles since acquiring them. Yes, to be fair, Mononoko's are gorgeous as well. So, unbelievable. The only one that I don't like is Mael's swimsuit. Now, it's a one piece, so it makes sense considering she's 15. But the fact that she's 15, I just... No, I understand why they gave her the full the one piece. It's just always felt a bit icky. Oh, that's hilarious. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, good. The joy. She managed to break herself there. I refunded you, Duck, considering it broke. But the joys of when wonderful elements such as that end up happening. Nothing can ever work wonderful, can it? I mean, you have a tendency to do that, Senior Duck. You know, in life, kind of like when playing this game, in life, I must always remember. Shut up. Don't you forget, you ain't won yet. Because everything bloody breaks on me. Expert mode is no joke, so it's taking me longer than I imagined. Yeah, I'm on expert mode as well, Senior, so trust me, I understand it. That's why I was saying, learn the bloody parry system, or the dodge system, and don't feel bad about dodging as well. But yeah, no. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Just wait until you end up getting to the harder versions. I try to be the GOAT. The greatest of all time stands here amongst you today. The greatest of all time stands and acts like this. I do need to make more assets, because I'm sure what most of you are just turning around is telling me to just go
Off is a direction you can fuck.
And all I'll end up saying to you is this. But hey, the crack will be 90 all the same. By the way, did it... I think it did. Anyway, yes. But Yes, I like being able to add that type of stuff and have a bit more fun. Of course, as we all end up remembering too, not only Owen, am I the GOAT. I am the greatest of all time. Not only am I the GOAT, I am, of course, for everyone to remember, stupid sexy Craic. Anyway, enough delaying. Let's get into this game and see how we do versus Barcelona. So, we're playing with, in Craic we trust. We the people. There actually is a wrestling reference and a brilliant little logo I can take. You've actually given me something to work on, Owen. I'm going to take the We the People logo from WWE and change that to Craic We Trust. That's beautiful. I actually forgot about that. So you've given me work to work on. So both thank you so much and screw you for helping me. Giving me more work. You've actually managed to make me feel like this. I have something to work on, and then remember that, oh crap. What happened? Now I have work. But all is good. Speaking of it, I'll get back to my edit. No bother, my friend. And yeah, they're brilliant. They're brilliant. That's the joys of going on X and just watching random people meme the crap out where you can just take them and continue on them. But yeah, it's nice to end up having them and more additions and the whole lot put in. I'm always trying to refine and improve, but enjoy your editing, my friend. Do you mind if I ask, by the way, what do you use for your editing? I'm accidentally keeping you longer than you're meant to, because at the moment I've been trying to do more editing with DaVinci Pro. Well, DaVinci, not Pro. I don't know the Pro version because who could be arsed spending money yet? But what do you use for your editing? And I have 100% legal versions of Photoshop and Illustrator for, you know, editing images. Canva's very useful as well for adding in extra elements. I use Canva all the time for videos. DaVinci normally, if I want to do it properly, but most of the time I just use Streamladder. Interesting. I haven't looked at that one. I'll have to look at that. I know I've seen you use Stream Avatar, so I need to potentially put a purchase in on that and end up using bits of that. But Streamladder's interesting. Yeah, no, I was using CapCut and just the free versions of that for the captions for when I was posting up stuff on TikTok. On browser, though, whereas DaVinci is free. Yeah, and DaVinci's very, very easy to use as well, which is the other thing about it. Although I will say, the DaVinci, the thing that's very hard to get used to, that I found to get hard with the DaVinci, is when you're trying to do zooms, because it goes very, very quick. So if you know DaVinci, I would stick with it. Yeah. Of course, the other thing is I have Epic Games downloaded as well, so I can end up doing some bits on that as well if I needed to. But again, I'll stop talking because I'll keep you from your editing. So for now, my friend, all I can say to you is thank you so much for coming in. Make sure to pop in again if you end up getting the time. And as always, so wonderful and boom. God damn it, Fernan Torres with a goal. Yeah. So we're 1-1 at the moment. We've been playing better than them at the moment, but still them scoring there. Yeah, Pogba. Schlangafol too, which is goodbye, my friend. But Schlangafol and Pogba. I need to make that. I need to end up paying an artist to make that into an emote. Yeah, but we're doing okay here. So this is ambitious, or not ambitious. This is looking good for us for when we go up against Chelsea. And knowing that Euro made that mistake there, Euro's the concerning one here. He's developing great. Like, Euro's developing a lot better than Aiden Heaven, who unfortunately might end up getting lost in the wayside. And Paz is just not enjoying the game today. So we'll see what ends up happening there. Hopefully Paz can end up putting himself back together, and we see what ends up going there. Is it on yet? It should be starting now. Saturday Night Main Event is normally on YouTube. Did I have it on Netflix this time? God damn it, Fernan Torres. Yeah, how did he... Okay, disallowed. Thank God for that. They're counter-attacking today, which is very interesting that they're doing counter-attacking football. We're just not sealing the deal properly there. Paz is having a very bad game today, which is concerning considering we've signed him and he needs to end up having better ways to himself. Paz to Sesko. Hey. When it works, it bloody works. And that is fantastic by Paz. Because he could end up attempting to take the shot himself. But having enough wherewithal to pass it down to Sesko and Sesko to just knock it in is enough for Paz to make himself right. For anyone, too, that's watching the wrestling tonight, who do you think ends up winning the... Duck will end up having a conniption. He hates when I talk about wrestling. But who do you think will end up winning the Fatal 4-Way to become the #1 contender for Cody Rhodes? If it was me and I was in charge of the options that are there, I would end up giving it to Trick Williams. But to be honest, considering this is for the Royal Rumble, you probably should give it to Sami Zayn. Because he's not winning the Royal Rumble and they need something for Saudi. Okay. So we are playing good. 2 goals up at the moment. Sesko with both goals. We're not going to make any substitutions. The men's is having a good performance and so is Garcia for them. Garcia is probably a better goalkeeper than Lamens, weirdly enough. Lamens is where we probably need to consider making a substitution for Lamens, but he's doing good for us for at the moment. Lamine Yamal's having a mediocre game for them. God, he's stacked. Wow. Okay. Cabro. Okay. That has to be wrong with his potential. Look at these stats. Anyway, never mind. Fort, who is one of the players we actually wanted to get if we could, is there. I think, even though this could bite us in the arse, I think we changed the tactical formation from counter-attacking to holding the shape and see how this does against them. And see whether or not this is a potential option for goals as opposed to what we were attempting before, which is the tree back. If we don't get anything out of this by 60 minutes, I don't actually care about losing this match. If we don't get anything out of this by 60 minutes, we're going to change course and go to the tree back just to give it a go and see how that ends up doing as a potential option to firepower things up and continue to do things on. I understood why you'd be annoyed, but still, you've been playing brilliantly. Good. Let's continue on and see if this little change helps us at all. It is more playing through them than counter-attacking, so it's far more possession-based in its ideals. This team should be good enough to do... Well, not when you're doing passes like that, but this team should be good enough for it to do. This could open the door for them to score, by the way. That's not a card. Fick off. Did they give a card? No, thank God. Because that wasn't a card. It was just a bit rough. And there we go. Into the way side there. Okay, we seem to be doing fine with this play. It's upped our XG quite significantly. But our chances haven't been as good. So maybe... maybe not. Okay, Lemen's doing well there. We'll let them do their corner and see if we do anything off of it. And then we'll change to the back three. Okay, Lemen's with a good save there. Penalty? What? Why is it a penalty? Oh, Jimenez gave a bloody... Okay. Oh, that's an atrocious penalty. That's one of the worst penalties I've seen the game take in a long time. Okay, pause for a minute. and we're going to do a couple of tactical changes. So we're going to take Bruno off, even though he's been playing good, and put the Cat on. We're going to take Stellar off and put Kobe on. We're going to take Alex Jimenez off and move Ahmad to there. Dogu we're going to take off and put Marcus Rashford on instead. Nico Paz would be performing there. And I think we keep Nico on for now. And we swap Evan Ferguson for Sesko. We don't need to, but I think we should do. Mbuemo's been performing good and can continue to perform good in that position there because he goes out to this side there. But I think we're going to give him a go. Considering we're not going to be able to put him out on loan, so he will be usable. And put Rasmus there for the moment. Or do we swap the two of these? I mean, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't suit either of the two of them in this particular case, but still, we'll do that. Then in the defense, Euro we're going to come off and put Delict on. Alex Jimenez we're going to take off and put on Cop. Screw, we'll do it. We're going to take off Zimbrani and put on Willy Kumumbala. That's a lot of changes and potentially too many. But to be fair, this is a game where we're testing things out and we kind of need it. Can Julian play over there, by the way? He can. So screw it. We'll give Julian a go there instead of Ahmad. Take Ahmad off and put Julian there. Yeah, I'm going to go with that for the moment. Keep Nico Paz on and give him a go. Complete the game a minimum of 3 times. Game's 50 hours long. Each playthrough requires 3 different plays on complete 100% of all quests, all treasures. 321. Yeah, that's why it's something like. That's why it's something like 180 hours. No bother, Minu. Enjoy it. I'll talk to you about it later on. Anyway, I'll be having it on in the background, so I'll be talking about it. Did they actually have the live up for it to do? Good. No, they don't. It's still the Royal Rumble that's up there. Why isn't it up? Come on. There we go. Yeah, it's up now. Good. So I'll have that on in the background and listening to that. But enjoy it, my friend. Have a good old time watching it now. Hopefully it's a good old show. It should be. Okay. Anyways, for platinum, yes. I've heard one of the games that has an incredibly hard 100% is Nier Automata. Because I think you have to play Nier Automata something like 4 to 5 times as well in order to get the 100% in it. Let me check that. Nier Automata. Game. Eleanor. Nier Automata. How do you spell it? Yeah, Nier Automata. Oh, the completionist of that game is only 62 hours. Okay, interesting. That's 62 hours. When you look at the assemble... By the way, I spent a lot longer than 67 hours on Clear Obscure Expedition 33. That's very funny that it says that 67 hours. 193 hours for Red Dead Redemption. So Red Dead Redemption 2 is considered longer than Star Ocean. Baldur's Gate 3, 178 hours. I want to play that at some point in time. Cyberpunk 2077, 108 hours. Hogwarts Legacy 72. Interesting. That's interesting now. Anyway, yeah, interesting stats there. Yeah, I haven't played Nier Automata. It's something I'd love to play at some point in time. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Yes, the Xenoblade Chronicle games are so good, and the walkthrough done by Chunka Conroy is unbelievable as well. Oh, Stephanie McMahon hosting Saturday Night Main Event. No Jesse the Body Ventura today. That's unfortunate. Anyway, yeah, I if it wasn't such a pain in the arse to get up and stream, I'd love to stream Xenoblade Chronicles, because I think you can only stream that game off of a Nintendo device at the moment. I don't think you can do it PC-wise legally. So who knows, maybe in the future. But let's see how we do now. Will the tree at the back end up warranting us a goal? It could do. It's done well for us in the past. Rasmus! Oh, okay. So the tree at the back conquers true as well. That's fascinating. I'm back. Said this next fight's supposed to be a good one. Gauthier is supposed to be very good up and coming fighter. Okay, interesting. I might put it on in the background alongside Saturday Night Main Event, because I have Saturday Night Main Event currently on now as well. So let me put it on. Thanks for letting me know, Maddie. Fighting now up here, and I'll put it on now if I can. Is UFC streaming live on Netflix, by the way? It should be, right? Or am I wrong on that? Do you know if the UFC is streaming off of Netflix? No, it isn't, unfortunately. That's unfortunate. Hey, can I get it on? No, unfortunately, I'm not able to get it up, Manny. That's a shame. Paramount, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not able to get it up, so screw it. The link that I'd normally end up using isn't working for me. So I'll watch it afterwards, and I'll get a view of it. It's a shame, because I would have liked to have seen that. If you happen to have a good link and you want to whisper me or send it to me on Discord, do, Maddie. But at the moment, it's just not working for me, sadly. I think I still have. Is it being shown here? I can do. I have a lot of links. Well, thank you so much. Because the titanium one that I normally use isn't working at the moment, unfortunately. I need to get DLC for Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and the newest one. How was Xenoblade Chronicles 3? I liked the idea of that game, but I didn't end up seeing anything with it. God, Jacob Fatu is so fucking cool. Yeah, man. God, I love Jacob Fatu so much, and that team is unbelievable. Boom, 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 boom. Actually, screw it. I'm sorry. I'm adding a song to the queue. Never finished it. Was 50 hours in. Happy out. I will say Fatu looks much, much, much better with the chest being shown off. Oof. Sorry, wrestling has gotten my mind there. I love this setup for Saturday Night Main Event. That looks so cool. It's a small arena, but that setup is so cool. Oh. Oh, I can't wait to see this match. Okay, cool. Coolaboola. Okay, Coolaboola. That means I can put that there. Cool. Yeah, it's working. It's working, my friend. I just need to set myself up to be able to watch it because I'm watching as I said, the WWE as well. So. Okay, cool. Then I can move you to there. And you to... Nope. To there. Cool. Perfect. So that should end up working for me there. We can move you down. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Happy out. Played 70 of 2. Didn't finish it. And 100 on 1 I never finished. I think 2 is a better game than 1. But I think the whole story of 1 is better than 2. Again, Chugga Conroy done walkthroughs of both Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And they are expert in their ways. How they're doing it. 23 versus 28, 6'4", 6'4", 186, 100. God, these guys are sound. Although, good big difference in reach between Adabede and Andrade. 2 more fights in the main card. God, did they not add? Were they not able to get, maybe, well, to be fair, it'd be hard to get people. They dropped that many people that the card is that small? God, God, they've made Cody, like, to be fair, he was the former WWE champion, but they've made Cody look awesome with that entrance. I'm gonna be jumping between 3 things at the moment, so this is gonna be the most erratic my stream has been in a long time. Talking about the UFC, talking about WWE, and playing the goddamn game. So if you're not a fan of erratic streams, you're not gonna like the next 20 minutes. They're not gonna like the next while of this. Wolves, where are Wolves? Wolves are championship. If Heaven got full-time gameplay, it would be worth it. But I only do it if they'll do that. Because it's genuinely not worth it if they don't do that. The main card has 5 fights on it, so the prelims were short, but the main card is big. Well, that's good, to be fair. Ooh, Fatu attacking Rhodes straight away. Oh, the women coming out with the sign and the whole lot. UFC just has a fantastic look about it. I do think... Now, one of the things UFC definitely needs to do is pull people from the back and bring them up to the front. The fact that they have so many empty seats is a bit bad for the UFC. But hey, and they could use a wee bit more dynamic lighting. But hey, we'll see how this goes. Oh, God, I didn't even realize 5-minute rounds and the whole lot. That's interesting. Hoffman. I mean, for the amount that they're getting paid, and Hoffman are good in the Bundesliga, it will be good for cups. I need to keep an eye on him and return him in January if we're not getting any game time out of him. But this should be good to develop cups. So yes, I'll send him to Hoffman. God, bloody Gutierrez all over him at the moment. God, what a way to start the show. Wow. Yeah, normal budgets, because I don't want to bust out our finances, which, hey, we're overbalanced at the moment. Not by much, and considering the amount of expenditure we end up doing, it means we're going to go into the red again quite fast. But hey, at least we're over a bit, and we should hopefully do well again, so we'll see what ends up happening. So just regular bonuses. We're in an awful lot more games, and our sponsorships just help us up as well, and we've made a couple of sales. Oh, they can't not be doing this match. UFC, I thought that was United. To be fair, with the way United are battering for results at the moment, it could be just the UFC. Tuorde used to be a player I'd end up nicking all the time in FM23. I used to nick Tuorde all the time as a defender. 71 million quid is far too much money for a 27-year-old, by the way, but the stats are actually fairly good. This has been all Gutierrez, by the way, at the moment. I know nothing about Poleve, but Poleve looks like a bloody like a sheep in a wolf's den at the moment. And then Mick Gorzera. Wow. Okay, that's just bad. Can Unz is remarkable, but again, too expensive, and we have that position covered now with Nico Paz. I mean, if you were going to make this match, you should have just made this match a false count anywhere. Yeah. I mean, considering the way that Gutierrez is playing this match, he's right to be scared. But it looks like a sheep in a wolf's den. Like this is a mismatch at the moment. We'll see what ends up happening. A lot can change with a bit of a talk after the first bell. But he looks suspect now at the moment in this particular fight. Heaven Birmingham now have given us an offer as well. Wolves. Did Wolves accept it? That I'll accept. Now, as for the Birmingham deal, this would make Enter happy if I ended up going with Birmingham as Adrian Heaven's selection. So I might end up selecting this. What was it? The deal we ended up doing there? 17.25. If you go 100% and 10, I'll give them to you. Good. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll do that. What is he trying with that overhand? That's one of the most telegraphed punches I've ever seen in my life, Matty. That's insane by Polove, or however you pronounce him. Also, he's gassed already. How is he gassed? Okay, that's interesting. Since FM 14, I've played nearly 50k hours of FM. How many days is 50k hours? That means you played 2,083 days of FM. And 2,083 days to years is 5.7 years of FM. You have spent 5.7 years of your life playing Football Manager. I mean, to be fair, I've probably spent at least a year playing this game, if not more. But yeah. Hey, at least you know the stats. I will say, if this fight continues this way, Gutierrez is walking away with it, Matty. Walking away with it. But we'll see what ends up happening. Hopefully, it ends up changing. By the way, I'd prefer now if Adam Pearce came out on, by the way, I know I just jumped between him. I'd love if Adam Pearce came out now and just said this match now is a false count anywhere match, because holy crap, these two just bouncing themselves around there and the security not actually pulling them apart makes WWE look like a bunch of tits. Burnley, our championship. I don't actually mind him going to Burnley, but not for that. They need to give us some money towards it. So if he goes 10k and 100 there, I'll accept that. Gutierrez did connect some punches there at the end. Or Palav did connect. Gutierrez slowed down compared to the beginning. You're right, but and he does look a bit phased by it. But I still think it's all one way at the moment. Stoke are not getting two of my players, and you didn't offer anything. You can piss off. Godot needs to be stayed here, and we need to try and give Godot some time here. He didn't do well in his last time out with Sheffield United. It might actually be good to consider sending him out to maybe somewhere like CSK in Moscow. Moscow done a very good job the last time. Michael Conway now with Conway to King Linz in the Enterprise North. I mean, we took him on because of TikTok, but I mean, why not? It might develop him a bit. Head has failed to gain the continental license. He's our head of youth development. Is he any good? I mean, he's fine. Let's see if we can find a better head of youth development. There's someone in a blue suit out there for WWE. Oh, it's bloody Nick Aldis. Okay, so Nick Aldis is actually there. So at least that makes sense. Someone is there about making it a goddamn match. I mean, you're probably not wrong about Cody being crappy. He's getting his ass walloped by Jacob Fatu, but Jacob Fatu also needed this. I will say, Gutierrez has definitely not come out with the fire and brimstone in this second round that I expected. I expected more to come off of him now on this half. I might be splitting my attention a wee bit too much on all elements now. Head of youth development. There we go. Head of youth development. Get rid of that and that and that. Reputation exceptional, which is Jill Ellis. Of course, the only person with exceptional is on the women's side and is exceptional. Is there any chance? There isn't, but is there any chance? I mean, holy shit. Look, like, I know it's the women's game, but look at those stats. I knew it. I knew they wouldn't swap to the other side of the game, but holy crap. This has to be one of the best staff members in the entirety of the game with Orlando applied. I need to keep that name down if I ever do a women's game and rob Jill Ellis the minute I end up playing the game. That's bonkers. Drew McIntyre showing up is awesome, by the way. Okay, so we want what? For this, working with youngsters and judging abilities. Okay, working with youngsters is probably the main point that we want. Working with youngsters is elite. Yeah, so do that for the moment, and then change that to that. So tons of them can be elite on working with youngsters, so that's good. Judging player ability and judging potential. Again, only one person and they're on the women's side are elite in both of them, and there's no way they'll swap over. Yeah. I do think that's a bit horseshit. I do think the staff should be able to jump between the sides of the game, if I'm honest. I do think that's something that they should potentially end up changing. Allow people to come from one side of the game over to the other side of the game in terms of staffing. It makes a lot more sense for that to be the case than when it ends up coming down to it. Yes, he does have a lot of power. But he hasn't been very impressive in this half anyway. Even his kicks are strong. Some do the duck. Okay. I suppose the elite would want to stay on their side of the game. It's just annoying that someone who's elite in all three attributes isn't capable of doing it. And there's no one outstanding there. Very good. And very good. Okay, so we have some options here that'll end up looking into it. You are elite with working with youngsters and very good there. So as the head of youth development, we'll try and sign you. Head of youth development, there we go. Remove that and suggest it. Good. So we're going to try and get a brand new head of youth development because our head of youth development failed to get the coaching attributes and is only very good. So I'll happily dump them if we get a better one. I wonder if there's anyone worth looking for staffing-wise that you can get from the women's game. If you know of anyone, let me know, Senior Duck. And I might have a gawk and see if there's anyone in the staffing world that from the female side that's worth trying to end up getting in. Because I don't mind doing it. I love how Paramount have just stuck a random music video in there as their swap in between rounds. I will say, Gutierrez having an issue with his eyes is interesting as well. He might want to be careful about that. He must have gotten a rogue shot. I didn't see it. Now, what ended up causing that? But that's interesting. Young is related to Dutch, to youth in Dutch. So he's literally called Youngblood. I'm guessing that's the kid I just tried to sign, is it? That you're on about there. Let's have a look. No. Oh yeah, Youngblood. So Youngblood literally means Youngblood. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So we might be signing a head of youth development who's literally called Youngblood, which would be very, very funny. Okay, into this third round now. Ooh, what song is this? A Town Called Paradise. This is a good song. Oh wait, it's because it's being hit with the background of the WWE music. Never mind. Oh, who's after signing Taw? Spurs have taken Taw. Genuinely surprised by that. Malik Taw has gone to Spurs from Newcastle. Interesting. I mean, Newcastle made a profit on it, so there's something there for them. But that's fascinating for me. Also, another one to check. He's a manager. Yeah, I figured he'd be crap, but still. Manager Paul Pogba, and then Ronaldo. Is Ronaldo still in the game? Ronaldo, Brazilian player, 26 years of age. 30. Ronaldo Varda. I'm just too lazy to bother and do Cristiano, but let's do Cristiano. So, actually, let's search it up because I'll spell Cristiano wrong if I don't. Yeah, do that and then go with this. So there is players called Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo himself must have just retired and left the game. Because, like, we have this Cristiano Ronaldo who's 25 and isn't useful for us. We can sign him for free. Let's scout him just in case he actually is somewhat good. I doubt he will be. Then we have this Cristiano Ronaldo who's 16. I don't think this game does regens, but he's a striker, so we'll scout him just in case they do. And then we have this one here who is 20 and is also a striker. So we'll scout him. But interesting. Interesting. So Ronaldo must have just pissed off and hasn't been saved up. Ooh. WWE 2K26 is doing a Monday Night War edition. So WCW. That means we're going to have a lot of WCW characters in it. So Brian Pillman Jr. is going to be in that game. Interesting. If they don't do bull crap like they did in 25, where oh, you think this one's his son? It could be his son too, actually, now that you say that. Oh no, it wouldn't be. He's Brazilian. No, that's definitely not his son. And they're 2 regens, so that's it. I'm going to cheat and look and see if he has any people in it. Personal details, favorite people. Yeah, because it doesn't state there anything about him, so this probably isn't a son. I would assume, unless Cristiano Ronaldo's son is considered Brazilian instead of bloody Portuguese. This one here. He looks okay. We're going to scout him and see, because I might sign him if he's anyways good. Because I am interested to see IRL how Cristiano Ronaldo Jr. ends up doing, or even if he's still in the game. Kai Rooney, I don't think is in this game. He'd be with us if he was, but he's not in this game, unfortunately. Anyway, we now have another new game, a friendly versus Celesti, Southern Europe in Serie A. We have people fit enough for it. We're going to give Evan Ferguson a game in this one anyway, because we need him to be fit. So, also, we're going to change this to just for this next match. Evan Ferguson. So, Rook will play. Rook for Paz. Oh, the women's title matches now. It's not that surprising that Gutierrez won that fight, by the way, but it was a bit of a dour ending. Evan Ferguson on Victor Rook has fitness for about 45 minutes. Well, we try him. That went the distance. I would say Palyav won that. Do you think so? I don't know. I think Gutierrez won. I think Gutierrez won that. You're right that he slowed down at the end of it, but I think Gutierrez won that. Shabazz is here, so we might give Shabazz Edwards a go later on. For now, though, we go with this. Koulibaly there. We'll go with Alex Jimenez. Godot, Dogu. We'll swap Dogu with Saba. And we'll go with this for the moment. Well, actually, we won't. We'll make 2 more changes. We will actually swap Victor over this side and put Salmon on. And then give Gibson a go instead of Decat and swap the 2 of them. Also, to your comments on empty seats, all those seats are reserved for celebrities that only come later on. No, I understand that, but I'm of the opinion that you should bring them down and move them back up when the celebrities arrive, just so for these particular fights, it doesn't look empty. WWE has done that all the time. That's why I thought Gutierrez won that. That's what I was thinking. If you ever want a few players that are good, yeah, Duck, search face in the game and scout them. What? So like this, is it? Scout. 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 We can sign him if he's good. Liv Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan. Oh no, it's Roxanne and Liv. Interesting. Okay. Oh, there's an Irish one that we could potentially end up getting. I mean, they look okay. We'll see. Sander Mass up that Tom. Gupar Unar. We'll scout them anyway and we'll see. If any of these come back good, then we know that it works. There's 9 that have shown up for us. Okay, continue on this way. Rashi. There's another one that we'd scout. It'd be handy if some of these end up being good, because we can just sign two or three of them straight away. Ooh, okay. All 4 of these women in the tag team title match are in the Royal Rumble. Okay, nice. How do we see a Lionel Messi regen? Search for regens in FM. You have to look for intakes. Okay, Messi. Is Messi still in the game? Like, would a regen spawn if Messi is still actually popping about. Lionel, no, how do you fucking spell Messi? Okay, let's check him up. Messi. Yeah, Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi. Well, there's a director of football there that's Jose Singial. That's definitely not Lionel Messi. But I could search up Lionel, I suppose. Lionel Scalini, and then for some reason it's showing up someone like Derrett there. Lionel Messi isn't in the game either, weirdly enough. But hey, screw it. Let's continue on for now. We'll go into this game and see how things end up going, and we'll worry about everything else later on. Victor Rook only gets 45 minutes. I need to take him off at 45 minutes, but we go with this and we see how we go. Give Hardy to go with Lamens on the bench, and the next game after this is the game versus Chelsea. So 5 hours into this stream, we might actually start the league. Again, even in the game that moves much quicker, my preseason still takes 5 hours. Interesting. Okay. Well, we'll see with those players if any of them actually come back to be semi-decent. Because if they do, that would be very, very interesting and potentially useful for future reference. There's 9 for us. So that'd be nice to end up getting a couple of good players there out of that selection. So we'll see what ends up happening. Okay. God, I love EO Sky so much. Okay. Alexio. Wait a minute. I know that player. He's not a bad player. Okay. I mean, they are in the Serie A, so they should have someone. Joe Wilcock. Okay, interesting. And I'm missing a sub. How did I do that? Anyway. Let's go in and have a good game. Last preseason game, I believe. Unless I'm wrong. I think I'm right. Last preseason game before Chelsea. So, we see... Oh, I forgot to comment on them. Anyway, last preseason game before Chelsea. Let's hope we do well here and see how things end up going afterwards. Gundazi. Who's Gundazi? Okay. Umar Nagavas versus Devin. I'm not trying those names. 30 versus 38. This is an interesting one. Bruce Buffer too. Bruce Buffer gets paid a lot of money to do what he ends up doing in the UFC. He trademarked Let's Get Ready to Rumble on the whole lot. He's the only person legally in the world for sporting events that's allowed to do Let's Get Ready for Rumble. He is, to be fair. Now, again, when it comes down to it, I actually think he also have one of the best commentators in the world. I bloody adore Mauro Ranallo. I hate that Mauro Ranallo is no longer in the WWE. I loved him in the WWE. He done such a good job of it. Yes, he over-egged the pudding a few times, but Mauro Ranallo's passion comes through so well whenever he's doing commentary. Himself and Joe Rogan doing commentary are beautiful when they're able to do it. Evan Ferguson back in the game. And a bit of Latino heat coming from Liv Morgan as well. She knows how to be a star so well. Gutadoze is a former gunner. Really? I know very few Arsenal players, so unfortunately I wouldn't be able to give a comment on that. Minu is gone too, so he's not able to give me the normal comments on that type of stuff as well, unfortunately. Ooh, we're seeing the big booba lady while we're getting on to the next round. But yeah, anyway, we continue on for now. 1 goal is good, but we want to try and get more out of it if we can. And I think we're going to be ballsy on this one. 26 minutes in, we're going to change the instructions over to what we tried again, just to see if we get anything out of it. And then at We tried wider before. I think we try narrower this time just to see. And then this time at halftime, we changed to the tree at the back and see how that works. Just to have that. Nurmagomedov does. His brother was one of the best to ever do it in UFC. He's really good. I don't know how good this guy is, though. Yes, I don't know. I've heard of that name before. I know he was one of the figureheads of UFC, the UFC 4 game, I think. I think he was rated second highest alongside Conor McGregor. No bother, Senior Duck. Again, thank you so much for coming in. Keep an eye on how I am for tomorrow. We'll see if I can go live for the United game. I'm going to try to. It won't be that long of a stream if I am doing it until then. But remember, as always, it has been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for coming back in and having the conversations. You're a gentle scholar and a beautiful individual. Remember, I am Stupid Sexy Craic. It has been the greatest of pleasures to talk to you. Schlongafol, great night. Have a fantastic evening, fantastic weekend. And as always, Pogue me home, my friend. But yes, no, I remember that. I don't think I've ever watched one of his fights, though, Maddie. So maybe I'll have to go back in the back and do that. But I love those UFC games as well. It's a shame that you can't get them on Steam or anything like that. You have to go through the X. Maybe you can get them on Games Pass and go through the Microsoft Win Store in order to do that. But I love those games, and I'd love to end up playing them again at some point in time in the future. Cooley, to be fair, has been doing okay, but that change in tactic didn't really work for us, so we stick with the tactic that we have. We didn't get much gameplay out of it, but we didn't give them anything, but we didn't make anything either. Caleb is this guy's brother. He was a very good grappler. Yes, Caleb is his name too. I will say, he doesn't look... he doesn't look great in this fight at the moment, but neither of these two look great at the moment. They're taking it very slow, very conny. I will say I like the Venom trunks that they're both wearing. When I was in Thailand, I had a chance to purchase a pair of them, and I didn't. It's one of my regrets when I was there. I really wish I had gotten a pair of them because they look cool, and it would have been nice to end up getting a pair just for considering I'm doing boxing here in Ireland now after the fact. I know that's hindsight 2020 and the whole lot, but I would have enjoyed. I would have enjoyed having them for that. Willie there. This is a good women's tag team match as well. A wee bit too chaotic. I more prefer when tag team matches remain to tag team. Maybe. Oh yeah, don't worry. I know what you meant when you're saying they were as opposed to they are. It makes sense. You're not saying that one of them is gone and they're no longer related due to blood or anything like that. I understand it completely. I don't think I'm going to put Bruno on here. I think we're going to put the cat on and give him his go. Nagrani has him, or however you pronounce him, red shorts, the cousin, has him in a good grapple here at the position, but both of these guys are very sloppy. What's up, Senior Duck? You've come back already. Did you miss me so much you decided to come back? Trust me, I feel the same way about myself most times when I end up looking in a mirror, so I don't blame you. Then we'll put Bruno there. We'll go Rasmus there. And did I? Oh, really? Okay, interesting. Just found an amazing lady footballer, and her name is CraicAttack, averaging 15 in every stat. Yes, everyone knows that it's me. Link. Oh no! Imagine if it was CraicAttack. You've ran in there and done the right stuff, Matty. You've trolled me into whatever Senior Duck was doing. Fenerbahce are a good team, Commander. I like Fenerbahce. I'll have a look at them after this to see how they're doing in my save. IRL, I like them. They have a lot of big talent there at the moment. So I'll have a look and see what they're like in a minute. I'm just playing United because they're the team I support. I'm guessing with you stating that you're a Fenerbahce supporter, are you, Commander? Or would you prefer to be called Kareem? I don't mind calling you whatever you like yourself, my friend. But yeah, show us an image of her anyway, Duck, whenever you can. I'd love to have a gawk. Is Liv Morgan going to win? Is Morgan going to win? No, figured. You're Turkish and Fenerbahce fan. Not too bad. Not too bad. Are you a Fenerbahce local? Amanda, she's called, funnily enough. Happy out. Our good old friend Amanda. It's a shame she hasn't been in a while. I love chatting with Amanda and the whole lot. I hate Galatasaray. Galatasaray, they're not a bad team, to be fair. Like, I understand the hate and all that and the rivalry that ends up coming true. But it's nice when there's good competitive natures in your league. And at least Galatasaray are competitive. I will say, over showcased in their funds and the whole lot. It's Galatasaray. Victor Osimhen is with at the moment. Or am I wrong on that? Victor Osimhen. Yes, he's with Galatasaray. Like, the fact that they were able to afford Victor Osimhen is fascinating to me, when Chelsea should have bought him. But I've always had a special place in my heart for Fenerbahce. They're a good team, to be fair. So yeah. Rasmus Højlund getting the goal there. He might actually get more game time than I was expecting if he's able to continue to perform like this. Rhea Ripley was late. Oh, by the way, Commander, if you're wondering why this is so disjointed, so disconnected, I am currently watching the UFC, playing this game, and watching Saturday Night Main Event at the same point in time. So I'm jumping in between them. So just, sorry about that. Although the UFC at the moment at this particular fight is boring as balls. Neither two of them look like they're fighting too much. Osimhen is a good player, not gonna lie. I want Osimhen, but he's a Galatasaray player. I don't know how Galatasaray got him. He has to be on north of 270,000 quid. Maybe Galatasaray can afford that. The cat in his head. Oh my god. The cat's been doing fantastic. He has to be a starter at this point. He scored consistently, even in this triple formation. And the other one, he's doing so well. Oh! What happened there? Oh, okay. I was probably wondering. Yeah. So we'll see what ends up happening there. But yeah, who would be Galatasaray's leading player at the moment? Amanda Gutierrez. Amazing that when Raquel Rodriguez, formerly Gonzalez, came out here. So we have a person that has a name in the same lineage as that. Of course, they score a horseshit goal. But yeah, those are unbelievable stats for a 25-year-old, Doc. The thing with Chelsea, they buy players now to make a profit, not to be good. Look, the younger players to say, I think they're doing both, Matty. Maybe that's copium, but I think it's both. I think they buy them for them to be both. João Pedro is a good player. Neto is a good player. Estevao is definitely a good player. I think to buy them as both, with the hope that if they don't turn out good enough, they can sell them. Is my viewpoint on it. But I'm happy to be proven wrong on that. Like, I know one of the signings for Galatasaray, Commander, that I loved for them, and I wish turned out better for them, was when they got Wilfried Zaha. Or not Galatasaray, bloody Fenerbahce, because I think it was Fenerbahce that got him. Am I right on that, or am I wrong? I think it was Fenerbahce that he went to, or maybe it was Galatasaray. Maybe I'm getting the two of them mixed up. Zaha's Galatasaray. Okay, my apologies on that. You have Edison as the goalkeeper, which is a fantastic signing for you. Duran, who's an interesting player. So I don't know if the time in Saudi helped him, but I will say it was unfortunate how you went up against Aston Villa, because he's a good player there. And then obviously in this game he's one of the best players you can get. But Ufan Kans is a very good player as well. I wonder if you're going to be able to keep Edison Alvarez, because I know an awful lot of people are looking into him. Sofri and Amrabat, who we ended up taking off at one particular point in time as well. You've a lot of good players. Diego Carlos is built like a shit brick house. And we're scoring galores on, like, that's the thing with this formation. We score galores on this formation, but we leak like a sieve when we use it. Alonso? Which Alonso do you have? Marco. Oh, okay, I didn't realize you had Marco Alonso. And you have Talisca as well. God, we might have to use this formation again. Holy crap. But yeah, no, you have a lot of good players, and it's good to see Fenerbahce doing well as well. Where are you in the league at the moment? So Fenerbahce, you're second, 4 points behind Galatasaray, with an okay goal difference. It's just your draws that have been killing you. 6 draws is a lot of draws. So hopefully you can continue on there and give them a fight. Mushala was first 100 million transfer on my save. Is that your FM26 save or a different save that you ended up doing, Senior Duck? Because Mushala is a fantastic player. Yeah, how did you get him for 100 million? How did you get him for 100 million? Because Jamal Mushala is unbelievable. Also, Rhea Ripley and that bloody sexy pin is unbelievable. But yeah, 6-1 with all of that. Not me, the AI. How did the AI get him for that? Anyway, we get through this game now. Our last friendly game before we go to Chelsea in the Premier League. And then after Chelsea, we have Porto. I'm in Cook Island, ladies. Yes, you did say that. My apologies. It's interesting that it still tells you about all of the... Well, it does it here for the women as well, so it would make sense. Interesting that it tells you about the male transfers. Moise Caicedo, 8 months! What did Moise Caicedo get? A torn ACL. 8 months for Moise Caicedo. That's nasty. It happened before we faced him too, so that's really good for us. Expected dominant win, or expectations of dominant win, good. And we're still losing crap tons of money. Okay, we wanted to look at Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce in Turkey. Edison is there. Eunice is here. Interesting. I don't have any of them scouted. Oh, you're Fred. Oh, our Fred. Yeah, I forgot you ended up getting a Fred. Yeah. Fred. Uzan Kabak, who can be amazing depending on how things end up going. I used to get him all the time when I was young, as a young person, ended up getting in. I need to win the Champions League and get to the Club World Cup and play teams in a big stadium. Hopefully, had 2K in the bank with 3 Oceania wins. The Club World Cup is there for the women as well. That's interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, but Fenerbahce are where? We need to go to the About the Club section, the club information, club background teams icon. It's not showing me. Okay, that's annoying. Turkish League. So the Turkish Super League. Can I see the past winners? Fenerbahce won it the last time. Oh my God. You should feel happy there, Commander. Fenerbahce ended up winning it the last time. But yeah, happy out. Yeah, but it's every year, just the continental winner. Interesting. Not too bad. I don't know if you're still here, Matty, or if you're listening, considering you're on to the boxing or on to the UFC. Who do you think is winning this fight? This fight has been such a mixed bag. I don't know. I think Nor Magaradelli, Red Shorts. I think Red Shorts is winning it. But it's been a very mixed fight. Who do we choose? Review the captaincy. Bruno remains as captain. He should be playing most games. And then I'm going to make Angelo Stellar the vice captain. Then Nathan the Cat isn't actually that good for it, fair enough. Angelo Stellar, first, Matthias de Ligt second, or third, yeah, second. Euro third. And the rest we just leave because it's not exactly that good. So we'll just leave Menu as fourth, you as second, and do that. Yeah, so there we go. That's our... Yeah, oh, come on. So how do I change... Oh, select vice captain. There we go. Select vice captain. Angelo Stellar is there. Yes. And there we go. And then Delict, Euro, Menu. There we go. Happy out. So, happy out. I don't know. It's very slow fight, this one. I agree with you. I think he's winning. That's what I think anyway. The only reason why I think he's winning is because he's been on top of the guard for about half of 2 of the rounds. Honestly, that's the only reason why I think it. Both of them are getting equal punches in that goddamn guard, but you would assume being the top of the guard would end up making you win on points. But both of them, if I was Dana and Dana was asked to comment on this fight, I think both of them should be not ashamed, but both of them should be saddened by this fight. Both of them should do significantly better than this. It's a very lethargic, very slow fight. Like this looks very much like an amateur fight. It feels like a prelim fight. What the hell are you doing, Figure? I don't know. We'll see. Why are you disappointed with the sale of Cunha? We ended up getting him out for a good bit of money. 6th, Jaden. We have to keep an eye on the... We have to keep an eye on the... on the loans. We have to do that. Good. We're getting Youngblood. That's beautiful. We're getting Youngblood as our head of youth development. That should help us significantly improve the youth development now. Okay, good. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. We've been on good form. Ooh, okay. Pedro Lotte. No, okay, so there's no real point. Yeah, it was a slow fight. Some fights are like that, and that's why people don't want to buy pay-per-views for UFC, because you can get fights like this, or you can get fights that last around and worth your money. Well, thankfully, they moved to Paramount. Yeah. Like, it's not even... I don't mind large grappling games. I genuinely don't. That grappling game, I dislike quite significantly. Also, by the way, the fact that you're wearing your cousin's hat, have the fucking respect to make your own character and fucking stand on your own devices. Even though you won this match, you didn't win with any great conviction. Don't be wearing your cousin's fucking hat. Oh yeah, well, his cousin's there in the background, or if they're related more than that. Don't be wearing that goddamn hat. It's more the fact of, in the grapple, Umar didn't do much to actually show firepower in it, and his opponent didn't do much to actually get out of it, so it was just lethargic. That's my problem with this, more than the slowness of it, if you get what I'm on about. AJ Styles match is happening now. So AJ Styles in his New Japan Pro Wrestling attire. That's interesting. He's wearing the New Japan Pro Wrestling mask. Oh, tomorrow could be AJ Styles' last match. Or not tomorrow. Royal Rumble could be AJ Styles' last match. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. The AJ Styles wearing that. I like grapple games too, as long as they're doing something. Yeah, it's literally just that he wasn't at anything, and his opponent wasn't trying to get out of it. That's my problem. Mech is good. 18 million quid in order to get him. He hasn't improved good enough in order to properly get him. He hopefully would improve for us, but potential's not enough. So I think you leave him alone. Same there, same there, same there, same there, same there, same there. Okay, so the loan reports are coming through now. I don't care about most of these, so we'll see about the ones that I care about later on. Coop is the main one that I care about. By the way, do any of you know, can you retroactively add a compile report to a player that's out on loan? Because if you can, I want to do it for Coop, because it didn't give me the option to compile how Coop was doing. God, I love Shinsuke Nakamura's team. The crowd singing it in the whole lot. I absolutely adore it. Just so you know what I'm on about, I'm after adding Shinsuke Nakamura's song to the queue so you can hear the joys of what I'm on about. Yeah, they need to come in for at least 50 to 60 million quid for him, because if they're getting Lamens, I have to go and immediately Kobel, and I need 59 million quid to get him. So they're not getting him for 40 million. Not a chance. They're getting him for 43 million. Not a chance. Bordeaux. Wait. Huh. Yeah, just go. Esposito. Saspiano Esposito, a player I used to adore, gone to PSV. That's an interesting signing. He's not that good in this one. Okay, Rafael Quartos at SLBB, so the Brazilian team in the back end of the Brazilian team. Yeah, not particularly good enough. João Rego, I love. Oh, is this the same João Rego? Oh, it is. How does this work? How is he with SLBB and Benfica? Oh, SLBB are Benfica's. Oh, okay. Oh, they must be owned by Benfica, are they? Is that has to be the case, surely, right? I mean, he hasn't developed well enough to even consider it, but that's interesting. I'm not sure which one you're on. Oh, yes, Alex Scott. To be honest, I'm shocked Alex Scott's doing so much. I like Alex Scott. I genuinely do. I think she's a very good pundit. I think she holds herself remarkably well. She's very good camera presence and the whole lot. Or whatever she's... It is Scott now, her married name, is it? Or has she changed it? Let me check. Alex Scott. Sports commentator. It's Scott, yeah. Yes. Scott. Yes, she's going by Scott. Yeah. Because I genuinely think she's a fantastic pundit. I think she does very... Kate Scott, that's it. Alex Scott is a former player. Kate Scott. I genuinely think she's a phenomenal pundit. She holds herself remarkably well when she's talking. In terms of the Champions League stuff, she holds herself really good with Thierry Henry. I think she's one of the only people that's able to break Thierry Henry out of his not scared bubble, but Thierry Henry has a bit of reservedness to him. You could see it there when he was on Football Check-In, trying to showcase the way that United were playing well and the good play. His English ends up letting him down sometimes, and as a result of which Thierry Henry isn't willing to talk right. She has a very good way of bringing Thierry Henry out of her box, and the play-by-play she does with Micah Richards works phenomenally well as well. Maybe it's too much praise towards her, but I am a genuine fan of Kate Scott. I think she's a fantastic pundit. And one of the very few female pundits that I actually do. Big Meeks. Yeah. Big appetite, big for a reason. Big Micah Richards.
Like those type of things are things. That's why it's kind of unfortunate that Brest aren't as prominent as they once were, because that was amazing. All of the Brest jokes that ended up being done throughout their period there. So I think we're the favourites for this. Our preparation has made us incredibly useful and ready for this. It's a good rivalry, and we'll see ourselves going through. I think that it wouldn't be the same, given the history. I'll try to approach it regardless. Do you think fans will be the same? I don't think it comes into it, to be honest. Winning football matches is all that matters. Go out and be dominant from the start. Attack, attack, attack. Of course, Bruno Fernandes is our captain. A large turnover in the last couple of squads. All signings have been done well. Youth that matters what ends up happening. Open the season gone well. We're going to end up doing it this way, but although it hasn't been kind to us, to be fair. Wait, is the UFC, Maddie? Is the UFC finished? That wasn't the main event of the UFC, was it? It's coming up saying the octagon is closed. See you next time. UFC on Paramount Plus. Is that not finished? That's weird. I think it might be finished. Maybe that match was cancelled. Perhaps bold step of placing Neto Borges. I mean, you always stand with the manager. I have enormous respect for him. Oh, then in that case, I don't know why it's coming up saying that. I thought you were saying there was only 2 more matches until the main event. Anyway, no comment. Who's going to win this? Us. You're just wrong if you don't say your own team. Because I think we can do it. Cool. I will say they're older in the whole lot, but this match between AJ Styles and Shinsuke Nakamura is a lot slower than I expected it to be, if I'm honest. I expected this to be a bit more high pace. Yeah, 2 more matches until the main card. Oh, is that what you meant? No, my apologies. So that was... okay, then that makes a lot more sense, because that felt very much like a prelims fight. So that was a prelims fight. That makes a lot more sense. Not a chance. Go away. Dan Gore to Norwich. Norwich are in the championship. Dan Gore's probably getting sold next season. This gives him a wee bit more publicity to make him good. Not doing a squad player has to be an important player. I'll send him that way. Yeah, my guess is they're switching over the streams to where the main card will be. Not sure. I'll have a look around. Just let me know. Okay, I think maybe this will end up being grand, but just let me know so that I can end up changing things up if it is the case. Although, to be honest, I won't be streaming that much longer. I'm already 5 hours in. Might continue on a wee bit more. You know, I don't actually mind it. I'm not doing much tomorrow, but I don't want to completely screw my sleeping pattern either. But we'll see. I'm watching as I said, I'm watching Saturday night main event anyway, so we'll see. Okay, so do we have a Friday night game? Wait, I'm just after noticing this. Is this a Friday night game just to open the league? It is a Friday. They started. Okay, I understand you want to start the Premier League with a big gun. But a Friday night game of Manchester United versus Chelsea is an interesting poke in any case to end up doing as the start to the Premier League. I suppose it makes sense. It's just interesting to me that that's the way they've ended up going. Maybe this game doesn't really matter anyway, but still. My client is placed on the loan list. Is he actually, has he played even a single game for Bayern Munich? He played 2 games for Bayern Munich last season and has played a couple of times for Bayern Munich too. I mean, I'll put that bid in. If they accept it, I'll try and sign him. He's not that, I think he can be good. He's not that good. Entering the final will trigger an automatic should he appear 20 league games. But he's not appearing 20 league games. He's on bloody loan for the entirety of the year. I want to say just stay on stream. Yeah. I'll be fine either way, Maddie. I'm not that worried about it. We'll figure it out in a bit when reports end up coming true. I would like to have Mason Mount for this game, but unfortunately, it's looking like we're not going to be able to. So let's set ourselves up for our first big game. Dennis is no longer, unfortunately, going to be our substitute goalkeeper. I'm going to put Hardley there. I know he's worse than him, but I think Hardley has more potential, so that's the right thing to end up doing. We go with that, and then we have Delict and Willie Kwambwala there. Kwambwala can play on the wing. Then we have Alex Jimenez there as a potential option as well. At the moment, Mazraoui is working well with Ahmad. So can you continue to have Mazraoui on the pitch? I genuinely don't think so. I think you do keep Mazraoui on our bench, but you go with Alex Jimenez and start that off now. You have Saba would be an option, but I think you actually go with Patrick Dogu, which begs the question. Then, yeah, that begs the question of Mazraoui gets swapped for Kaba and Patrick Dogu comes on instead. Okay, so we go with that. Alex, Yoro, Ilya, and Patrick Dogu. Stellar and Bruno is our midfield pairing, but the cat is there, which means Menu isn't. Oh, Menu is there. Okay, never mind. So I didn't notice that Menu was number 9. Fine, then that's perfect. We don't need to worry about it. Then we go Bruno, Stellar, Bruno, with the cat and Manu on the bench. Rashford there to be the swap for one of the two of these. Victor Roch to be the swap in as well, even though he's tired at the moment, so we might end up swapping him. Ahmad, Nico Pez, and Brian Mbeumo with Evan Ferguson up front instead of Benjamin Šeško, even though Šeško is performing good as well, and we go with that. I think considering Victor is injured, well, not injured, but injured at the moment, I think we go with Julian Devel on the bench instead of Victor Ruch, just until he's 100% fit. And that's the team we go with. So, our first league game, it only took us 5 hours and 42 minutes to get to our first league game. A speedy run through the preseason for me. Let's see how we do now in our first league game. Big game versus Chelsea Football Club. Everyone's set up. Hopefully we do well. Our new signings up. Everyone in good formations. In we go now. Wish us some luck. Thiago Morta versus CraicAttack's Manchester United. Hopefully it all goes well. Yeah, I mean, Humble Wrestling's probably right. In this particular wrestling match, AJ Styles is wrestling like a man who has another 4 or 5 years in the tank. It's a good match so far, a lot slower than I expected it to be, but a good match that's happening at the moment between AJ Styles and Shinsuke Nakamura. More hardcore from Shinsuke than what we've seen in the last wee while too, which is good. Styles catch. Nice. Okay. They have Robert Sanchez in, which could be good for us. Reece James, Wesley Fofana, Levi Colwell, and Hato. I'd love to end up getting Hato, actually. Hato's a fantastic player. Enzo Fernandez, and because Moyes is injured, Keith Schmidt, fantastic player. Cole Palmer, João Pedro. Considering the ways that we are, it wouldn't shock me if Alejandro Garnacho ends up coming to us. They have Oscar Højlund. They have Oscar Højlund. They have Rasmus Højlund's brother. Oh, I didn't even notice they had signed him. On the bench too, Rasmus Højlund's brother. And I don't have Rasmus on the bench here, so Rasmus Højlund's brother. Interesting. I'll have to check Oscar's stats after this to see how Oscar is in comparison to his brother. I know they have another brother because Oscar is a twin. I don't remember Oscar Højlund's brother's name. Let me actually check it now that I'm at it. Because Oscar Højlund is currently 21 and playing for Eintracht Frankfurt. Emil Højlund is the other one, and he's playing for Schalke Donetsk. So I might end up checking how Emil and Oscar are doing after this. I completely forgot about the two Højlund brothers. Both 21, by the way. I know there was rumours at one point in time, IRL, that Manchester United were considering going for Oscar Højlund and Emil Højlund as a potential option. To be honest, AJ Styles, I don't think this is right, but AJ Styles and Shinsuke Nakamura deserve this. This is awesome. Anyway, in we go now. Amass the medical team beforehand. I mean, he's not at all tired. I don't know what that's about. But in we go now. Only change in this game is Alex Jimenez and Nico Perez. Let's see how we end up doing. Can we stop Chelsea? Can we start to a winning formation in what should be our attempt to go for the Premier League title? We are the champions of Europe. Can we end up making ourselves the champions of England? Time will tell as we end up going into this and see how we end up doing. They're playing a formation scarily similar to ours, just a lot deeper and a bit more forward on their out of possession formation. We're starting off good, putting ourselves in good contention. Two shots already, so that's good. So we're in control at the moment. We still need to break Robert Sanchez. Oh, has it come true? In the stream you've given me, Maddie, it hasn't come true yet. It's still saying the octagon is closed. So we'll see. Do I need to reload it or something? Or is it going through for you? Cole Palmer. This could be a goal. Tank deflection into Keith Smith. Okay, couple of dangerous elements there for them. Yeah, I'll try reloading it. Yes, it's back up. It's back up. Cool. Yeah, commercials now at the moment, so that's good. It's back up. Yeah, it was them setting up for the main card. You're not wrong. Okay, we've had 6 shots, 4 on target, but still no real chance of scoring. It's not Nakamura's going for... Ooh! Burning hammer by Shinsuke Nakamura. Gorgeous. It does look at the moment like we're having issues of potentially scoring. It's concerning, but we are only 25 minutes in. Maybe we take off Evan Ferguson with a slight injury. I don't think we need to yet. Can we get a cheeky goal out of this? Again, Nico Paz with another bad performance. Worse when it's your official debut. And again, corner, we're getting nothing out of this game. Okay, Robert Sanchez now with the kick out. Throws it to Reece James. Cole Palmer. Brian Abramo takes it. Nice. Ilya to Bruno. Bruno to Dogu. Where the Paz? Move your ass. Jimenez to Ahmad. Ahmad up. Brian Mbeumo breaks the threshold. We are 1-0 up versus the mighty Chelsea. Let's see how things end up continuing on now. Hopefully, we continue with this result now, and we end up getting the victory out of this game. A beautiful interconnective play by Ahmad. Evan Ferguson, maybe the injury slowed him down a bit, but an okay attempt to end up getting in there. 13 shots, 6 on target. I don't like when it's half and half in terms of the shots on target, but hey, better than nothing. I don't care about percentages at all. We can be the worst percentage team in the league so long as we're scoring. Bruno to Stellar. And what was that, Stellar? Holy crap, my friend. But it's half time now. And we are going to make a couple of substitutions at half time. So Bruno, although being aggressive, is still playing okay. So we're going to move Bruno up to the cam position. Nico Paz, it has not been your game, my friend. You're coming off, and Nathan DeCat is coming on. We're not going to take the risk with Evan Ferguson, so we're going to swap Evan Ferguson with Benjamin Šeško. And other than that, I think everything else is grand. So we go to the team, give them a bollocking, and continue on to the second half. Having the band in the middle of the octagon is actually a nice thing. It's a shame it looks very AI. Which title is it they're showing off there in the showcase there with Kate Scott, Dominic Cruz, Chris Wildman, and Michael Belsup? Because that's one of the things with the UFC I don't like. All of the UFC titles look goddamn identical. To me, anyway. I like, unless I was paying unique potential, I'm not able to tell the difference between them. Okay, Reece James to Wesley Fofana, Levi Colwell, Garnacho. He's been contained well in this game, but Hato and Garnacho might do something here, so we need to be careful. Enzo to Palmer, Palmer to Delap. Up he goes to Garnacho. Ooh. Oh, what a save by Lamens. Kept us in. First shot on target, but still, we need to be more careful. Another yellow card for them. We're doing okay at the moment. We've been by far the better team. I think they are the same. I don't know, though. I think it's one that is up for tonight, the light heavyweight. It's a complete guess. I go, well, if it's up for tonight, you're probably right, my friend. I just think it's probably something that they should end up doing. Differentiate them a bit. Even if it's something as simple like WWE ends up doing with the women's titles, and change the color of the belt itself. Change the color of the strap to be a different color for the weight division that they're in. Like, have light heavyweight. I wouldn't do this, by the way, but I'm just using it as an example. Have light heavyweight at something like light blue or teal. Have the heavyweight division as your typical black, considering heavyweight is the one that sells everyone. And then do cruiserweights as green or yellow or something like that. Just change the colors a bit in order to make them somewhat differentiated. Also, AJ Styles beating Shinsuke Nakamura, not too bad. Nice match between the two of them. Sets them up good for next week. Good match between AJ Styles and Shinsuke Nakamura. If you're not watching that match, go back and watch that match. It's a good showcase between them. And the reason why AJ Styles, if he can do it and wants to do it, should not retire yet. That man is still so much better than so many of his peers. Okay, so we will make changes now. Mbeumo for Marcus Rashford. Alex Jimenez is tired. Willie Kwambwala for Alex Jimenez and Saba for Dogu. And I think those are the subs we do. And we go with that. I want to give Saba more time because Saba's a very good player, in my opinion. So we'll see what ends up happening. I think we'll look and see, too, how much it might cost for Hado. I don't want to spend too much money on Hado, but Hado would be a good addition. Now, I have to remember, too, as always is the case, when you're 1-0 up or 2-0 up, especially when Garnacho's doing cut-ins like that.
Shut up.
Don't you forget, you ain't won yet.
I have to remember that until we get the second goal or even the third in order to get a buffer. Even though they've only had one shot on target, Robert Sanchez has had a good game today, and lesser things have happened than them scoring in the final minutes or Lamens making a catastrophic mistake that gives them a goal. But we're doing okay at the moment. The connective play is doing fine. Elias Zambrani there, good work. Ahmad, Willie. Ooh, AJ looks like a man who's saying goodbye for the final time to an Americanized audience. Nathan the Cat! Oh my God! Nathan the Cat is genuinely doing so well. That is his fourth header goal in a bit. Now, they're setting up this very well to make you feel like this is AJ Styles' last time celebrating a win. I think they are the same. Oh yeah, we've already said that. Yeah, no bother. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this match card ends up going. Also, it's hilarious in the WWE side seeing Wade Barrett stand up beside Michael Cole. Michael Cole looks like fucking Schmithers or Weevil Knievel, just a little guy about to eat the mice's treat in the corner. But a 2-0 win to start ourselves off. Only one substitution for Chelsea, which is surprising, if I'm honest. But a good result for us, starting things off phenomenally well. A good start to the league for us now. Fantastic to end up seeing. We can continue on now. Gabriel Jesus has finally scored at the Estevedo de Drago, which is funny because that means he scores before our particular game. I think Gabriel Jesus is playing for Porto now. As the Portuguese striker agonising goal scorer. So, of course, he scores just before he faces us. Rasmus Højlund again with another bad training performance. I won't play you if you continue to train bad. I wish I could say if you continue to perform bad, I'm not playing you. Anyway, yeah, the Royal Rumble will be interesting. I'm looking forward to that next week. Cause I believe it's on the Saturday. If it's on the Saturday, I might stream the Rumble. Depends on something. There's someone I need to end up being and talk to, and he might end up watching it with me. If he's watching it with me, then I'm going to end up going to watch that, but we'll see. Yeah, it's Drew McIntyre that we find out who ends up. I'd still go with Trick Williams. I'd still go with Trick Williams. Trick Williams versus Drew in Saudi. But it's probably going to be Sammy. Haven't been linked with the PSG job. How enticing an opportunity. That's funny. I don't know why I'm linked to it. They haven't come to me yet. Add another player, yes. Brendan Johnson. Really? Not a chance. I don't think mind games matter at all. So, oh my God, I'm only realizing now how bad the start to the season is for us. Porto, Aston Villa, Liverpool, and Arsenal. Holy crap. They're getting all of our big matches out of the way to begin with at the start of this season. Juan Silva. God, I'd love to have the build of some of those guys. I know the effort that it takes to go in and do the stuff that they end up doing, to be that fit, to be that intense. I would adore to be able to look like that and feel that good. 53 million quid. 41 to 53 million. Interesting. No, I'm keeping him. He's going to be playing for me. I'm keeping him. Luis Enrique responds to transfer talks. Is Luis Enrique Man City manager? Oh, they accepted it. Okay. We'll come back to that in a second. Is Luis Enrique the Man City manager? City. He is. Interesting. Luis Enrique has had the Man City job. I wonder where Pep has gone. And did he get sacked? He might have gotten sacked. Pep Guardiola? He's the... Okay. Okay. How do I see what his managerial career has been? Men's managerial job. I want to see, okay, milestones. Knocked out by Spurs in the Carabao Cup final. So he was the City manager. Knocked out, finished second in the Premier League. Why did he leave? He finished second last season with Manchester. Why did he leave? I'm sorry. Mikel Arteta resigned and Pep Guardiola took the position. Where did Mikel Arteta go? Why did Mikel Arteta resign? What? FM, what? Why did he resign? He won the Premier League with them. He resigned after I bet him. Okay, Arnold Allen versus Juan Cena, 32-28. They're very equally matched on stats. This should be an interesting featherweight match. Arteta resigned so Pep could take Arsenal. So heights that Arsenal... Potentially, that's genuinely shocking. After mutually agreeing to part ways with the board. So the board... that's effectively getting sacked, right? That has to be the case. He effectively got sacked for losing to me in the Champions League final. That's unbelievable. I figured. That's genuinely unbelievable for me. That's shocking. And to think that Pep would leave. Like, to think that he would leave. City to go to Arsenal is astonishing. Why would he leave City? I'm genuinely shocked. That's unbelievable. I'm genuinely shocked by that. But we'll see what ends up happening. Imagine if he ended up doing well now. Okay, so this Brazilian right back is crap. I would actually love to buy one of the WWE championships. It's a shame they cost so much bloody money and are not at all worth it. Honestly, the only realistic move I could see is Pep leaving and Luis Enrique taking the spot. Do you think so? I don't know. I still think... by the way, all of these people I've searched up, it's a shame Duck is gone. All of these people I've searched up are crap. They're crap. I'm just curious at this point. Yeah, they're crap. They're absolutely crap. But yeah, anyways, I could see personally, I could see that position being kept for Vincent Kompany. I think Vincent Kompany will take it. Porto. Wow. Okay. So Porto won the Premier League in the year before, I think. Yeah. Oh, no, Sporting won it. Porto were third. Okay, interesting. God, Randy Orton is fucking built like a shit brick house. Oh. Oh, I know I sound like the biggest fanboy in the world. God, I wish I had Randy Orton's physique. Fuck me. Oh. That's my idea of perfection, looking like Randy Orton. Jesus Christ. His tattoos, too, are cool as balls. I want to get something done with the black and white on this arm and make it look somewhat like that, but I need to figure out what the hell I'm going to do. Anyway, sorry for me fanboying. This match isn't too bad so far. It's a lot of testing the waters. Silva is definitely the man that's standing his ground a wee bit more. Alan is definitely more loosed. He has that kind of Jabberwocky feel to his arm and the whole lot where he can just swing really, really quickly. I don't think it's a good mentality to have the Jabberwocky in the type of feel that Alan is doing. But Silva definitely looks to be the more concrete of the two. Based on just the feels and the atmospheres of this, I'd be shocked if Silva doesn't get the win. But again, in terms of the WWE side, fuck, Randy Orton is just the perfect wrestler. Now, do we actually take Kenneth? I think we do. For 25 million, I do actually think we take Kenneth. Not a chance in hell. $75? 76? Yeah, 76. Happy out. That's good. Oh. You can get away with running around that ring like nobody's. Alan can tire himself out doing that, but also more loose can be good. Silva seems stiff and not relaxed. True, but he also seems more solid. Now, maybe that stiffness will end up coming back to bite him in the ass. Like, I don't know if you've ever watched it, Maddie. There's an anime known as Hajime no Ippo. And, Hajime no Ippo. And, in that series, there's a character by the name of Ryo Mashiba. And Mashiba is all tall and loose. And the way Mashiba fights is he goes and he moves his arm like this. He's basically just doing this the whole time. And Mashiba will end up losing the arm and basically just end up going kind of like that and get you that way. I know it isn't a proper technique or anything like that, but it's cool as hell. And that's what Alan is reminding me of as Mashiba in that series. Damian Priest coming out there to this really cool team. It's a shame Damian Priest has no bloody aura at all. That team also does not suit his current, the fact that he's a face at all, but hey. It also doesn't help in this particular fight that Alan is running away from Silva. He's getting a couple of nice little hits, but like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just think it looks far more like this is Silva's than Alan's. At the moment, anyway. Good. Good, man. Marco Excello is joining us. Nice. Although I don't want to happen to that youth offer. No, go away. I prefer not to get... Ooh, Bayern Munich are getting him. I like JD Canvas. I really do. I like JD Canvas. But looking at him, based on the stats that are there, he's definitely not worth the price that they're paying for him. Like, I'd love him, but like, look at his stats there. He's not worth 55 million quid. Not yet. Anyway, has he the potential to be worth 55 million quid? Yes. But he's not worth it. Compensation Yeah, send them on the course and ask for recommended signings. That was a nice little turn. I like the ending of that round where they've both intensely gone into it and tried to end up bettering each other than the other. But I must admit, maybe it's just me. It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like a great fight, and C, it just doesn't look like Alan is in it. God, Craic Williams is a star coming out at the moment. I'm so happy that he's kept the aura and the vibe and the whole lot of how he's been from NXT. God, he's a star. I love that end there. Hopefully, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it was a good end. Hopefully, they continue it up now, and it continues to do well in round 2. It was a very good ending. But that's what I'm saying. I think Silva has this game. I think Alan is being a bit too reserved. I think he's not going into it enough, and we'll see what ends up happening. I don't even want them to expand the stadium. I just want them to improve it. Like, the fact that the stadium is just good at the moment is annoying. Can we not get them to improve it? Bordeaux. You're actually joining Bordeaux? Oh, well, Bordeaux are in that division. Fine, whenever I go. God. Craic Willie looks fucking unbelievable. I'm sorry. He really does. Come on, you have to do more, guys. At the moment, Polymarket is saying that Silva have a 63% chance of winning this, and at the moment he does. Cherky's out for a bit. Sami Zayn is probably going to be the winner of this match. By the way, the fact that I have been talking for about 20 minutes and these fuckers are still doing entrances for this goddamn match. We've almost gone the full rounds of this Alan Silva fight while these guys are doing entrances. So the coaching advice, slight weaknesses. Yeah, go on. Why are you even asking me? Just do the goddamn thing. That's why we have them set up. Cool. Make unfit players available for under 21. I don't want to do that because then we get into the nasty habit of them not being ready to play for us. Oh, Decipher loaned to Sheffield with a €6 million future fee. That's actually interesting. Decipher's not a great player, but like that's lower than what I'd expect. Albert Restes is uncertain, but like you're not good enough, unfortunately. So you're not getting into anyone. Your stats just aren't good enough. You're diminished an incredible amount in comparison to where you are. Ooh, Alan's coming back into this. Okay, Tony Antoine. I think he's coming to us, isn't he? Yes. Odele. Ooh, okay. Cassiano Kilia. Bayern Munich's under 19s. 20 million quid. He looks interesting, but probably wouldn't be good enough for me. I'm curious now. I'm going to cheat and check. Yeah. Although that's higher than I thought, to be honest. Yeah, Karius is always interesting. He's not worth 59. Why is he at Gerk? When did... Oh, okay. I thought this was a kid that was at Brighton. Still, at 19 years of age, That's interesting. Still too much money for him. It's a minimum release clause, of course, but still too much money for him. He's not improving enough for that. But at 19, that's interesting. This crowd is very much behind Sami Zayn, by the way. And they've calmed down again here. At the moment, I still think it's Silva. Tell me if you think I'm wrong, Senior Matty, but I still think it's Silva. Yeah. Which means that Mbeumo, Rashford are still better than you, so El Mahal, you'll be going without us, unfortunately. Joshua Kimmich, yeah, but like, there's no way you'd get him, and he's not worth what you'd end up having to put in to get him. Yeah, they've just gotten sloppy at the end of this round. Silva's leaving himself a little bit too open. Allen isn't going into it too much at the moment. I mean, you're not wrong, Matty. I still think it's Silva's. He did get a couple of rogue shots to the eyes and the whole lot, but Silva's just been a wee bit more aggressive, hitting a wee bit more down there, a wee bit more assertive in it. At the moment, if I was a betting man, I'd give it to Silva over Allen. But Allen has definitely come back into this fight significantly better than where he was earlier on. I'll admit that. So it's very interesting at the moment. Do you think I'm wrong? Do you think I'm giving him too much credence at the moment, Silva? This Fatal 4-Way match has started off with piss and vinegar as well, so that's nice to end up seeing. I think you were giving too much. I think it's pretty even. Fair enough. Just know, I will be the most insufferable jackass in the world when Silva wins this. I don't know why they keep moving Euro over to the left-hand side as opposed to him. Interesting that this is the team they want to play versus Porto. Huh. It's not the team that's going to be playing, but it's interesting that that's the team they want to play. That's okay. I'm not really cheering for anyone. Fair enough. Yes. I mean, it's a good competition. We're definitely going to try and win it. 2 questions and tell us to piss off. Nice. Kick to the head by Silva. Interesting. I will say Allen looks significantly more in it in these last 2 rounds than he has before. Just eyes. He's piercing Silva the right way to make yourself feel right. You can see he's actually having a bit more gumption and a bit more intensity in his stare, and you like to see that in someone going into an actual fight. Like the stare down is significantly better in it. Although to be fair, on the 3rd round, feeling out process is probably the wrong idea. This is a round where you just kill or not be killed. So we'll see what ends up happening with them. Godot to Burnley. We've already sent someone to Burnley, haven't we? No. Estevez. He'd get playing anyway, I suppose. That I'll accept. Ooh. Miguel Friego. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Newcastle have offered... Oh no, he's elite. I want him. I sincerely hope you'll stay here. This probably won't work, but still, I'll try it. Yeah, anyway. I won't be influenced. That means he's gone. God damn it. That means he's gone. One of the best recruitment analysts in the bloody game. I know recruitment analysts don't matter that much, but I don't want to lose him. Let's see if I can give him a new contract. How much is he on at the moment? 14. You're not screwed. I'll give him the 20. Ooh, nice. DDT by Sami Zayn. Alan's done a good job for himself in this particular round. I still think it's Silva. Ooh, almost got tripped up there. Nice save. Nice save by Alan. Oscar Bob to Brighton. Interesting. Morta in Fafana. Why? Ooh, we have a book called George. Ooh, okay. Enterprise national player, but he has some good stats. We want to keep an eye on you and add him to the shortlist. He might be an option to go for. 30 million quid's a lot of money for him, but we might end up needing to keep an eye on him. Minute left. Alan's still in it. That's a bad trip for Silva. Silva needs to be more careful about himself. Cool. Coming into each other. Yeah, Silva looks a bit not scared, but a bit fresh. Yeah, Silva is the first round. Silva dominated the second round. Silva's winning the third round. 22-31-15 to 21-18-5. So yeah, that's what I was saying. It's far more Silva than Alan. At least by the judges' points anyway. Ooh, it's a shame Zayn never wins with the Blue Thunder Bomb. Okay, so into the Super Cup. He's pointing at the ground, wanting him to stand and box. Yeah, he is. But again, the judges' stats that are coming through there, if they're accurate, Silva is winning this fight by quite a lot. I think it's Silva's. Yeah, what's up, Matty? Well, my audio is working, right? Or am I muted? Oh, yeah, seems to be fine. Is Sami Zayn winning this? Sami Zayn going for the haluva and Trick Williams with the kick. Not too bad. By the way, that's 100% Silva. That's 100% Silva. 100% Silva. He stood on top of him? Did he? I must have missed that. But this is 100% Silva. There's no way in hell Silva does not win this. I am going to give Dennis the go. Then we will give it to Mazraoui. Oh, good. We have positions. Good. Then in that case, we're going to move Alex Jimenez to 10. Screw it. Let's just 9, 10, and 12. So go 10 there, and then go with Mazraoui, because I want to give Mazraoui the game. I think he deserves it. Mazraoui. I know we dumped Mazraoui down to the under-21s because of how he's been performing for us and how angry and cantankerous he's been to the team. But we'll give him some games if he's actually being grand. Ooh! Is Sami winning this? Nope. Interesting. Not yet. I think I'm going to give Godot the start. And I think I'm going to give... Oh, Saba can't play in this, so that's annoying. Yeah, but I said that from the... Again, I'm not going to be a smart arse about it, because there's literally no point in me being a smart arse about it. But I could see it from round one that he was going to end up winning it. He had the intensity about it. He had the right feel about it. He was standing the right ways. Everything was going right for him. You know, there's absolutely no point being a smart arse about it. But I knew immediately that was going to be the case. So Dogu there. Then instead of that, we could go Bandito, but I don't actually think so. I think we stay with Dogu and just go with this as our back line. Then if it'll let me, not fit, so not doing it. Chris isn't available, so we will go... We will go with Mount. And I think after the last game, he doesn't deserve it. So I think I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go Manu instead of here. So I'm going to go Manu and Mount. Bruno. Ahmad does deserve it. Mbwemu does deserve it. And I actually think we go up front with Sheshko. And I think that's the team that we play. I am going to put Rasmus on the bench, though. Where are you, Rasmus? Okay, fine. Considering the game's going to be a tit about it. I am going to put Rasmus on the bench, though. Cool. So we're going to start with... we're going to start with Sesko. Yeah, we're going to start with Sesko, and we can put Rasmus on later on if we want to. It's a good fight, though, to be fair. It was a nice fight, but it was Silva's all the way. RKO! Tricky! Oh my god, Trick Williams going to win it. Trick Williams going to win it. No. God, when fatal four-way matches are done good, fatal four-way matches are feckin' epic. Silva's left eye, though, I'll admit, is getting a bit of a walloping. Anyways. Okay. Let's give ourselves some luck and hope that we do well. Can we walk away with our first trophy of the season? Can we walk away with the UEFA Super Cup? We will see. A couple of players who won't be getting many game time throughout this season in Mazraoui, Mount on the pitch there. Godot will end up being a more rotational point of view, but we'll give him the chances where we can. We should be playing plenty of games for it to work, but time will end up seeing. Yeah, there's our first celebrity showcase. Theo Vaughn, Brandon Sheltner. Oh, Chris Rock and Anthony Kellett. Interesting. Chris Rock, I think genuinely a good bit of class. Mark Hughes, Hall of Famer in the UFC. Amanda Nunes, wow. Okay. Amanda Nunes with the bloody Irish farmer's hat. Oh, Jacob Kawar. Okay. Gabriel Jesus there. Gabriel Jesus is playing on the wing. Oh, wait. There was a player I wanted to check, too. Oh, crap. Who was it that I wanted to check? Oh, it's been about an hour. Fuck it, I'll forget. Yes. Oh, no. Amanda Nunes. I've watched a couple of Amanda Nunes matches. I love Nunes. Well, it wouldn't be a trick. Oh, yeah. Trick Williams stealing it. Yeah. Okay. In we go. Let's see how we do now. In the Super Cup, I actually have no idea where we're playing this, but we'll see how we end up doing. UEFA Super Cup stand down here, so we'll see how things end up going there. I will say one of the things about wrestling that's always interesting me is when you wear white. White is a very dangerous thing to wear in wrestling because you can get winded really, really quickly. And there have been a number of wrestlers who have admitted that they've ended up having a number 2 happen to them in the middle of the ring due to being winded the wrong way. So, you know, to each their own in attempting it. Okay, so we're in a Turkish referee, the King Baluba Stadium. Where is that? I guess let's check it up after this. Brian Mbuemu not able to save it. A good interception there by Porto. Porto are a good team, so we have to be careful. We didn't go weak in this. Like, a couple of weaker options. Sesko almost getting the goal. Okay, I'm going to check where this stadium is. King Badulu Stadium. It's in Brussels, Belgium. Interesting. The Belgian national team and the Belgian rugby team. So it doesn't seem to be used by any actual football team. It's just used by the national team, which is fine. Fine. I do find it interesting when local teams don't use the actual national stadium. In Ireland's case, it makes sense because the best you'd end up having would be maybe St. Pat's to use the Aviva, and I doubt they'd fill the Aviva. Also, 7 shots, 2 on target, 10 minutes in. That's not good for us. Is Sami Zayn doing it? Damian Priest is down. This should be it. 1, 2. Yes, Sami Zayn is going to the Royal Rumble. That confirms Sami Zayn isn't winning the Royal Rumble. That means my hope that Oba Femi is winning the Royal Rumble might be a reality. Means Oba to win is possible. So that's interesting. Sami Zayn going to the World Championship is very, very interesting. So we'll see what ends up happening there. And I think the right person tucked the pin. Damian Priest taking the pin. You couldn't have Randy take the pin. It was always going to be Damian if it was going to be Damian. So interesting to end up seeing that. Victor Vos was always someone that we'd end up seeing if we can get because the stats are unbelievable. But at the end of the day, we're doing well there. There's only one midfielder that we actually want, and that's Adabudu, if we end up going for a centre defensive midfielder. But I think we're doing okay with the centre defensive midfield position at the moment. Nathan the Cat is doing a fantastic job, and Stellar is doing brilliant. And Mount, if Mount can continue to come in and do little bits like that, then it works beautifully for us, because unbelievable goal there for Mount in the 31st minute to continue on for us. So we'll see how Sami Zayn does when he faces off against Drew McIntyre. It's not the championship Sami Zayn said that he wanted to end up getting, so... Wait, it is. Drew McIntyre is the WWE champion, so yes, it is actually. So Sami Zayn might end up winning that game. Match. Would this screw Drew and give the championship away after 2 weeks? I don't think so. But I think if you're going to give it to Sami, now is the time to give it to Sami. Ooh, Costa Jr., Ito Jr. They're doing okay at Porto. Like, we have them in fierce control, but they're doing okay. They also have a tree back, weirdly enough. Like, they're not playing a tree back, but they had a tree back there. Bento's playing well for them. But to be fair, Dennis is playing well for us. Okay, we're playing okay now. Still, we should have another goal by now. Our actual capitalization game is a wee bit bad. Vega. Oh, Bruno. Doing okay. Up there to Ahmed. Mazraoui now with the run. Mazraoui In we go. Bruno bounced off of the defense. Patrick Doggu to Mount. Mount to Menu. Okay. So now we make a couple of substitutions. We have the goal, and I've been doing grand, but their XG is about as high as ours. I think it's time to be chancy. I think it's time to be chancy. And what are the chancy situations we do? Well, I think we take Mazraoui, who's been one of the better players in the pitch, but I think we take Mazraoui and we put him onto the left for now, and we might swap Mazraoui out later on. But Doggu has been a mixed bag, so we're going to swap Doggu and put Matthias de Ligt on. We're going to swap Menu and put Angelo Stellar on. We're going to keep Mount on for now, and we might swap him with Nathaniel Decat later on, depending on that ends up going. But for now, that's fine. And Sesko might end up getting swapped later on as well. But those are the changes we do when we try this formation and see if we get more out of them. Because we have to remember 1-0 is too dangerous of a score. We have to try and kill the game by going for another goal. Hopefully this will end up getting us that goal. So let's see how things are going. This could end up making us too defensively weak as well, and we end up giving it to Porto, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. Okay, we might change to working the ball into the box in a minute. We'll wait and see how this ends up going. Dennis to Godot. Godot to Stellar. Stellar to Sesko. Sesko's on his own. Benjamin Sesko makes it 2, and we are going away with the Super Cup in Terry. So you must always remember 2-0 is the most dangerous score in all of football, and when it's 2-0 you must
Shut up. Don't you forget, you ain't won yet.
Must always remember that. You ain't won yet. 2-0, the most dangerous score in all of football. The reason why it says it's when complacency ends up coming in and players end up losing it down and chances for scoring ends up coming into you. But if they're doing passes like that in their midfield, we have a chance of getting through them anyways. So it doesn't really matter. Oh, Paramount doing a bloody publicity for The Running Man. That movie is tripe. Sweet victory! Yeah! God, SpongeBob SquarePants, that segment is unbelievable in that movie. Sweet, sweet, sweet victory!
Shut up. Don't you forget, you ain't won yet.
It's nice to see someone else actually redeem that instead of it just being me. Mazraoui, Mbuemu! Ooh, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost there. I had to after the other one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It actually worked out brilliant. It's a fantastic scene from that series. If you haven't watched Has Been Hotel, by the way, I do recommend it. Sesko should have scored there. It doesn't matter if that was offside. I genuinely do recommend Has Been Hotel. It's not great. Like, the writing isn't particularly great in it. It's very cliched, but it's a good bit of crack, to be fair. Some of the characters are quite fun. There's only one song in season, and unfortunately, if I say the song, people will think I'm a bigot. But there's one song that I have a problem with, and it's just because it comes out of absolutely fucking nowhere, and the atmosphere and the whole lot of it is a wee bit iffy. But other than that, it's fine. Gabriel Jesus. Now they could get the goal here. Gabriel Jesus almost got his goal. So we're 65 minutes in. Do we make any new changes? Mazraoui's playing too good, so there's no point in taking him off just yet. But Bruno is being too aggressive, so I think we give Nico Paz the chance and see how he does. Nico Paz in this formation should end up doing well as well. Ooh, Natalia Silva versus Rose Najanas. Very similar attributes to each other, although very, very obviously these are AI. These are still images with the arms moving by themselves. It's very obvious that AI was used on Natalia Silva's, and literally the arms are someone that's edited them. So that's very, very funny. Funny that you have two Silvas battling after each other. We'll see what ends up happening in the fight. I need to see them come into the first bit and about it. But Silva just image-wise looks like the option. Oh, okay. No, penalty is being awarded. I think he needs it. We're going to give the penalty to Nico. I think Nico needs it. I mean, to be fair, Sesko kind of needs it too, but I think Nico needs it. So we'll see. Rose just changed the way she looks because that wasn't her image at all. So that's one of the reasons why Rose's image is off. But we'll see how Silva ends up coming. She's big and she's beefy. Looking at her now, she doesn't look... Again, we'll see when they get into the fight. At the moment on the preamble setup, she doesn't look 100% focused. But preambles are never the way to end up going about it. She looks like she's in her head. So we'll see. Rose looks like the person that's more there at the moment. Still, wearing a full bodysuit is interesting too. Gives her more friction, I suppose, to get out of stuff. I'm actually a bit surprised they're allowed to wear full bodysuits. I'm actually a bit surprised you're allowed to wear a full body set because it leaves the midsection with more of a chance to get out of it. But we'll see. I'll know within 10 seconds of this whether or not Silva's actually in this fight. Silva now. Ooh. Okay. Well, Silva is in this fight, but the one thing about Silva I don't like, I'll tell you this, looking at her there, is her knees are very, very, very bare. She looks like a person that if you targeted the leg of her, she'd go down very, very quickly. She's very, bouncy in and out on the knees. It looks like her actual kneecaps are quite weak in comparison to Rose. Now, that is also a woman definition thing. But to me, this is a person you target the legs of. Especially the lower leg. If you target the lower leg, I think she'd trip. That's the way she looks to me. She looks like that type of woman that she'd put pressure on her leg and trip. She doesn't look to have great foundation. Well, again, that could be me looking into it the wrong way. Like, the two of them now are just playing each other out to see how they are. But just base-wise, she looks like a person who could very, very easily trip. Now, to be fair, hearing the whiff come from her kicks is fantastic. So she definitely has power in her legs. But it's just based on how she stands at the moment. This will be interesting. We need a full round to be able to tell on this. Anyway, will Nico Paz get his goal here? He needs it. Nico Paz setting up for the penalty. And Nico Paz with an okay goal. Not great, but okay. Nice stand up coming through. Not a great penalty, but every goal is a goal. I'm a sucker for Latino. To be fair, so am I. But hey, I'd be a sucker for anything that moves at the moment, considering I'm not chatting to anyone. I kid. But hey, we'll see what ends up happening. I have to say at the moment, out of the two of these fighters, it'll be a long fight and this can go either way, but out of the two of them, I would put my money on Rose. I think Silva might lose this fight. I don't think it's going to end as a knockout. This is going to be a very slow, very gamey to see who ends up giving away their way. But I think Rose is the one that has the upper hand in this fight. And the reason why I can't end up giving a definition on this one either is Silva is moving fast enough and hard enough that one rogue shot on Rose will end up knocking her out. But I genuinely think this is Rose's fight to lose at the moment. But hey, first trophy in the bag for us. Why was Mazraoui lifting it? Mazraoui's not even our second or third or fourth choice bloody manager. Yeah, I remember watching Rose fight. I remember her being pretty good. She's fine. She's being too defensive here. I really don't like her footwork is grand. I just really don't like the way Silva looks on her feet. I really don't like the way Silva looks on her feet. She looks like she'd snap her kneecap. Especially on her back leg. But hey, we'll see. Silva's footwork looks weird for sure. But her footwork is fine. It's just her legs. Her looks look weird. Like there's nothing actually wrong with her footwork. She just looks like someone whose knee would end up crappling underneath her own body. She looks like someone, if you targeted her legs, she'd fall over. Which is interesting, to be honest. I think Rose might want to cut back on the kicks. I don't know Rose's game. Maybe she's a kicker, so maybe that makes sense for her. But in a number of those cases there, she's been too far away and has almost gotten caught by Silva. So we'll see. It's interesting anyway, I'll tell you that. Do I do one more match or do I leave it there? It is 3:12 in the morning. So I'm not sure. Or do I leave it so that the Aston Villa game is the first game if I go live tomorrow? Because it's Liverpool then. I think I'll leave it here. I think I'll leave it here, guys. I'll look for someone to end up streaming out to, but I leave it here and we'll go in to the Aston Villa match tomorrow if I end up doing it. So bear with me a minute. We have another maybe 5 minutes just until we get to that actual game and I end up finding us a raid. But I think I'll leave it there. It has been 6 hours and 47 minutes. It's been a good bit of crack and we can see how things have been going since then. So considering he's doing a community night and genuinely is a good bit of crack and I haven't had a chance to do it in quite a while, I'm going to send you over to Birdsong Technology. They're setting themselves up for a community night, at least that's what it's saying there. I've talked to them before in their conversations and the whole lot. They're always a good bit of crack. So if you can, just end up saying Crack Addicts Attack when we go over there, if you can at all. But it's always been a good bit of fun. Keep an eye out for tomorrow, and we'll see if I can go live for the United game. It depends on a couple of things. But it was a pleasure talking to each and every one of you. Thank you for coming through the laborious task of my pre-season and watching a bit of and watching with me Saturday night's main event and a wee bit of the UFC. And we'll see how things end up going. I might end up watching more of the UFC in a bit, and I'll talk with you about it tomorrow, Maddie. But until then, my friends, thank you all so much. Remember, MLS means Miles Lewis Skelly. I have been Stupid Sexy Crack. The crack is always 90 here, so please feel free to come in, lurk, chat, or whatever. Shlán go fóill, my friends. Make sure your crack is 90, your weekend is great, and as always, Póg Mahone.